A very good morning from the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve, deep in southern Portugal for round one out of 6 for 2025 for Porsche Sports Cup Suisse and Sprint Challenge Suisse. Hello everybody, Alex Goldschmidt up in the commentary box, welcoming you all along. We have got 3 exciting qualifying sessions around this fantastic circuit, opened back in October of 2008, and what's more, we have got quite a lot of things going on. So it's round 1 of the season, 6 rounds this year. We have 3 different classes. GT3 Cup, we also have the Cayman Cup, which is the 718 Cayman GT4s, and then we have Open GT, which also has the 992 GT3 Cup cars, which also do have ABS. My name's Alex Goldschmidt, your commentator and also your presenter for today here at this fantastic location. One of the most modern and also one of the more recent circuits. 4.665 kilometres, 15 turns in all, 6 to the left, 9 to the right. 30 metres of elevation. Follows the natural topography and first opened back in 2008. And it is going to be a stern test for all our respective drivers here this weekend. We have very shortly getting underway with time qualifying, 25 minutes, which will set the respective grids for races 1 and 2 for GT3 Cup. As you can see, well, there is a forecast of rain in the air. We have had some rainfall overnight, so the track will be a little bit slippery, maybe a little bit greasy. Small winds anywhere between 2 to 4 miles an hour between now and 2 p.m. this afternoon. Local time, and a warm welcome to everyone watching on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Big thank you to having you along for the show. So it is all good on that front. So what's the format for today? We have 3 25-minute qualifying sessions for each of the respective classes. So qualifying for the fastest lap for each individual, that will set their grid position for the first race. Each class will compete in a 30-minute plus an additional lap race. The second fastest lap for each competitor will then set the grid for the second set of races, which started around about 2 o'clock this afternoon local time. 25 minutes plus a lap. Each of the rounds score championship points, 25 points for a victory. So we have 19 different drivers that are going to be taking part in this session from Switzerland, Germany, Italy, and quite a whole host of talent. Some drivers that have been in the been in Sports Cup Suisse for quite a few years, and then there's also some newcomers as well, some youthful invigoration of talent. So we are literally just seconds away from getting underway for our first time qualifying session here at Portimao. So 25 minutes. Some drivers already eager to wait for the green light to release them onto the circuit. Very, very fast, coming down this long start-finish straight that you see on your screens. It heads into the first corner known as Primera, and then heads into a very fast-paced triple right-hand complex that ends with Lagos at turn 3. Very tight right-hand hairpin, but then you've got to really gather things up as the green flag waves were underway for time qualifying for the opening qualifying session of the 2025 season. So the drivers will now have their headlights ablaze on these wonderful cars. 4-litre 6-cylinder engines, revving to a maximum of 8,400 RPM, mated to a 6-speed gearbox, producing 510 horsepower. These are the cars that you'll see normally, because recently on our coverage here on Alpha Live, we've also been alongside the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, which has done the rounds through the Iberian and Portuguese regions of the world here in continental Europe. So as you can see, the cloud cover very, very high up above. But it's going to be these first couple of laps that the drivers are going to really get an understanding of the track conditions. So green flags around the circuit, and if there is a little bit of dampness on the circuit, the slick tyres will not be very, very happy with that. But of course they'll be running with the Michelin tyres, and there is a lot of standing water on the curbing that you can actually see. This will be coming up the hill in towards turns 8, 9, and then through down the dip into 9. Fast left-hand sweeper up the hill into turns 10 and 11 at Portimao before you go down the hill again into a fast left-hander at turn 12, but then you've got to be hard on the brakes into 13, rotate the car round, up the hill again, and then through to Sagres at turn 14 before the fast right-hand sweeper that carries around like a bit of a semicircle through into Galp. Karen Gaillard, the young lady from Switzerland, an Iron Dames supported driver, also running in the Porsche Carrera Cup France, was very, very quick in free practice, along with Hong Kong's Dylan Yip, who has switched from Sportec to Proton Huber competition for 2025. And Dylan actually topped the final 2 practice sessions. The first one, the lap times were about 13 seconds off. So Karen Gaillard going purple in sector number 2 at the moment with the 38.578 as drivers really trying to get a handle on the conditions, and it's not going to be easy out there. So this is effectively their out lap. So after this we will get the first couple of lap times in, but someone coming to a little bit of a slight halt, Ilario Introna from Italy, the number 26. But Karen Gaillard and Dylan Yip at the moment are exchanging purple sectors. Karen's gone quickest in the opening sector. Dylan's gone quickest in sector number 2. There's the number 54 of the grandson of Formula 1 driver Joe Siffert, Jeremy Siffert, who is one of the young talents being supported by Porsche Cup Suisse this year. Another one running with us in the number 21 for Sportec, Ethan Ischer, a Formula 4 Central European champion in his own right. But Ischer and Burkhardt deciding at the moment not to go out for qualifying, just to see how the conditions will favour them. Some drivers really, really trying to find the traction coming out of Torrevip and running a little bit wide. But it is just about finding the right racing line. There's the number 12 of Matteo Barretta, just at a mid 37.9 in the opening sector, but Dylan Yip has gone fastest again in the opening sector out of anybody. Karen Gaillard has just gone fastest in sector 2. Dylan Yip of 37.619 in the opening sector, 7/1000 slower than Karen Gaillard as she goes and breaks the timing beam in sector number 2 in the number 85 car. So it's just those little first steps of trepidation, so to speak. And just to get a measure on the conditions, one of the cars, didn't quite catch the number, bright yellow. You couldn't really miss that car. Neither can you miss the brightly coloured number 99 of Dylan Yip from Hong Kong. He's on an absolute flyer. Christian Caramusia goes top of the timesheets at the moment, 2 minute 3.7, but Karen Gaillard straight in with a 2 minute 5:23, and then Dylan Yip, first one to go onto 2 minutes, 1:59.731 as he dives up the inside of the number 8 Daniel Schmid for Ant Performance. So Dylan Yip with an absolutely blistering first recorded lap. So drivers still getting up to speed, as it were. Jeremy Siffert and Sebastien Pidou round out your top 5. Pidou running in the number 20. Matteo Franco Segre running in the number 45 for DCV by Ombra Racing. Rounds out your top 6 at the moment. But still, it's right, okay. Car number 32 has just had their lap deleted. It was mentioned in the driver's briefing yesterday that in qualifying, if you exceed track limits, your lap time will be deleted, and then there will be warnings, then time penalties issued during racing. And there is the number 45 car, Matteo Franco Segre. So it was the car that actually had its rain lights on at the back end of the car on the rear bumper. And Mano Quintieri in the number 15 has also had a lap time deleted. And those clouds look ever menacing up above the circuit here at Portimao, so not going to be easy for these drivers, but they just... This is the thing, in motorsport you have to roll the dice, and if you decide to go on slicks, you decide to go on wets, that's your choice. Dylan Yip, once again, purple in sector 2, Karen Gaillard. She was second fastest in free practice sessions number 1, 3, and 4 yesterday. As this is what you're going to see a little bit later on when we go racing for the first time a little bit later on. And the first race will start around about 10:47 this morning. Dylan Yip goes 1:59.012. Matteo Franco Segre goes P2 now, 59.6. Karen Gallardo 59.983. So there is the man from Hong Kong. Last year in the championship finished P5. So there is still a lot of opportunity for track evolution and maybe to keep away from those curbs that we're seeing are very, very heavily saturated. But Dylan Yip deciding to throw caution to the wind, so to speak. Gregor Burkhardt was last year's runner-up. Felix Hirziger for Fach Autotech, who chronicled his journey with Porsche Sports Cup Suisse last year on YouTube, has moved on. So we wish Felix all the very best in his new adventure. Right, turn number 15 at Galp. The number 29 has just been given this lap and the next lap, Andreas Marti in the number 29 car. We'll have this and the next lap deleted. Ilario Introna now goes quickest of anybody, absolute fastest of anybody, 36.593 in the opening sector. Does a personal best in sector number 2. And quite a few drivers having lap times deleted. This was talked about in the drivers' briefing. But Ilario Introna, one of a handful of drivers, including Giuseppe Barbati and Christian Caramuschia, running with Prima Ghinzani Motorsport, who are also the technical support partners for Quintieri, running with the Omnia Racing brand. And there is Karen Gaillard, now currently P3, loving the livery on that Porsche GT3 Cup car. And with Iron Dames in bright white lettering amidst the pink on the rear wing of that GT3 Cup car. Christoph Lange in the number 7 now goes up to second in the timesheets, 1:59.270. 6th in the championship last year on 89 points. Now the top 4 drivers rounded out by Karen Gaillard, covered by just over 0.8 of a second. So running with the Proton Huber competition team. So he'll be in the same garage as Dylan Yip. You can just see how composed Karen is behind the wheel, just not over modulating the throttle on corner exit. But Christoph Lange goes fastest of anybody in the opening sector, so the man with Fach Autotech trying to steal the limelight away from Dylan Yip, but he's got to make up just over a quarter of a second. So we are seeing lap times around about the same sort of pace that we saw in free practice 1 yesterday, with the top 10 drivers were covered by about 2.5 seconds. 10 minutes completed, just under 15 minutes to go. And, well, Gregor Burkhardt and Ethan Isher might be doing more exploratory laps, as Dylan Yip, I just spotted, nearly going all 4 wheels out of the limits of the track, and that was, I think that was Segre going out as well. So they've got to be very, very careful with these track limits. So 14.5 minutes to go. Looks like we are seeing a couple of drivers deciding to go into pit lane. Now, whether they decide they're going to swap onto different tyres. So they do have, as we run aboard with Peter Heglin, another one of the drivers, the number 5 that finished P7 on 84 points last year. Yeah, Swiss driver. Lovely to see the inner workings of these cars, and also one of the big things you can see, rather than having the crest of Porsche on his steering wheel, he's actually got the track map of the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve on it there. So it's a good reference point, because then the drivers can communicate back to their race engineers and saying, okay, turn 5, car feels a little bit loose. So, and now it's changing all the time. Thomas Winkler now really putting in the pace. Christoph Lange putting in the pace. 1:56.634. He's nearly 1.2 seconds ahead of Thomas Winkler at the moment. Another driver for the Fach Autotech brand, who have I think 5 cars with us. So Thomas last year finished P16 in the standings. Not every driver is able to make it. Well, last year, looking at Thomas's results, he was at Red Bull Ring, Paul Ricard, Imola, Portimao, Mugello, did not make it, was not at the final round at Misano. So qualifying, if you get pole position in this, you get 3 points. It's 25 points for a victory. But you can just see drivers just really having to worry about traction and the rear end breaking away to either the left or the right. So the Sportec Racing pairing of Ethan Ischer and Gregor Burkhardt now have decided to jump out onto circuit. With about half of it still to go. Back out comes the number 12 at the moment, Matteo Beretta, running P5 in the session. So Christoph Lange is the quickest out of anybody on his 5th lap in this session, 1:56.794. And there is the number 7 from Germany. So, right, okay. So on Segre's car, they are taking off the Michelin wets. They are putting slick tyres on it. So, could be the case that Matteo Franco Segre has the confidence to keep that car on circuit. It might be to the point that when Thomas Winkler, who now goes provisional pole position at the moment for race 1, 1:56.056, this could be the point where the drivers might feel that there's a little bit of crossover, that they can maybe handle the car around the circuit on slick Michelin tyres as opposed to wets. Because wet tyres on a drying track normally will overheat and start to burn out, and then you lose those blocks, those tread pattern blocks on the cars as they go around the circuit. So Christoph Lange has just responded with the fastest overall second sector, 36.320 in this opening session of qualifying. 3 total sessions of qualifying. Gregor Burkhardt straight away, bang, goes in with a lap that puts him P2, 9/100ths quicker, and Christoph Lange responds with the overall fastest lap of the session, 1:54.416. He was 9/100ths behind Gregor Burkhardt, and then straight away Lange just went, right, hold on to your hats, here comes the fast one. And boy, did he oblige. So, 1:54.416. And riding on board with Switzerland's Ethan Ischer for Sportec Racing, one of the 3 drivers that will be supported by Porsche Sports Cup Suisse to help develop them as racing drivers. Very bright and colourful livery on the number 21, and Ethan puts in a lap time that puts him 12th place at the moment. So that's a 2-minute 1.385, and Christoph Lange is going even quicker in the opening sector. First one, I think, probably to break the 35-second bracket, 34.915 for the number 7 from Germany. Gregor Burkhardt has now gone overall fastest in the second sector, 35.336, just over a 10th quicker than Christoph Lange, who's just broken the timing beam. Going into the third and final sector, puts in a 35.450. So coming down to the final 9 minutes, and Christoph Lange from Germany leads the way in terms of the battle for pole position on the grid for race number 1. And that will be the first bit of true racing action that we have here at Portimao. Ethan Isher firing the car through at rapid rates of speed, going through into turn 9 and then up the hill. You've got to be very, very careful how you approach the braking zone into turn 10. You know, you can scrub off a little bit of speed as Gregor Burkhardt went top. Well, Christoph Lange is absolutely flying. He's just gone through turn 1, just puts in a 1:52.913, and the car is an absolute rocket ship in the hands of the man from Germany. So great work there by Christoph Lange, the Fach Autotech pilots. Gregor Burkhardt and Thomas Winkler round out your top 3. Peter Heglin, Sebastian Pidou, Dylan Yip down in 6th at the moment. Then it's then Ethan Isher has just obliged and he's just gone P3. Great effort there from the young man from Switzerland. 1:53.738, and he set the fastest overall third sector of anybody. Now we've got a real hunt for the first pole position of the season in GT3 Cup. So the top 3 drivers have broken under 1:54 seconds. Well, Gregor, they are trading fastest sectors between the top 3 at the moment. And Christoph Lange has gone purple across the board. Sector 1, Sector 2. Looks to be a possibly big improvement for the Fach Autotech driver. There's Sportex, Ethan Isher, as he goes up. And now we get a real understanding, you know, like we saw earlier on with one of the other drivers, having the track map is having it right in your proximity of vision is key to giving that feedback. He's now going to go through turn 9 at Craig Jones, posthumously named after a motorcycle rider who unfortunately passed away due to injuries sustained whilst racing. And Sebastian Pidou now up into P3, and Isher's having to deal with a little bit of traffic. That is going to be the number 8 of Daniel Schmid, and gets through at turn 13. So over the crest he goes again. Daniel Schmidt with the rain lights on the back of his Porsche. And Gregor Burkhardt and Christoph Lange are absolutely fighting it out for pole position. 1:51.313 for Burkhardt. Dylan Yip now resurges. He's firing back, and he's another driver that's gone sub 1:52. What does Ethan Isher have at the moment? Currently P5. The number 21 will come across the line very, very shortly. Does he improve? Well, he's done a 1:52.536 on that lap. Quite a lot of drivers having lap times deleted at the moment, so it may not be giving us in some respects, a true reflection of what outright pace drivers have. Christoph Lange has just gone purple in Sector 1, but Gregor Burkhardt with a 1:51.313 holds on at the moment. And at the moment, it's Karen Gaillard, the number 85 for Proton Huber competition, the Iron Dames supported driver, is now... Well, the thing is, Christoph Lange had his outright fastest lap just deleted, drops him down to 5th, but he could be on for a good lap if this one works his way. So coming out of Galp, out of turn number 15, you go. It's a bit like Road America. You get this crest going over, then you've got this dip going in, and then you've got to turn the car in. So on the brakes, now start to turn the car in for Primera, carry the speed through, then into turn 2. It just gives you a real indication. Gregor Burkhardt again goes quickest of anybody, 1:50.367. We are about, well, looking at the fastest lap time set in free practice 4 by Dylan Yip, 1:45.339. Well, Dylan Yip has just gone top by well over a quarter of a second. It's changing all the time. Sebastian Pidou up to 3rd place now, 1.1 seconds off. But Dylan Yip looking to strike whilst the iron is hot, so to speak. Ethan Isher now up into P3. So Christoph Lange did a 1:50.905, but that lap time has unfortunately been scrubbed. And great to see people engaging with us in the chat on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Gerard Vecino saying, let's go, Karen. Yellow flags. Oh, a bit of it off there for Daniela von Balmus there. The number 14 has brought out the yellow flags. So that is going to basically mean don't overtake. Cars, there's a car in trouble out there on the circuit. But Daniela gets the car back, pointing in the right direction, back onto the circuit. But those tyres will be heavily affected by wet grass, possibly mud. And, well, Karen Gaillard now moves up into P6, 151.754. So drivers really starting to find their stride in the latter part of this 25-minute qualifying session. As Matteo Franco-Segre coming across the line, goes top, 149.666 for the Italian. Way down the order was the number 45, and then just fired a warning shot across the bow, as if to say, don't know, just to say, how can I surprise everybody? But then Dylan Yip, straight on cue, goes, well, you put that one down, watch this, 149.447. We are literally about 4 seconds away from his fastest lap time in free practice 4 yesterday evening. There's quite a lot of activity. We also, there's on the Porsche Sports Cup Suisse, there's also a 2-hour endurance race at selected rounds, including the opener here at Portimao. Of course, Sports Cup Suisse visited this circuit last year as round 4, and there was such positive feedback from the drivers that make up Sports Cup Suisse. They said, well, we want to bring our Porsches back here, and that's exactly what's happened. So the team behind the scenes at Porsche Sports Cup Suisse have and Karen Gaillard, that is a brilliant lap, nearly half a second quicker. And the number 85 from Proton Huber competition with just over a minute and a quarter to go puts it at 148.951. And now we've got a real battle between two young guns, Ethan Isher and Matteo Franco-Segre for P3. Can Dylan Yip respond to Karen Gaillard in the number 85? So the number 99 comes across the line. Matteo Franco-Segre responds with a 149.115, and Dylan Yip goes quicker by nearly 3/10, 148.673 for the 99, and he does it. And I'm not too sure if anyone's going to have an opportunity to respond, but Karen Gaillard will be told, Dylan's just gone quicker, go get him. And she's just responded with the overall fastest first sector in the session. Right place, right time for the number 85 at 33.653. 15 seconds away from the checkered flag. She's gone quicker in sector 2. It's a purple sector for the 85. 34.130. We could be looking at maybe a 148.5, maybe even lower than that. Checkered flag is out to conclude the session. So does Karen Gaillard have the response? A 148.951 was her last lap. So maybe she hit a little bit of traffic, but the checkered flag is going to be out for the session after 25 minutes. And Karen Gaillard, she went purple in sector 1, improved in sector 2. Gregor Burkhardt just gone purple sector 2. Karen Gaillard's going to cross the line, and she goes top of the timesheets by over 6/10. Wow! The 85 from Proton Huber competition has definitely fired the warning shot ahead of race 1. 148.045. Gregor Burkhardt from Sportec Racing goes up to P3. Emmanuel Quintieri in the number 15 is 4th at the moment, but that's going to change because Matteo Franco-Segre has just gone 3rd on a 148.752. The final few drivers will come across the line, but, well, that is absolutely spectacular. I mean, I was looking at the free practice times from yesterday, this morning, And more to the point, it was a case of, well, practice is one thing, qualifying something completely different. But the last few drivers will be heading through the circuit, some heading through turn number 9 as we speak. But what a way to kickstart the live stream here for round 1. There is your pole sitter for race 1 out of 2. The number 85 of Karen Gaillard with a 1:48.045. And she takes pole, and it's a Proton Huber competition front row. So Dylan Yip will be alongside her. But that is an absolutely mighty effort. She did personal bests in sectors 2 and 3. So you can actually get a really, really quick lap, but you don't necessarily have to go purple across the board to do it. And that lady there has just proved it in spades. So I think that's Giuseppe Barbati just in front Barbati's just gone into the pits. That's the, I think that's the number 15 car of Ermanno Quintieri. So, first qualifying session done and dusted here for Porsche Sports Cup Suisse here at Portimao. And it's Karen Gaillard, the number 85, that takes pole position for race 1 later on. We'll find out a little bit later who will be our pole sitter for race 2. That will be based on the second fastest lap set by the respective drivers. But Karen Gaillard puts the cat amongst the GT3 Cup pigeons here in Portimao. Dylan Yip and Matteo Franco Segura ran out your top 3. Very, very close. Very, very close. There were a multitude of drivers that could secure pole position, but it could only be one. Karen Gaillard for a Proton Huber competition takes pole position with a 1:48.045 ahead of teammate Dylan Yip, who finished in the championship last year down in, well, he finished a little bit further. I think it was P5 in the standings last year. Matteo Franco Segura takes P3 for DCV by Ombra Racing. Then it's the 2 Sportec teammates of Gregor Burkhardt and Ethan Ischer with Ermanno Quintieri for Omnia Racing on their debut. They're also racing in Porsche Carrera Cup Italia this year. Great work by Ermanno, rounding out the top 6, covered by just under 0.93 of a second. Matteo Beretta for DCV by Ombra Racing rounds out 7th ahead of Sebastian Pidou. Thomas Winkler, Christoph Lange and Peter Heglin round out your top 11 drivers, covered by 3.5 seconds. Prima Ghinzani Motorsports, Ilario Introna in 12th ahead of Jeremy Siffert, the grandson of Swiss F1 driver who unfortunately was taken from us in 1971. Jeremy Siffert in the number 54 rounds out his debut in this series in 13th ahead of Ernst Albert in the Blitzen, who is 14th. Christian Caramusia, Barbati, Marti, Schmidt and Van Bolmus round out the 19-strong grid. And those are your provisional results for race number 1. So with one qualifying session in the books, we are going to be heading to our Open GT class. So they too will have a 25-minute qualifying session, and then we'll close that off with regards to the GT4 CS. So that is the GT4 CS is the acronym for Clubsport. And that will see some of the drivers that are just either, they prefer the smaller cars, which are a bit more agile, a little bit more nimble, but don't have the top speed like the GT3 cars and the Open GT cars have. But they're still a lot of fun. They make a terrific noise from the exhaust, especially on downshift, as I found out watching. But we are going green for Open GT qualifying. So 23 drivers set to take part in this session. So 3 different classes. So we have classes 21, 23 and 24. So last year it was Marcelo Tomassoni, the first Brazilian outside of his native land to actually secure the first ever Brazilian to win a European Porsche title. Took the victory, took the title. Sebastian Schmidt in the PZ5 Scene outfit rounded out second. We've also got a few people returning for the series, like Joel Monegro from the Dominican Republic, Gurunath from India. We have Yuka Honkavori, amongst others. Detlef Schmidt from Switzerland. We've got Gualterio Branco, Nicola Sarcinelli, Marco Galassi. So quite a few other drivers. We've got representation from Germany. So Sebastian Schmidt, who was second in the series last year. Also, we have the state of Qatar represented, courtesy of Ahmed El Lamedi. Marcus Gratian from the UK, Nicholas Kaiser. We've got John Stremski from the USA, so we've got a truly international field. Also, one man who has returned this time now, going. He actually made an appearance as, I think, a guest driver in the GT3 Cup side of things. Roderick Christie, running with Dynamic Motorsports, and in that he's now running in Class 24. So Max Muchlechner, who is from Italy, running in the number 216 for PZ5 Scene Motorsports, is one of the first drivers out. Quite a few drivers now going out onto the 4.665 circuit. So again, they're going to be trying to get those tyres up to temp. And with that, through the sidewalls, that helps to heat the brake pads and discs on these cars. And I love some martini stripes on a Porsche, and that is the 299 of Roderick Christie. So Mitch Lechner has started to really pick up the pace. I mean, the good thing is the Open GT drivers will have seen how the track will have evolved with the GT3 Cup cars that have just been out on circuit. But no lap times recorded as of yet, so it's like the first couple of sort of, I think it's, you're seeking out what the conditions are doing, how the car is responding. Is it feeling a little bit tetchy in one of the corners? Mitch Lechner now is the first driver to cross the line, along with Class 24 competitor from Germany, Patrick Dinkeldein. So Mitch Lechner puts in a 153.655, Dinkeldein a 154.869. So we have another Brazilian on the grid, courtesy of Eric Santos in the 221. And again, it's just putting the feelers out, just seeing how the car responds to your respective inputs through corners, through braking, through throttle application. And these cars, in some respects, are not the easiest things to drive. They're quite brutal, they're quite raw, but you've got to have that kind of aggressive streak in you just to sort of grab it by the scruff of the rear wing and have it kicking and screaming. So I think Filippo Menotti in the 231, he has jumped down into pit lane. I could just hear a rumble of a 4-litre 6-cylinder engine rumble down pit road. So Philippe Menotti won the Class 23 division, driver for Ant Performance. And sometimes, in respect of different classes, there's a different kind of rhythm to how qualifying evolves over time. And some drivers will take a little bit longer to bed in, whereas others might get up to speed rather quickly. And I think it's also dependent on how the drivers are feeling in terms of feeling comfortable. So there was a brief onboard there with Patrick Dinkeldine, who's now coming through into Torre Vip at turn 5. And also, one of the good things we can see by the onboard is that rather than having to look in the rearview mirror, you see the screen just by the air pipe that's trying to bring cool air into the car to cool the driver down. Because these cockpits can be very warm. There's no sound deadening, there's no creature comforts. It's about brutal seat of the pants racing in Porsche competition. So you can see the rear view camera is pointing towards the rear wing of the car. This is a really good onboard. It's up the hill here. You just see the amount of input that Patrick Dinkeldine is putting in at the moment in the 250. As we're just under 2.5 minutes away from completing the opening 10 minutes of this session. So Patrick Dinkeldine is the fastest overall driver out there on a 151.597. And then we also do have a couple of drivers from Romania on the grid. Camille Alexandru Perian and Nicolae Tinescu. So Roderick Christie goes overall fastest in the opening sector. Now make that sector 2 as well for the 299. Philippe Wils, a very late entry to the series, coached by a man who's raced in quite a few Porsche championships, and also I've known this man for quite a few years, Glenn Van Parijs, multi-time DD2 champion in his own right, but also a man that has raced Porsches, including Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, quite a few years. But he's had a chat with him yesterday, just after before the driver's briefing. He said, "I'm concentrating a bit more on driver coaching, but I'm still going to do races like 24 Hours of Zolder, which is not too far from where he actually resides in Belgium." Roderick Christie, fastest overall of anybody at the moment in the 299, 146.848 at the minute. There's Dominique Bastien in the number 280, representing the USA. Currently running P5 at the moment in the session. So quite a few more international nationalities. Well, Dominique Bastien, looks like there's a... I mean, sometimes one of the things that you will see on the B pillars of these cars is the national flag of the driver. Just behind Dominique, I think, was the 260, Marco Galassi, the Italian. And Galassi running with Malucelli Motorsport. And 15 minutes still remain on the timer. As I said, a bit of a different rhythm, but 20 out of the 23 drivers have already set lap times. Nicholas Kaiser, the 225, has gone up the order as some tyre pressure is being checked here on Patrick Dinkeldine's vehicle. It's the right rear. And communication going on between engineer and driver. So Joel Monegro has just had a lap deleted. Sebastian Schmidt there from Germany, the 203. his way down towards turn 5. So a lot of elevation changes here at Portimao. As I said, it follows the local, the topography of the local countryside, and there's it's a wonderful place here in the Algarve. I mean, we're not too far from when it's sunny, and there was some sunshine yesterday when myself and Luke Austin from Alpha Live, we made our way from the airport of Faro over here. We saw some bright sunshine, and yeah, I mean, the good thing was it was conducive to the track evolving over the course of the session, as the 217 from the Romanian pairing of Perian and Tinescu goes up to P3 on a 147.955. Massimo Froio currently in P7, the 205 from Italy, running with DCV by Ombro Racing. And we go on board with the 203 from Germany, Sebastian Schmidt, another driver that prefers to have the track map on the steering wheel, on the centre boss of it. Again, with some of these corners, you just need to gently turn the steering wheel by fractions. Coming into a corner, and he's just about to come across the start-finish line. Goes up to P3, 147.836. And Philip Ville's currently running P2 at the moment, but it's Roger Christie who's put the fastest lap of the qualifying session as we're hitting half-time at the moment, 145.051. So it's Christie from Ville's, Stefan Heim in the 291. Philippe Menotti running this time in the same class as last year, class 23. Sebastian Schmidt, Gualterio Branco next up. And good showing by the number 222 from the state of Qatar, Ahmed Al-Amedi, 148.035. Also, the Qatar Motor and Motorcycle Federation have a very, very strong crew that runs in the Creventic series. Happen to know one of the people very high up in the management, Amro Al-Hamad, who had the opportunity to test that multi-endurance time race-winning vehicle. But the times are changing once again. Stefan Heim goes fastest overall in Sector 2. That was before Roger Christie bettered that time by over 4/10. So Roger Christie doing a stellar job at the front end of the field. Purple across the board, Sectors 1 and 2 for the 299. The only car that has yet to come out of pit lane is Gurunath from India, who finished P6 on 102 points. So very, very close between 2nd to 6th. Last year, covered by, well, funny enough, someone else who raced in this series, Vicky Piria, if you might know. And she was running with Enrico Fulgenzi Racing. She competed at Imola and Mugello and got 101 points. Well, Roger Christie is continuing to really, really turn up the wick on his car. 143.917. And going through into Primero once again is Marco Galassi, currently running P14 at the moment. Nicolas Sassinelli goes up to P10 on a 148.322. John Monegro now 11th, ahead of Dominic Bastien and John Jastrzemski. Up to 13th, Marco Galassi and Alexander Walker round out your top 15 overall. And Marcus Gratian from the United Kingdom, 223, now jumps up the order significantly and goes up to P9. Running in the entry, the 223, the PTE operated by Manthey entry. Of course, Manthey Racing, if you know your Porsche history, you know about Manthey. A stalwart within GT3 car preparation and competition. As further change at the sharper end. Sebastian Schmidt comes into the pits, currently running P5 at the moment. Patrick Dinkeldine now goes up to 6th on that effort, 1:47.682. And looking at it from this perspective, we had, over the 4 sessions, we had we had either 3 different fastest drivers or one which was a pairing, because Sebastian Schmidt will be partnering Sandro Kaibach in the endurance race later on, which does not have any implications for the championship. It's, I think it's probably a way in sort of maybe the drivers having, to let off a little bit of steam and have a bit of proper endurance racing, which is always good to see. But we're just covering the 6 sprint races. These are the ones that are really, really important for these drivers because they involve points. Variation goes up into P6, so good effort there by the Brit. And then I think he's just had that lap. Yes, he's just had that lap time deleted. Ahmad Al-Mehdi, just from Qatar, goes up to P5 on that effort, 1:47.134. As we head into the final 8 minutes of this 25-minute qualifying session. Still GT4 Clubsport left to go for qualifying, and then we'll be getting underway with the racing here at Portimao. It is going to be interesting to see what factor the weather plays into this. But until we see that weather make its impact, until that point, anything's possible. Coming up to the last 6.5 minutes of this qualifying session for Open GT, and Roderick Christie has now got a little bit of competition. Filippo Menotti now is getting quicker and quicker as the session evolves, and there he is in the number 231. He's going to fire it through and still keeps 2 wheels within the track limits, so you can just see that you can. This is one of the things that the drivers were informed by our race director yesterday, that if you have 2 wheels on the curb, you've got to have the 2 inside wheels of where that curb is placed within the track limits. And that was a perfect example going through turn 9. You want to try and carry as much momentum as you can through that corner, but then line yourself up nicely for the double right at 10 and 11 before you go back down the hill through 12 and 13. So it's all about putting the lap together. Now, Filippo Menotti did do a personal best in the opening sector, sector 2. No improvement there, but Philip will cross the line and puts in his best effort so far. Goes to within 5.5 tenths of a second of Roderick Christie. Now, that was a 1:44.429. Let's see, can the Swiss driver for Ant Performance do anything to try and knock Roderick Christie off the top spot? There is the man himself. Speak of him and he doth appear, as they say, coming through Torre Vip at turn 5 into turn 6 and 7, and the right-hander at Samsung at turn 8. João Monegro goes up into 9th, head of Guardaterio Branco. Herdig Helmut, I think it's now from Austria, now is just going out of pit lane. So some drivers might come into the end of the session, or towards the end of the session, and see how the track might come their way. do they drop tyre pressures? I mean, colder conditions hitting, you know, colder air temperatures hitting tyres. I mean, they're made out of rubber or a specific compound, and those tyres will shrink as they get colder. As soon as you bring hot, warm or warmer air, as in air and track temperature, those tyres expand and thereby give you the purchase to run at the circuit. So still with 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go. No surprise about Gurunath, who was confirmed to race this weekend, but has not turned a corner around this 4.665 kilometre circuit here at Portimao. As Branco goes up to P6, best effort so far for the number 274 for Monacelli Motorsport. There he is. Oh, he spun it. Oh, just as we go on camera, Branco has the back end step out on the left hand side, spins the car around. He's got to wait for the rejoin and make sure that he does so. Had just gone up to 6th place on that effort, and was actually improving across the lap. Did a personal best, and another moment here, this time for the 205, Massimo Froio. So the big question is, well, that's a Samsung at turn 8. And the car just going through out of turn 8, had a little bit of a wiggle. So whether those clouds that have just been sitting up there might be making their play towards what's going to happen now. 2 minutes of the session remaining. And Philippe Vils from Belgium in the 219. I think, well, it's either Philippe or Dominique Bastien that has come into pit lane. As Roderick Christie has decided, well, I'm going to call time on today. I'm going to get myself ready for the first Open GT race, which is due at about 11:47 local time. So if you're watching from continental Europe, you're an hour ahead of us. But Minotti, half a second behind Roderick Christie, as John Monegro currently showing in 10th, might have just come down pit lane. So time is fast running out for everybody in this session, as we've had improvements. 11th and 12th have just been nigh on secured by Marcus Gratian and Nicholas Kaiser from the UK and Germany respectively. So they read out the top 12. And there is one car sitting stationary. Now, can't make out that number at the minute. I'm wondering who has stopped out on track. I think it might be the 217. The 217, so that could be prompting maybe a recovery. Stefan Heim gets passed by Patrick Dinkeldine in terms of the lap times itself. Class 23 and Class 24. Between them, I think pretty much have sewn things up. Checkered flag is out for the session after 25 minutes. Tiero Branco takes 6th place. Nicolas Sassinelli, 16th. Massimo Froio rounds out the top 15 in the 205. There is one car that might give us our possible first delay of the morning. So the checkered flag is out. Roderick Christie takes the session with a 1:43.917 after 25 minutes. Yeah, there still might be a couple of drivers out there. Sebastian Schmidt showing as 9th at the moment, had broken the timing beam in sector number 1. Some of the cars now venturing their way down pit lane, some still crossing the line, which could be quite a few. Stefan Heim goes P3, dropping Dinkeldine down to 4th. So Dinkeldine, Schmidt, Santos, Guranath's name taken off of the timesheets, but Roderick Christie is your fastest driver overall through classes 21 to 23 to 24. With that, by nearly just over half a second, ahead of Philippe Minotti, Stefan Heim, Patrick Dinkeldine, and Philippe Wheels rounding out the top 5. Gualtiero Branco, Maximilian Schlechner, Ahmad Alamedi, Sebastian Schmidt, and Joel Monegro round out your top 10. Ahead of Marcus Gratian, Nicholas Kaiser with Tinescu Imperian, the driver for RO1 Racing, rounding out 13th. Burdick Helmut, Massimo Froio, Nicolas Sarcinelli rounding out the top 16, with Alexander Walker, Marco Galassi, Dominic Bestia, Eric Santos, John Jastrzemski, and Detlef Schmidt rounding out your 22 drivers that were out for qualifying here today for Open GT. The results are provisional, pending sporting and technical matters post each session, but we have one more qualifying session to go here at Portimao, and it's going to be GT4 Clubsport. Okay, so we do have our first delay of the meeting, as there is the recovery team there on site with the driver who we just saw broken down. So there is a red flag around the circuit here at Portimao. So qualifying will be slightly delayed here for our GT4 Clubsport drivers, piloting the 718 Cayman GT4 itself, the CS or Clubsport variety. Wonderful little car. Well, I wouldn't call it little, it's rather noisy. But the good thing is that you get some really, really good young talents going into this class. So recovery is currently underway for the vehicle that is stuck out on circuit. Right, so I just caught the end of a number. It might be possibly 205 or 215. There are your GT4 Clubsport drivers that will be heading out onto the circuit very, very shortly. So they are all ready for their 25-minute qualifying session. So a lot of activity down in pit lane, of course. We'll be gearing up after this one for our first grid walk of the meeting, just before we get things underway. So red flag still at the end of pit lane, so the drivers know that they cannot go out on circuit. 8 drivers will be heading out onto the track here at Portimao. So it's Thomas Guedes from Portugal for Autolando that took the victory in the Class 10 category for 718 Cayman GT4 RS Clubsport. Remo Stäbler was last year's runner-up with a total of 272 points. And along with Andreas Heiniger for AMAG First Rennsport, were the only 3 drivers that actually completed a full campaign. So a very, so to speak. So there they are. You can see on the side of the 105, Guillaume Chatelain, a little bit of rubber pickup on the side skirt. And then Andreas Heiniger there in the number 109. And just in front of there is the 106 of Thomas Bucher. And then the 101 of Patrick Shetty. So we do have, as I said, a little bit of a delay, but that's part and part of motorsport, folks, whereby you can sometimes patience is a virtue, so to speak. But yeah, they're going to have to put it on the back of a low loader, so it's going to take a little bit more time, and there's a little bit more patience for our GT4 Clubsport drivers to head out onto the circuit here at Portimao. So the car itself has a naturally aspirated six-cylinder boxer engine, mid-engined, and has the 7-speed PDK transmission. Weighs around about 1,330 kilos, and performance is about 500 horsepower, or 500 horsepower itself, or PS, for those knowing the German vernacular on that, Pferdestärke. So, but the PDK transmission, Porsche, renowned for. I've had the opportunity myself personally to drive the odd occasional PDK transmission, and it is really, really good. It's basically a double clutch gearbox, and here you can see the cars just lined up in a row, just waiting for their opportunity. And well, these cars rev up to 9,000 RPM. So the shock absorbers, which are two-way directional, they're optimized to compensate for, you know, any sort of uneven surface. And as we see, it is the 215. I was waiting for the number to show up, and it is the 215 that has ended up being the car that has been lifted on the low loader. Big thank you to the recovery team here at the circuit. So 215 was Alexander Walker for the Porsche Basel Racing team. So once that car has been brought into pit lane, I would imagine there's some kind of technical issue with the car, whether it be drivetrain, electronics, or otherwise related. And we also have to say a big thank you to the circuit and their team at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve in Portimao. It's about an hour and a bit's drive away from Faro Airport. So the 215 is now being brought back to pit lane, so hopefully once that car is off the low loader back to its team in the garage, then we will release the GT4 cars. That is going to be a little bit of a slightly longer wait because the recovery vehicle, it's going to use one of the respective shortcuts through the circuit, so off of Torre Vip at turn 5 and then use one of the access roads, so effectively that'll help to clear the track. Green flag for GT4 qualifying here at Portimao for the first round of the season. And everyone straight away wastes no time, there's no hesitation of getting out onto the 4.665 kilometre 15 turn circuit, so 6 corners to the left, 9 to the right. It has hosted quite a lot of competition, such as the Portuguese Grand Prix back in 2020 and 2021, World Endurance Championship, TCR World Tour, FIA GT, GT2 European Series, amongst others. But it's not the first time this winter, during the winter period, stroke spring, that Porsche competition has ventured here. So, one driver that I don't think has gone out yet is Elia Papacena for the AMAG First Hensport crew, just 17 years of age, 3-time Italian national karting champion, has won titles in Switzerland. I've known Elia for quite a few years, so he's another driver that has moved up from karting into GT4s. And he's the other driver that is being kindly assisted to develop into hopefully one day becoming a professional racing driver. That's his goal. I had a chat with him just before free practice 4 last night, and he just said, yeah, the dream is to be a pro, and he feels really, really comfortable with the team. Elia was also quite quick in 3 of the 4 sessions, topped the times yesterday in free practice 3 and 4. Jovacek and Patrick Shetty, they both were fastest in free practice 2 and 1 respectively, but it was Papacena that set the fastest lap time of anybody, 1:49.722. There's going to be a lot more in terms of lap times. There'll still be that odd occasional time when the driver's going to need to weave from side to side, backwards and forward, side to side on those sidewalls of these tyres, because that is where the heat is really generated. As soon as you can get it through the tread pattern or non-tread pattern, when we're talking about slick tyres, not wets, and it goes through the sidewalls, goes through the main carcass of the tyre, then that heat permeates through the alloy wheels that the tyres are put on, and then also the braking systems underneath. So as soon as those brakes are up to temperature, then the car feels very, very happy to run about the circuit. So waiting for the first couple of lap times to come in. Patrick Shetty in the number 101 is looking to set the initial benchmark. We're only 4 minutes into the session. Of course, the session slightly delayed by about 5 or so minutes just because of the recovery that just had to be effected. But the drivers will still get their full 25 minutes around the circuit. So Shetty goes in, first benchmark put in 1:51.129. Remo Stäbler puts in a 1:52.493. Andreas Hanniger Goes in with a 155.477, 4 100ths ahead of Thomas Bucher, Marc Lorbeer, Guillaume Chatelain, Jovasek. Now, I'm wondering if there is a possible issue with Elia Papacena's car down in the garage. Now, it was running really, really well at that point. So, yeah, for those wondering, it's going to be the car number 107 that is the one that hasn't gone out on track. So I'm not too sure whether it's a if there's an issue that the team is having to try and see if they can get Elliott out on track. They may be finally, there we go, right. So the car was still in the garage at that point. As there is the recovery truck coming down the pit lane. So Papacena now leaves the pit lane and will be at a slight disadvantage. So he's going to be doing the entirety of the season. Now, for those wondering, yes, he has got an Italian name. Mother and father are from Italy. Elliott born and raised and lives currently in Switzerland as well. So it was quite funny talking to him yesterday. He said, actually, my German's better than my Italian. So times now starting to improve. Guillaume Chatelain now goes up to P3, 151.377. Caught about a quarter of a second behind Patrick Shetty in the 101. Remo Stebler leads the way, 149.970. So already the 104 has put in a lap time that would put him effectively second in free practice 3 yesterday. So the track is starting to evolve, and Stibler has found the best purchase around the track at the minute as it consistently increases in grip, and also how confident that driver feels behind the wheel. If there's always going to be different driving styles in every single category of motorsport, no matter where you go. And the big thing is that Remo Stebler is the first one to really, really adapt to this circuit. And you can see now this is coming out of, I think, well, it's going down the hill into, I think that's going out of Galp, so coming down out of Sagres, and you get that real sense of just pushing the limit there. And that car that just came across, well, you've got Remo Stebler that I think has just come across the line, 150.040, 7 100ths off of the fastest lap time set by the driver just a moment ago. Andreas Heiniger is now in 5th place. Guillaume Chatelain and Jovasek now go up into P3, P4 respectively. As Elia Papacena starts to weave from side to side down the start-finish straight, now throws the car into T1 at Primera. So could have an opportunity getting the route now. Jovasek might have either wiped the mirrors because there was possibly spray on the windscreen, or it hasn't come to fruition yet about the weather. Of course, there's clouds overhead. I think the last time I checked we were about 16 degrees Celsius approximately, give or take. I think last night was, well, yesterday evening and last night it was around about 17 to 19 degrees. We're running aboard with Elia Papacena at the moment in the 107. This is going to be through into the right-hander at turn 7. You avoid the sausage curbs on the right-hand side. Now through turn 8 here at Samsung. And now it's the run up the hill through Craig Jones at turn 9 into turns 10 and 11 at Portimao, and Papagena goes down the hill through the left-hander at turn 12, up a slight incline into number 13. And he said that every single time he was getting round every single lap, he was having more and more confidence. Let's see what his first lap time is going to be, because the top time at the moment by Stiebler, 1:49.724. Papagena comes down the hill through Galp at turn number 15. And will very shortly cross the line. And goes 5th on his first effort, 1:52.470. So not that far away from Remo Stiebler in the 1:04. So some time to find. There's 14 minutes plus change for him to do so. The 175 has just had a spin. Jovazek from Germany. As the 170, that's Mark Lorbia. Running with the Peter Ting Sports Bike Up to Race outfit. Now goes up over the crest, through out of turn 8 at Samsung. So coming up to nearly halfway through this session. So Jovazek goes down the hill in towards turn 12 and then up the incline through into 13 before heading up towards Sagres at turn 14 at the top of the hill. So a left, and then a right, so then obviously going through Galp at high acceleration speeds. There's Patrick Shetty, currently still sitting in P3 at the moment, but could look to improve. Personal best for the Swiss driver in the opening sector of the lap. Currently 1.5 seconds approximately off of pole position. Again improves in sector number 2. Nearly got a little bit off track coming out of turn number 11. The car starting to fight at the front end as he slams down the brakes, slams down the anchors so the nose on the car dips and hopefully helps to rotate that vehicle round a corner. And the 101 once again comes through the final turn at Galp at turn 15. Over the crest, onto the start-finish straight. As Papagena on his second lap in qualifying goes top by over 0.62 of a second. Elia Papagena, the 17-year-old, puts in a 1:49.097. Oh, and we've got Jovazek by the side of the road. That looks to be on the run down to Torivip at turn 5. As he got the car going, there was a little bit of movement there, trying to get the car back out on track. Oh, now, that has got possible rear end damage. There is smoke billowing from the back end of the car, pulls it to the right-hand side. Great, good idea using the runoff area by the gravel, and is going to park it. So, Jovazek, that is... there was smoke billowing, I think more predominantly from the right rear of the car. The front has taken a bit of a battering on the right-hand side, just by the air intake, just above the front splitter. So, that just goes to show how quickly that if you if you think you're pushing hard enough and then the car snaps on you like that, it may have just been an indication, a sign that you've just pushed that little bit too hard. So Jovazek's qualifying session is at an end, and the team are going to have to work to get that car back and ready for the first GT4 Clubsport race, which will take us into the lunch break here at Portimao. So Papacena, last lap around at 1:48.742. He's put nearly a second between himself and Remo Stäbler in the battle for pole position. Always known Elliot to be a hard charger in qualifying, and that is clearly coming true in his Porsche Sports Cup Suisse debut. That's Guillaume Chatelain in the 105. Puts in a personal best. Well, it's a real shame for Jovazek competing for pole position in race 2. So whoever's got the quickest second fastest lap out there is the one that's going to stick it on pole for the 25-minute plus an additional lap race, which will bring us to the end. Bastian Salo saying, is Karen done? Yes, she's put it on pole for both. Bastian Salo saying, is Karen done? Yes, she's put it on pole for both race 1 and race 2. So Paola Garavaglia, yes, the first. And Chatelain all are out at the minute. I think with Patrick Shetty as well. So still an opportunity for drivers maybe to increase their... But with 4 minutes to go, there could still be an interesting dynamic in the offing here. But no one seems to be improving on sector times at the minute. So Papacena looks very, very comfortable with nearly a second of advantage over Stäbler. It doesn't stop people from trying. There's the 101 of Patrick Shetty, still trying to put the laps in. I think maybe uses as a little bit of a test session, so to speak. But that ultimately depends on, is the track going to stay like it is? Because those clouds have been threatening. So, now, well, Shetty's last lap was deleted due to track limits, but was not the quickest lap that the 101 has set in the session so far, which is a 1:50.623. And on that particular occasion, Patrick Shetty, no improvement on sector number 2 at 42.060, so not on pace that we saw earlier on. Elia Papacena put in the fastest overall first, second and third sectors. Did a 34.675 in sector number 2. So 90 seconds on the timer remains. And Elia Papacena still is very much on course. I think we might be coming to the end of the session with the drivers. 5 out of the 8 have already made it into pit lane and have decided to conclude their session early. As Mark Lorbia just pulls down pit lane, that makes it 5 drivers. So things have come to a little bit of silence here at Portimao, but the timer is still running here for GT4 Clubsport qualifying. But Elia Papacena looks to be very much hot to trot, so to speak, with a 1:48.742. Raymond Stebler, Patrick Shetty, Guillaume Chatelain running out your top 4 as things stand. And, well, looks like that is going to conclude the session. Pretty much every driver, apart from Jovasek, whose car is going to need to be recovered. That's it. The session is over. And on debut, Elia Papacena takes pole position for his first ever adventure into GT4 racing following a few years in the world of karting. And puts in a 1:48.742. Nearly a second ahead of Raymond Stebler with Patrick Shetty, Guillaume Chatelain, Thomas Bucher rounding out your top 5. Andreas Heiniger, Mark Lorbia and Jovasek all setting lap times, but unfortunately Jovasek's car now needing to be recovered just off of turn 5 at Torrevip after sustaining damage from what looks like they may have had a moment in the car and it's hit the barriers. So what we're going to do, we're going to be right back, folks, in a few minutes time as it's time to go ready for race. Get ready to go racing for Porsche Sports Cup Suisse round 1. Up first, in a few minutes' time, it's race 1, GT3 Cup. Welcome down to pit lane here at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. Look at these beauties. This is a wonderful sight to see. They're starting to fire up the 4-litre, 6-cylinder, 510 brake horsepower cars, 6-speed sequential gearbox, mated to paddle shift, revving to an almighty screaming 8,400 RPM. Have to give a shout out to a good friend of mine, Andrea Giustini. I know you're watching, my friend. He's part of the Omnia team, part of the communication strategy for them. Have to give a shout out to Armando Quintieri in the number 15. He's going to start now. He was 6th. He now starts from the inside of row number 3. The reason being, 5 drivers have decided to go with Joker tyres. That gives them a 3-place grid penalty. And you know, you look at the cars themselves. The wonderful thing about Porsche is there's so much in terms of the liveries and how the teams really present these cars. But of course, underneath my feet here in the pit lane, I feel it's very, very much dry. They're actually just bringing, funny enough, we've got Jova Zek's car from the Caymans. I'm just going to give you all a little bit of an ASMR moment as they rev them up and go out of pit lane. So that was a little bit of GT3 Cup ASMR. Jova Zek's car, look, front end damage to the right front, right rear as well. So the team there at Centre Porsche Ticino are going to have to repair that car within the next hour or so to get that thing ready to be on the grid. But you know what? Porsche Sports Cup Suisse. Jetzt geht's los. First race, GT3 Cup, 30 minutes plus an additional lap. Anything can happen with the clouds. They are patchy, they are grey, they are dark in certain places. Who knows if the rain is inbound, and maybe that could change strategy for our first race. See you very shortly. is the number 8 car, and performance is Daniel Schmidt. Starts 18th. As I said earlier on, some wonderful colours. Giuseppe Barbati there in the number 38. And Andreas Marti in the number 29 and performance car. Lining up on the grid. As they say, it is the calm before the storm. You wonder what the driver's thinking. A little bit of a smile from behind the race helmet there from Andreas. So 3-minute board has just been shown, and then we'll get them underway in the next couple of minutes. Car number 9, Ernst Albert in the Bitzen. One of the 5 drivers taking Joker tyres, meaning a 3-place penalty. There's the number 32. Anna Muskia running with the Omni Racing crew. The technical partner being Prima Ghinzani Motorsport. So a lot of people that have been a part of this series. This series has been in operation for well over three decades, having had a chat with Scharfella late yesterday afternoon. Nice to see that everyone's in good spirits and really have been chopping the bit to go back racing. And it was great to see the briefing room really heavily packed yesterday afternoon at 2 o'clock. And Christoph Lange, number 7 from Germany, was very much in there. So they're going to clear the grid. 1-minute board has been shown as we are primed and ready to go racing. The engines have been fired up. So let's take you through the grid for the first race of 2025 for Porsche Sports Cup Suisse. Karen Gaillard leads the field from the front row on pole position. Dylan Yip, her teammate, will be lining up alongside Matteo Franco Segre, and Ethan Ischer, the youngster from Switzerland, will be rounding out row 2. Ermanno Quintieri for Omni Racing starts on the inside of row 5 and will be joined by DCV by Umbro Racing's Matteo Beretta. Gregor Burkhardt from Sportec Racing will have Fach Autotech's Thomas Winkler alongside on row number 4. Completing your top 10 will be Ilario Introna from Prima Ghinzani Motorsport, and the grandson of Joe Siffert, Jeremy Siffert, lines up on 10th position, completing your top 10. Sebastian Pidou, Christoph Lange round out row 6. Peter Heglin and Christian Karamuskia round out row number 7. Ernst Albert in the Bitzen and Giuseppe Barbati round out row number 8. And then we go to the final 3 competitors on the grid. Andreas Marti for Ant Performance, his teammate Daniel Schmidt, and Daniel van Balmus from Porsche Basel Racing Team, completing your 19 strong competitors. The leading vehicle being a Porsche 718 Cayman GT4. So qualifying, it was times for show. Pole sitter will have gotten 3 points towards their seasonal tally for the series, but now it's time to go for victory. Look at how black and how dark those clouds are behind as they are making their way around the circuit, now through into Torre Vip. So it was an one of the things I love about qualifying is you see the drivers absolutely put pedal to the metal and just go for it. And that's the whole point. Now it's about using your savoir-faire, your racecraft. And also it's about the performance of not just the driver, but the team behind the scenes, the unsung heroes, the mechanics that work on the cars, the data, the data people, the engineers, all the people that are involved with this have so much love for this sport. But it is going to be 30 minutes plus an additional lap. It will be an Indianapolis-style rolling start. Side by side, the front row will have to maintain a consistent pace. Finish line is just over the crest coming out of Galp. The start line is a little bit further along. And the drivers were told about this. Obviously, they'll have raced the circuit before if they were here last year for round 4 out of 6. But the run to the line, if it's thousandths of a second, and there we see in the background there the Porsche Panamera emblazoned in its safety car livery. So if we do have a safety car intervention, that will be the vehicle that will pick up the leader. But now it is time for the drivers to really get themselves steeled and ready. The assist vehicle at the back, the Mercedes, as now they start weaving from side to side as we are set and ready to go green here for race 1, round 1, Porsche Sports Cup Suisse 2025 here in deep southern Portugal in the Algarve at Portimao. What a fantastic circuit to kickstart this new season. A track the drivers love and was voted in to the calendar because they all wanted to come back. Leading car peels into pit lane. It's Gaillard and Yip on the front row. So 30 minutes plus an additional lap. Red lights on the gantry. They cannot overtake until the green lights show up. Green lights. We're underway here for 2025. Yip gets the jump on Gaillard going down into turn number 1 at Portimao. And sweeping to the outside, Ethan Isher going high, wide and handsome around the outside. Isher takes the lead. And it's 3-4 wide going into turn 2. And Segre nearly bumps into the side of Gaillard going into 3 at Lagos. Gets the inside line. Dylan Yip now P2. And changes have been afoot. Dylan Yip got the jump. But Ethan Isher, the 18-year-old from Switzerland, got the jump on everybody. Threw it round the outside, and it's side by side for third and fourth into Torre Vip. Segre getting through. Gaillard now trying to get back into 4th position. As the field makes their way through up turn 6 for the first time. Start is under investigation, as per race control messages. But 29 minutes plus an additional lap. Well, we had fireworks, and the biggest firework of all was one of those ones that you send up into the sky and it explodes all over the place. That was sent by the number 21 of Sportec Racing's Ethan Isher. They go down the hill for the first time into turn number 13. And Matteo Franco Segre goes purple. It's Dylan Yip. Oh, and a lock-up going into, well, who's on the comeback trail, as I think that was Matteo Franco Segre locking up the brakes. And that is Karen Gaillard right behind in the 85. The Iron Dames supported driver, running also in Porsche Carrera Cup France this year. So we come round Galp, turn 15 to complete the opening lap. Ethan Isher from 4th on the grid now leads the way. Dylan Yip in hot pursuit, the man from Hong Kong. Matteo Franco Segre. And then it's Karen Gaillard who's flashing the headlights at the moment. Gregor Burkhardt now in 5th. Matteo Beretta, Sebastian Pidou, Thomas Winkler, Emmanuel Quintieri. Unfortunately, the Italian drops from 5th in the early stages down to 9th. Ilario Introna rounds out your top 10 at the moment. But Segre having to be very, very careful. Gaillard is absolutely chomping at the bit, waiting for her chance to bounce through on the inside, or maybe even throw it around the outside. You never know, but at the moment she's not close enough. Yip closing in to Isher. Isher sets the overall fastest first sector. Gaillard now really puts the hammer down. Coming out of Torre Vip here at turn number 5. Matteo Beretta closing in on Gregor Burkhardt. And Burkhardt holding on to 5th place at the moment. But Gaillard is not wanting to wait around. She wants to be back at the lead of this field as they go up the hill again through turn 8 at Samsung. Now in towards the sweeping downhill, uphill left-hander very shortly. And they come through that into turns 10 and 11 at Portimao. And it's only going to be a matter of time. We run on board with our race leader, Sportec's very own Ethan Isher, number 21. Once again, you can just see how much work is required behind the wheel because he's being hounded. He's absolutely being hounded by Dylan Yip as they come down the hill once again. They've got to be very, very careful at the moment. Daniel van Bolmus has moved up 2 places in the meantime. Giuseppe Barabati up to 14th. But Ethan Isher leads Dylan Yip now by half a second. Karen Gaillard is closing in. Look at the rate of closing from Karen Gaillard. Is she going to put a move on Matteo Franco Segre? Is she going to stick her nose up the inside? She loses the back end. Contact with the right rear of Matteo Franco Segre, and the pair are out of the race. And it was just one moment that Karen Gaillard decided to throw it up the inside. She's having to wait for the entire field, but that could be if not a full course yellow, maybe even the safety car might need to be called here. Karen Gaillard, however, has gotten going. Segre's beached in the gravel off of Primera. In the meantime, back at the front end of the field, Dylan Yip leading the way. Ethan Isher still holding on, but the gap is next to nothing. It's not even a car's length between the pair, as the man from Hong Kong with Proton Huber competition ran with Sportec last time around, last year, but he's found his feet here at Proton Huber, and Isher's got to defend like an absolute stalwart right now. But a big moment there, real shame for Matteo Franco Segre and Karen Gaillard. Unfortunately, sometimes being a little bit over-eager to get the move done can cost you, and it cost the pair of them. So 25 minutes out of the 30 still to go, and Isher is trying to put on a defence. Yip is trying to do everything in his power, while Segre's not going anywhere. That car is beached. That is going to need to be pulled out, and we got that is going to be more than likely safety car deployed. Safety car deployed. Just over 5 minutes completed, and that is for Matteo Franco Segre. I haven't seen now. With regards to Karen Gaillard, the last time, well, she was showing up on our timing, she was showing 4th, but the Porsche Panamera safety car will pick up Ethan Isher. So it now neutralises the race, closes everyone back up together, and it will be a single file restart next time around. So that is why we have a safety car. And that is because Matteo Franco Segre in the number 45, after contact through a mistake by Karen Gaillard. It's not the easiest thing to talk about when a driver who did so well in qualifying makes a mistake like that. And let's have a look at the replay of the incident that just happened between Gaillard and Segre through into turn 1. So the closing rate of speed, you now see that Gaillard's sizing up the move. She dives to the inside, loses the back end, it spits it out to the right. Her front contacts the right rear of Segre, which means possibly broken suspension, possible upright, and also a very, very flat right rear Michelin tyre. So that means that we will be down to 18 runners and riders. Now, Karen Gaillard is still running. How badly damaged her Porsche GT3 Cup car is anyone's guess, but it was a significant hefty whack on the front end. Now, the cooling systems for these cars are actually based just behind the front bumper. So you would have like intercooler radiator, possibly coolant pipes. There is Karen Gaillard at the back end of the field. So we are under safety car conditions here for race 1, GT3 Cup 2025, Porsche Sports Cup Suisse. And a big thank you to everyone that's joined us on the live stream. We really appreciate you being with us. So 18 drivers out of 19 continue to run. So this will be quite crucial on the restart. Well, there we see the damage on Karen Gaillard's car. That front bumper is a complete mess, but she, as long as the engine and coolant temperatures are fine, and she'll be reporting back to the garage saying, okay. Nesh on track, unfortunately, no, we're under safety car conditions at the moment, so the timer will continue to tick down at this moment in time. So it just depends on when we go back to green flag racing, how soon the recovery team get Matteo Franco Segre's car out of the gravel at turn 1. But this really means that Dylan Yip has the opportunity to steamroll his way past Ethan Isher on the restart. So it's a case of, well, the safety car lights are still on, so we will be going around for another tour until we get the notification from race control safety car in this lap, and that the lights will then be extinguished on the top of the Porsche Panamera safety car. So, incident involving cars 45 and 85 in turn 1 under investigation. And, well, Karen Gaillard is keeping to the right-hand side of the circuit, maybe just to give the biggest amount of cooling properties to her Porsche 992 GT3 Cup car. So let's have a look at a replay of the start as we're still under safety car conditions. So they were waiting, they were told in the briefing, and look at the launch that we get from Dylan Yip. But it's the man behind him, Ethan Isher, switches to the outside, and this is one of the bravest moves you could do at this circuit, and they go full wide behind him. He just absolutely throws it with complete conviction. And that is why you get a youngster like that in a car like this, magic happens. And Ethan Isher has definitely obliged in this opening race. And that's why he's in the race lead. And still, even though the temperatures are going to be a little bit colder, we're a third of the way through the race, still under safety car conditions, that now these drivers will have to keep those tyres very, very warm. And there is the number 45 car being put onto the trailer. So Matteo Francosegra, I'm sure, is not a very happy individual after what just transpired. But there is still another opportunity later on, which will be the 25-minute sprint race. And you hate to see things like that happen, but it is part and parcel of racing that accidents do happen. And the drivers know what they get into, because they do know that motorsport is dangerous. A big thank you to the marshalling team, the men and women in orange that are around the circuit manning the posts, and also the recovery team here as well. Safety car lights are still on. So, 19 minutes still remaining. Your top 10 is as follows. Ethan Isher leads the way ahead of Dylan Yip. Gregor Burkhardt up to P3 ahead of Matteo Beretta. Sebastian Pidou, Thomas Winkler, Ermano Quintieri, Ilario Introna, Peter Heglin and Jeremy Siffert round out your top 10 so far. But now, the next thing that these drivers have to contend with, especially with those that haven't done a proper full safety car restart in these kind of cars, this is where you really, really understand about how brutal these cars are to drive, because it's you and machine against not just the stopwatch, not just the track underneath you, but more importantly, your opponents that are right behind you, or maybe even right in front of you. So Dylan Yip has got to get the launch and got to get the jump on Ethan Isher. So once we go back out of safety car conditions, we go back to green flag racing, then it is game on. And obviously, depending on how much longer it is going to be that we're under safety car conditions, depends on how much more desperate drivers get making moves. Because there's always that sense of urgency where you know that I need to make this pass to get up to whatever position. And then you'll also have the fact of there'll be that sign of desperation saying, oh, I really want that P3, I really want that P3. And sometimes that can happen where the emotional side, rather than the stoic, determined, focused, procedure-driven driver will say, okay, right, let's look at this logically. And it's a case of, okay, what can I do to minimize the situation? How can I capitalize on those in front of me? So you're looking at it logically. So now we're weaving from side to side. The drivers are going down into turn 5 here at Torre Vip. So we have been under safety car conditions for quite a bit of time, from 5 minutes onwards. So 8 minutes we've been under safety car. But until the track is declared clear by the officials, then instructions will be given to the safety car to switch the lights off, and then the drivers will then be ready to go racing. But at the time of when the safety car came out, Dylan Yip had set the fastest lap of the race and was closing hand over fist behind Ethan Isher. And the gap, well, it was a 1:46.566 for Dylan Yip. It was a 1:46.685 for Ethan Isher. So it's a case of, it was, you know, Isher was trying to give as good as he got in terms of how aggressive Dylan Yip was, you know, trying to work up to the overtake and try and lull his opponent in front into a false sense of security. So from that perspective, it's more the case of how things will go. Oh, Oliver O'Brien, come on, Greg. I'm sure that's probably with regards to Gregor Burkhardt, who's holding on to P3 at the moment, the man from Sportec. So we are coming up to half-time, pretty much in about 25 seconds. So coming up to half of the race completed in terms of time. So, notification, safety car in this lap. So one more lap of the 4.665 kilometre, 15 turn circuit here at Portimao, and then we'll be back under green flag conditions for race 1, GT3 Cup here for round 1 of 6. Those clouds still look rather menacing in the background there, I must completely admit. But the track at the moment is pretty much bone dry, so the drivers will look to go absolutely hell for leather very, very shortly. So once the Porsche Panamera safety car is in, Ethan Isher becomes the de facto pace car. So after around 11 or so minutes, I'd probably say maybe 12 minutes of the safety car period, will be very shortly back underway. So the safety car, the lights are still on the safety car at the moment, and the boards are still flashing, the digital flags are still flashing. $18 runners out of 19. Still circulating. Now the safety car peels away. Ethan Isher gathers everybody up. He's holding the field up, and when he lets that right foot go to the floor, Dylan Yip, you can bet your bottom dollar, is going to be right on his rear wing. Out of the final corner. Revs build up, speed increases. We're back very shortly to green flag racing. And there we go, we're green, we're back underway. And Dylan Yip straight away on the offensive behind Ethan Isher. Gregor Burkhardt, Matteo Baretta and Sebastian Pidu ran out your top 5 at the moment. Peter Heglin got past Introna on the start as they head into turn 3 at Lagos. And it's like Ethan Isher has just got them all in a row at the minute. But Dylan Yip has got to give chase. And down to Torre Vip. Dylan Yip's got the high beams on at the moment, trying to put the pressure on Ethan Isher. But look at Gregor Burkhardt. Isher's teammate. Isher's got a wingman right now as they go through in towards turn 7 and turn 8. And good work by Matteo Baretta to stay with them at the moment. Sebastian Pidu a little bit further back. He's dropping. He's got Thomas Winkler not too far behind. Emmanuel Quintieri, 7th. Peter Heglin Ilario Introna and Jeremy Siffert round out your top 10 still, but Dylan Yip, look, coming down into turn 12, right over the rear wing of the rear bumper. And still, Isha is leading. Isha is soaking up the pressure like the proverbial sponge. But Dylan Yip might try coming out of the final corner, maybe into turn 1, because now he can start teeing up the move. So now we're going to come down through Galp, a little bit of undulation, a little bit of bumpiness. The rear axle's looking a little bit unsteady as the dampers go up and down, and now the battle for the lead carries on. Yip in the slipstream. Isha pulls to the right-hand side to cover it off. That's great work there by the number 21. Yip goes to the outside. Isha stays on the inside, retains the race lead. Nearly goes wide coming out of turn 1. Yip looking to go through it too. Isha stays on the racing line. Big lock up right front. Gregor Burkhardt into turn 3, but manages to get it stopped in time and not end up harpooning into the back of Dylan Yip. But now it's a three-way scrabble for the race lead. Yip's got to go for it. He's going to look to the inside here at Torrevip. And on turn number 5, on lap 9, oh, Yip goes deep into the corner. Isha responds. He's going to have the inside line. They're swapping paint on the panels. And it's going to be Yip that's going to have the inside line for turn 7. But he's going to go a little bit deeper. Oh, Burkhardt's just lost out to Beretta. And Beretta's just jumped in through at turn 8 at Samsung, and that's P3. The top 4, with 10 minutes to go, are at absolute loggerheads. Incredible racing we're seeing. A lengthy safety car period has got these drivers all revved up and fired up. And now Yip starting to build a slender advantage. But he's got to be very, very careful, because he's now become the hunted. Isha, Beretta, Burkhardt, they'll all try and chase the man from Hong Kong down. The man with Proton Huber competition. Now, I did just notice maybe the electric cabling could be loose on the left front headlight of that number 99. Because he came down Galp and hit a little bit of a bump. I think it was through the curbing as well. That left front headlight might need to be checked by the team. Now, I'm not too sure. I saw a little bit of gap, the bonnet slightly coming up, ever so slightly. So whether there might be a panel imbalance on the front end of that Porsche, if there's been a little bit of rubbing, so to speak. But Isha and Yip were literally side by side going through into turn 6 on the previous tour, and they were properly intertwined. Like literally, you could not get paint panels any closer if you tried. You'd be probably going inside the cockpit at that point. But Dylan Yip starting to expand that lead. Last time around, half a second. Okay, so decision has been made by race control. Karen Gaillard will have a 3-place penalty in the next race for causing a collision. The incident between her and Matteo Franco Segre, which will demote her effectively to 4th place. A little bit further back, the battle being led by Sebastian Pidou, who's ahead of Omnia Racing's Hermano Quintieri. Peter Heglin getting a little bit closer as things stand, and then Thomas Winkler and Ilario Introna also having their own battle. That's over 9th place. Karen Gaillard has been on the recovery drive at the moment. She's now up to 13th, having got past Ernst Albert Inderbitzen. So, after 10 laps completed, Dylan Yip's lead now expands to 1.142 seconds. As behind the number 15 of Hermano Quintieri, there's the number 5, the Swiss driver Peter Heglin, closing in. And that's going into now turn 3. Oh, lock up in front by Sebastian Pidou. Nearly gave Quintieri the opportunity to get through, but Quintieri, I think, was a little bit too far back to take advantage of that. He was more focused on defending position ahead of Peter Hägglin. It's about for P6 and P7. Now we ride on board with the number 5 behind the number 15. Omni Racing being supported by their technical partner, Prima Ghinzani Motorsport. So really good to see the association between those two entities. And obviously, Omnia Racing also competing in Porsche Carrera Cup Italia this year. And at the moment, well, Dylan Yip's lead is going to further expand. I would say probably by at least 6/10 to maybe 9/10 of a second on this lap. So could have probably the best part of a 2-second advantage. But we've still got 5 3/4 minutes left to go. There's Sebastian Pidoux in the deep pink, blue and black Porsche 992 GT3 Cup car coming out of Galp at turn 15. So lead now just under 1.6 seconds behind between Dylan Yip and Ethan Isher. And Isher, well, that's got to be on the highlight reel, I'm sure, going round the outside of Dylan Yip and Karen Gaillard. And Gaillard now ahead of Christoph Lange, who's down to 13th. Daniel Schmidt also now has moved a few places up the order, now up into 11th. Karamuskia now ahead of Ron Bolmus for 16th. So we've still got just over 4.5 minutes of this race left to go. There's still quite a few close battles in this race as things stand. So from that perspective, see why some of these drivers really love One Make Series, because it means that everyone's got the same equipment underneath them. They've all got to work their way around the setup and the nuances that can either complement or hinder their driving style when you think about it. But there's been some really, really good. We've got another replay coming up. So this is on board with Peter Hägglin. And that is going to be the move on Quintieri for position. Gets the inside line nice and neatly. That's number 5 from Switzerland. So that's a move up to 6th place. Yeah. Oh, and Dylan Yip's left front headlight again is it's flickering a little bit. It either goes on, goes off. There it goes again, coming out of turn 4. Moment still leads. His lead now is 1.5 seconds because Ethan Isher last time around was 9/100ths of a second quicker than him. But Dylan Yip doing exactly what he needs to do. Just and we've had a further incident, and this is, I think, Pidoux and more than likely Quintieri. Or could that be, I don't think it's in Trona, but it looks like Sebastian Pidoux, I possibly think, or it might be, could be Giuseppe Barbati and Christian Caramussia, I would imagine. But I couldn't see the numbers at that point. So there's going to be another yellow flag, and whether that's going to possibly. So it was Giuseppe Barbati and Christian Caramussia that came together on that. So that was the battle for 15th position. Caramussia looked to be partially on track, and so did Barbati, but Barbati was a little bit further off the road, so to speak. But Dylan Yip is going to take us. So crosses the finish line. So just waiting. Oh, look at the damage there. Flat right rear and the rear quarter panel, especially by the air intake, heftily compromised. So Dylan Yip, I think, has put us on to 1 plus 1 more lap, so we could be hitting a total of 15, maybe 16 laps at a push, depending on when we get the confirmation that it is the final lap of the race itself. But as things have proceeded over the course of this, and well, we've got yellow. Oh no, have we got another safety car period because of that incident? Safety car's been deployed, so that is going to neutralise the race, and that effectively is going to give Dylan Yip the win on this particular occasion. So safety car deployed with just over a minute remaining on the timer. So Barbati and Karamusia unable to continue this race. So it's going to neutralise proceedings, and it could be the case that we'll be so safety car once again, and the timer is going to expire. So timer has expired, and well, with the way things have gotten off to an explosive start, we've had a bit of an explosive finish with 2 drivers, and there is the Porsche Panamera safety car waiting at Primera at turn 1 to pick up our race leader. So it is going to bring us to our 15th and final lap, and well, any driver does not want to have it finish under safety car conditions, but well, the accident happened a little bit further along from what we saw with Segre and Garriard a little bit earlier on, but Dylan Yip is going to do his campaign all the very best possible help, because he's now going to take a first win of the season. Ethan Isher, though, I have to say, that driver there really did a great job. We will next time around have the checkered flag, and that will take us to the end of our opening race out of 6 here at Portimao, and it's getting all the Porsche GT3 Cup cars in a row, get them to follow nicely behind the Porsche Panamera safety car. But Ethan Isher, if we didn't have the safety car intervention, might have gone for broke, try and throw one up the inside, maybe even if it was the outside if possible again through Primera, but unfortunately it is not going to happen. So Giuseppe Barbati, that car is going to be recovered, I'm sure, from the outskirts of turns 1 and 2. And, well, for the number 38, his team is going to have to do a little bit of work, a little bit of remedying, and that is the team from Prima Ghinzani Motorsports. As we head through turns 10 and 11, it's going to be lap 15 out of 15. Dylan Yip really put the pressure on Ethan Isher, and now that Isher has had a taste of it, I'm sure that he's going to think, right, what do I need to do? What do I need to do in order to keep that man behind me next time we go into battle? Well, Ethan Isher, you're going to have a chance to find that out a little bit later on, but the Porsche Panamera safety car will then pull into pit lane, and it will be Dylan Yip that will take the opening win of the 2025 Porsche Sports Cup Suisse GT3 Cup season. So checkered flag will be at the ready. And there it flies. Dylan Yip picks up the opening win of GT3 Cup action here at Portimao, ahead of Ethan Isher, Matteo Beretta, rounds out your top three. Gregor Burkhardt, one step away from the rostrum, finishing fourth, ahead of Sebastian Pidou. Peter Heglin, Emmanuel Quintieri on his debut for Omnia Racing takes a welcome P7. Thomas Winkler, Ilario Introna, and Jeremy Siffert on his debut in Porsche Sports Cup Suisse, grandson of Joe Siffert in Formula One, takes a top 10 finish on debut. Well, we'll see the GT3 Cup cars in action a little bit later on at around about 2 o'clock. But there's your results provisionally. Dylan Yip for Proton Huber competition takes the win ahead of Ethan Isher for Sportec Racing. DCV by Opera Racing's Matteo Beretta rounds out your top three ahead of Gregor Burkhardt, Sebastian Pidou, Peter Heglin, Emmanuel Quintieri, Thomas Winkler, Ilario Introna, Jeremy Siffert, Daniel Schmidt. Karen Gaillard recovers as we've had a slight change. I think Daniel Schmidt did finish 11th on the road, as Peter Heglin dropping down to 17th on that one. Karen Gaillard, Christoph Langer, Ernst Albert in the Bitzin, Daniel von Balmus, Andreas Marti, Christian Caramusia, Peter Heglin, Giuseppe Barbati, and Matteo Franco Segra with 2 retirements. But Dylan Yip draws first blood here in GT3 Cup action. Well, drama in GT3 Cup. Race 1, Dylan Yip takes the victory. Let's give the man an opportunity to get his race helmet off, but some welcomes, congratulations to the team. Dylan, I'll let you take your race helmet off first of all, but what an opening race. 2 safety car periods, finishing under safety car, but this man here draws the first victory of the season. Well, firstly, congratulations, Dylan. Mega job out there. You put Ethan under so much pressure. You knew you had to get past him. It was a case of the sense of urgency rather than the sense of desperation. How did you pull it off?
Well, I think at some point the overtake should be happening because my race pace was I think the pace was just better. And I think it's just a matter of the time, but I was quite scared of the second safety car because everyone is beginning of the season, anything could happen. And I was right, the second safety car came, and yeah, so I wanted to make that move urgently.
Also, you've changed stables for 2025. You've moved on from Sportec, you've come to Proton Huber. What's been the biggest difference that you've been able to parlay that into your racing? Obviously, First race, first win of the season.
Well, the biggest difference obviously is the nationality. Huber is more of an international team, even though the base is in Germany, but still there's all the people from different nation, and Sportec is more of a Swiss team, which I also felt really like a family. It was really also a hard decision to leave Sportec. So yeah, that's the biggest difference, I'd say. Different environment. Yeah.
One final question, Dylan. When Ethan threw it around the outside of you and Karen whilst you were battling for the race lead going into turn 1, lap 1, what was your first thought?
I was thinking, yeah, there's more trouble, but let's see if we can manage. That's the biggest, that's the priority at the moment. It's, there's one more person in front of me. I need to get that away as soon as possible before anything changes. So in Chinese we have the night is long, and then you got more dreams. So that's what I thought in the head, you know.
Good one, Dylan, always playing the long game. Dylan Yip, our race winner for race 1 GT3 Cup. Let's take a look at the highlights, and we'll be back very soon for Open GT, race number 1. GT3 Cup, race 1, Dylan. Well, the pieces for our Open GT jigsaw puzzle are coming into place here at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. Race 1. Well, GT3 Cup, that provided some excitement, but I want to speak to one man, funny enough, who is running in class 24. Well, he's just parked up. Roderick Christie, man who's got a lot of experience. Gonna just try and see if I can get a word with him. Roderick, right, Mr. Christie. Congratulations, overall pole position, running in class 24. I have to say, firstly, everyone loves a bit of a martini livery on a Porsche, don't they?
Oh, I absolutely love it. And old school classic.
Now, obviously, I see the Soul Tire on your race overalls, don't I? Whereabouts are you in Scotland from originally?
I grew up in Glasgow. Now I live in Prague.
Yeah. So, what do you love about this track? Because, I mean, it's one that everyone wanted to come back after round 4 last year. You were here last year in GT3 Cup, if I remember correctly.
That's right, exactly. So this is my favourite track. I love the fact that it's much more about feel than just pure reference points. You got to feel where you are on the track, and it's just the up and down, the undulation, the complexity of it is superb.
It's kind of got that Alton Towers vibe to it, if you know what I mean.
Absolutely.
Okay. What's the hopes? Storm away and get the win?
Yeah, the hopes is nice, clean first lap for everybody, and then try and just consolidate and build if I can. And so, first corner is always the key, and then just keep it clean.
Brilliant. Roderick, all the very best of luck for race 1.
Thanks. And Rod.
Oh, Ron. Okay, Ron. No worries at all, Ron. That was my granddad's name, bless his cotton socks. May you rest in peace. But Ron, good luck. Right, let's leave him be. You know what? There's an old friend I need to catch up with if I can see him. Come on, Glenn. Let's bring this man. This man, well, he's a driver coach this weekend, but he knows this Carrera Cup. Glenn Van Parijs, first road tax. Now we're back here on a Porsche grid together. How's things?
All good, thank you. Yeah, the karting track is not so far away, but I like this one as well.
I know, I still remember Zana Schiblak winning the international trophy back in December 2020 when we were here, and everyone, I think included yourself, sprayed him with champagne because he hit the top step. How's it been for Philippe this weekend?
So far so good. We're on pole now, P2 for race 2, but our strength is definitely the race pace. So we'll see now. We have some GT3Rs in the front, which we're not interested in, so yeah, he knows what to do, so you can join him in the car if you want.
Yeah, I'm going to have a little catch up with him. Philippe, how are you doing? All okay?
Yeah, very good.
Now, I know I've known this man for years. Obviously, he's a safe pair of hands when he knows his stuff about Porsche Carreras, doesn't he?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
No. With regards to Glenn, his experience has proved invaluable with your coaching, hasn't it?
Yeah, the way that he's living it, telling it, put the energy in it, is a great coach. He's I very much respect what he learned me now. It's improving. I did Southern Europe. I won the championship there. He was a big partner with me there. So he's going with me for this championship completely. So we have to push it because it's a hard field, but I am happy that I managed to get 1 pole already. So let's see what happens.
Exactly. I mean, I was just speaking to Ron Christie at the front end of the field in the GT car up there. In these kind of cars, even with the fact that the circuit is a bit like a roller coaster, you still have to have your wits about you, especially, say, coming out of turn 4, going into the left-hand hairpin at 5, then you go up the hill, down the hill, up the hill. Yeah. It's a roller coaster, isn't it?
It's a very nice track. The only thing, what the point is here, is that the car gets very light at some points, and then you have to be aware from the back, the front, for the under oversteer. Yeah. So this morning it was still tricky, and the trail braking and braking on time is the biggest point for me now. Where in my learning process, so I'm improving everything. So it's a pretty complicated car.
Well, Philippe, field success, huh?
Thank you, thank you.
So, 3-minute board is up. Don't think we've got much time here left on the grid, but it's time for the drivers to focus, really, because we've got race 1 GT Open, over 20 cars, 23 cars due to be on this grid. Philippe Vils on pole position for his class. Ron Christie on pole for overall. What's going to happen? Well, we've got 30 minutes of racing for race 1 for GT Open, a smorgasbord of flat 6 boxer engines, twin port exhausts, and you know what? It's a wonderful sight. See you in a few minutes before the race starts. Okay, now the leading car peels into pit lane as Open GT is ready to get going for 30 minutes plus an additional lap. It's Christie versus Bonotti on the front row. Hyman Dinkelstein, Vils Branco, Mutschlechner, Alamadi. Red lights on the gantry here at Portimao. And we wait until we get the green lights. There we go, revs up, we're underway. And Christie gets a really good launch, but Bonotti about a half car length ahead going into turn number 1. Christie dives up the inside. Dinkelstein round the outside, trying to go through as Stefan Heim has just spot it coming out of turn 1. And all this further drama, Minotti is just being clattered into by Dinkelstein, and there's a second contact at turn 3. Start is currently now under investigation by race control. And if Dinkelstein is not able to get the 250 car out of the gravel, that could bring out an early safety car. And there is a shake of the head by Philippe Menotti, the Class 23 winner from last season. So Stefan Heim spins it coming out of turn 1 into 2. And then Dinkelstein into Menotti. And then there's a secondary impact that compromises both drivers. But Rod Christie leads the way, going down into turn number 12 and 13 on the opening tour of this 4.665 kilometer 15 turn circuit. And we have got a full course yellow, and with it comes a safety car. I kind of thought that might have been the case, because as soon as if the front wheels were in the gravel for Dinkelstein, I think he would have been easily able to reverse that car out and go back to it. So, yep, that is our third safety car period within 40 minutes of 35 minutes worth of racing. So, Rod Christie in the 299. Really good to chat with him on the grid. So let's have a look at the replay of the start here for Open GT Race 1. So Menotti gets half a car length ahead of Rod Christie. Christie dives to the inside, takes the racing line. Then Stefan Heim just spins it all on his own. And that drops him from third, and he nearly got caught up. But then, going through turn 2, Dinkelstein tries to go on the cutback, locks up under braking, slams into the back of Menotti, and then there's the secondary impact. So insult to injury for Philippe Menotti. We're going to actually see it on board. So bang, there's the first impact, rotates the car around. Dinkelstein's around the outside, and then there's going to be the second incident, and then Menotti, well, no surprise, shake of the head from the Swiss driver in the 231. Ivonix-YT, is this over? Just joined? No, we've got this and 4 other races to go. So we've got GT4 Clubsport, we've got GT3 Cup, Open GT, and GT4 Clubsport Race 2, where there will be 25 minutes plus an additional lap. Maxime Dedix, good to see you as well in the YouTube chat. So a big thank you to everyone that's watching live on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Congratulations to them for having just eclipsed 50,000 subscribers. I've had the pleasure of working with this team for quite a long time, and it was really quite lovely when I got the call from Luke Austin early in February this year, and then they said, "Yep, do you want to do it?" I said, "Why not? Let's go for it." So Philippe Menotti has gotten going, though. I would say that it's going to be a different situation for Patrick Dinkelstein. Alexander Walker's car, the 215, did not actually come out onto the grid. Obviously, that car broke down during time qualifying earlier on. So whether that car has got a terminal issue that might actually prevent it from running, not just in race 1, but also in race number 2. So safety car is out at the moment, the Porsche Panamera. And Rod Christie leads proceedings. Gualtiero Branco in second position in the 274. Philippe Viels, who had a chance to speak to both him and his driver coach, Glenn Van Parijs, on the grid. Really, really nice to hear from, really nice to see Glenn. Known him for quite a long time. He's also raced against you, Maxime Didix, who's now running an ADAC Prototype Cup Germany this year. So with Alstom Motorsport, so good luck with that. So drivers weaving from side to side. Looks like we have a little bit of blue sky coming up through the clouds and breaking that greyness, bringing a little bit of glint of hope into our lives that the weather will improve. So at the moment, well, Philippe Menotti has pulled the 231 into pit lane, and with at performance, I think that could be the end of his race. Depends on, so it could be the case of whether that has damaged, you know, it could, because obviously these are rear engine, rear wheel drive. Menotti, he's parked it straight in the garage. He said, yep, that's it, game over. I can't race this car anymore. And that's a shame. But it was just an unfortunate incident, but it was just because of Patrick Dinkeldine's mistake locking up going into turn 3. So from that perspective, that means we are down to 19 drivers. Here is the 203, Germany's Sebastian Schmidt, running P5 at the moment. So running with the PZ5 Scene Motorsports team. Gualtiero Branco running with Malucelli Motorsport, and Philippe Viels in the 219. Running with Proton Huber competition. So that is your overall top 3. I have to say a big shout out to one of my good friends who's a bit of a Porsche nerd at the moment. Adam Weller is watching as well. Good afternoon, Adam. So that is the 250 being recovered on the back of the low loader. So safety car is going to be back in this lap. So Rod Christie, man originally from Glasgow in Scotland, is going to lead them across the line to get us back under green flag racing here at Portimao, race 1 of Open GT. So Porsche Panamera car is going to take us around for another 4.665 kilometers. And thank you for that little bit of tidbit of information, reference Stefan Himes. Might have to do some delving on that one, Mr. Weller. I'll keep you apprised on that one if I get time. So 22 minutes plus an additional lap. And, well, safety car will be in when we start lap number 5. So the drivers will start weaving their cars from side to side. So the car that Rod Christie is piloting is the 992 GT3R. Very different in its aerodynamic properties in comparison with the GT3 Cup cars. So the car driven by Philippe Menotti is the 991.2 GT3R. The same with Stefan Hein. Now this is where the tidbit of information comes in. That Adam, you say to me that you believe that the chassis is the same one the team used to take the runners-up spot in ADAC GT Masters with Ayanchan Guven and Christian Engelhardt. That's a pairing and a half. So like I say, I will try and see if I can have a chat with the team Jules by Twin Bush. They'll be the operators of the car. But with the third of the timer almost complete, we will be under way with green flag racing once again. So the Porsche Panamera safety car has peeled off into the distance, and we are ready to go back to green here in Portimao. So Rod Christie is now going to put the pedal down as they're going to come through in towards Galp. And it's going to be more than a gallop. It's going to be at an absolute full throttle bolt of velocity. Rod Christie brings us over the crest, down the start-finish straight. As with just under 20 minutes to go, we go back under green flag racing conditions here for Open GT. Race 1 could be a possible move initiated by the driver in 6th, Rödig Helmut, trying to go through on Sebastian Schmidt. But unfortunately, the number 202 was a little bit further back than anticipated and would not be able to facilitate the move. But going through up the hill in towards turn 4, now onto Torre Vip. Philippe Vils trying to look for a move, flashes the headlights, dives towards the inside into turn 5 at Torre Vip. Ducks back out of it. Good racecraft there by the 219 from Belgium. And now he's going to put Gualtiero Branco in the 274 under significant duress as they head into turn 7 and 8. Turn 8 being Samsung, and then up the crest. Just apply the power gradually. Don't completely mash the throttle to the floor, because all that will do is spool up the rear tyres and cause a big old drama for the driver behind the wheel. So Rod Christie is starting to pull away from Gualtiero Branco. Philippe Vils closing in, and so is Italy's Max Muchlechner. Sebastian Schmidt not too far behind either. And there could be a dive. I think that was Schmidt possibly on Muchlechner there. And we are on board with the... Well, no, that didn't quite happen. But now he's going to try for the move. And through he goes. Sebastian Schmidt moves up to 4th position, but runs wide coming out of Galp. Muchlechner back up the inside. Philippe Vils goes 2 wheels off the track, but keeps the throttle planted. So 17 3/4 minutes to go. Looks like someone's definitely very hungry to get that 4th place back in his pocket. And that is Sebastian Schmidt from Germany, the 203, closing in on Max Muchlechner in the number 216 from Italy, who's now trying to look to go through on Philippe Vils, and who put it on pole in class 21. And Rod Christie now has a big old gap to command and also hopefully expand as well. So Rod Christie now over 2 seconds ahead. I think it might be closer to 3, maybe even over 3 seconds by the end of this lap. The way that Christie went quicker by nearly a second over Branco in the opening sector alone, and now it's nearly another half a second in sector 2. So we're probably looking at a lead that's going to nigh on double. Muchlechner looking through on the inside of Philippe Vils, and now dives to the inside, could try and challenge the Belgian for 3rd place. But that was going through Sagres, but this could give the opportunity to Sebastian Schmidt maybe to get the run coming out of Galp at number 15. And now Schmidt is going to go for it. Flash of the headlights from Muchlechner on Vils. And now look, double toe for Sebastian Schmidt. And this is going to be the opportunity. Muchlechner tries to dive through. Can't get the move done. To the outside to try and get the crossover goes Sebastian Schmidt. And unfortunately through turn 2, the racing line gets defended through into 3. Schmidt tries again. Muchlechner shuts the door. As more to the point, this is getting... if you wanted an award for driving to flash the headlights most times in one race, it's the driver in the 216, Max Muchlechner, diving up the inside of Philippe Vils through into Torre Vip at turn 5. And Vils still keeps it in front. When you've got someone as seasoned as Glenn Van Parijs as your driver coach, you will listen and take on board every single ingot of information. It's like gold. And he said that Glenn's been really, really helping me. But now it's a case of Philippe Vils has got to very, very much keep himself on the racing line. And a little bit of a twitch from the back end of Mutschlechner. This could open the door for Sebastian Schmidt, who we're riding on board with. Mutschlechner up the inside this time for, I think this is turn 13. And Mutschlechner gets through on Vils. That's for P3. And that is for the Class 21 lead. And Vils now trying to keep Sebastian Schmidt at bay. The top three in Class 21. The fight has rather imploded, so to speak. We've gone past half-time in this first 30-minute race. Well, this first race, 30 minutes plus an additional lap. And now Sebastian Schmidt right in the toe of Felipe Vils into turn 1 at Primera. Oh, a slight glancing blow from the German, but he runs wide coming out of Primera. Felipe Vils looking up the inside through into turn 2. He has to back out of it. And right behind them is the man from the Dominican Republic, Joel Monegro, who has really climbed up the order. A bit like the silent assassin, so to speak. So Monegro has really done a fantastic job. Where did he start? Monegro started P10. So Joel Monegro, having given everyone a little bit of a fright, including those in front of him. So it looks like he's had to swap cars in the meantime. But there is the lead in Class 21. So Gualtiero Branco leading the way, the Italian ahead of his countryman Max Mutschlechner. And they last time around were 1 second apart. Now that gap is next to nothing. And well, Rod Christie, chapeau to you, sir. Nearly a 9-second advantage, I would hasten to add, at the end of this. Oh, Mutschlechner gets it all wrong, and he's got off the runoff area and nearly ended up in the kitty litter on the right-hand side, going through turn number 13. That's opened the door for Sebastian Schmidt and Felipe Vils to close that gap once again, and the battle for second, third and fourth is continuing at a rapid rate of speed, and especially when speeds in excess of 255 kilometers an hour on this start-finish straight. Is rather impressive. And Sebastian Schmidt trying to go through at turn 3. Has to be late on the brakes. Dives to the left-hand side of Mutschlechner in the battle for P3. This is allowing Branco to escape into the distance. So we ride back on board with Sebastian Schmidt, the number 203 from Germany, running with PZ 5 Motorsport, and P3 in the class. And these three, they are fighting amongst each other. Philippe Vils gets closer coming out of turn number 8 at Samsung, but unfortunately on that particular occasion was not able to use any of his skill sets that he has and that he's also acquired through Glenn Van Parijs to try and get the jump on the 203. But it ain't over until that checkered flag flies, because now the battle for second, third and fourth becomes the race lead, well, the battle for the race lead and also the opening victory of the 2025 season. Because Joel Monegro, having swapped cars, is still catching them. And Monegro, 147.0 last time around. Felipe Vils, a 147, mid 147.3 for Monegro. High 147.5 for Vils. Schmidt, 144 high 7s. And the same for Mutschlechner. Branco last time around, 148.395. So there is every perceivable opportunity that these drivers are going to have a battle. And Mutschlechner dives to the inside, through at Torivip. Nice, calm, and control on that occasion. Sebastian Schmidt, oh, there's contact between the three of them, and the front axle of Branco goes up in the air. Vils came out of nowhere, ran the outside of them. So Philippe Vils, I think, might have just got second. Yes, he has, in Class 21. But it was the three that nearly came together. Monegro, well, they did come together, actually. Monegro, Mutschlechner, and Branco. So that was a bit of a Code Brown moment there for Gualtiero Branco. Front axle up and down like a bungee cord attached to the tarmac here at Portimao, coming out of Torivip at turn number 6. But there is still developments happening at the front end of Class 21, because Sebastian Schmidt, oh, it's side by side between the two Italians. Branco versus Mutschlechner as Vils goes on the offensive against Sebastian Schmidt. So this is really starting to develop rather nicely. Okay, let's go to a quick replay here on the live stream. So this is the moment. Down into turn 5, Mutschlechner dives through. So Schmidt does the pair of them. And it's the slightest touch between the right front of Branco and the left rear of Mutschlechner. I'm very, very surprised that Mutschlechner didn't sustain more damage, potentially, for the CV joints and the back axle on that car, which are directly connected to the engine and the gearbox. So very, very lucky individual. And they're at it again. Mutschlechner seems to fancy turn 5 at Torivip, his best overtaking opportunity. More to the point, right, car 291 has just been given a penalty of 10 seconds, 291. Stefan Heim has got a penalty of 10 seconds for causing a collision in turn number 2. Interesting. Now, I thought he might have had, because if I remember seeing the replay, it looked like he spun on his own, but there might have been something that happened in the front that he's connected with somebody else, and then it's caused a bit of an issue. So that'll be applied post-race. Meantime, Class 21, very much fighting tooth and nail. Mutschlechner again, this time going through into turn number 13. And that's the move he wanted to do at turn 5. Right, and Stefan Heim, insult to injury, I think has had 2 warnings for track limits. Has just picked up a 5-second penalty in addition to the 10 seconds he's just received for causing a collision for track limits at turn 15. Galp. There's a bit more of the gaggle of Open GT cars. We've got Nicolai Tinescu for the RO1 crew, running in 14th at the moment. So 7 minutes plus an additional lap still remain. And really good to see that there is some side-by-side battling. Oh, a clash, and one car goes exit stage left into the gravel, hard into the barriers. Oh, that's the Qatari driver, Ahmed Alamedi. And I think that might have been Nicholas Kaiser that could have been alongside. So the driver from Qatar has just ended up being collected. It was side by side, it was minimal contact, but the slightest nudge on the front end can send a car exiting the circuit very, very quickly. And Alamedi, unfortunately, ended up in the barriers. Oh, and a lock up there. That was, oh no, smoke billowing for the left rear. That is the 205. Massimo Froio. So the wheel arch is fouling on the right rear, the left rear Michelin tyre, and that could be very, very much the case of maybe an impact's happened. So yeah, that is, oh, that's smoking, that's billowing from the left rear. He's going to have to be very, very careful now, because there's a couple of drivers battling behind him. Oh, more contact there. Nicholas Kaiser in the 225 and Tinescu from Romania, both were battling, and straight away the 205. What a shame for Massimo Froio from Italy. Again, Might have had an incident earlier on, but a second incident there going through into turn 10. A little bit of a battle going on here for a couple of the drivers. Stefan Heim, funny enough, who's managed to get through on the man who was. Oh, safety car deployed, and that is because of Al-Mehdi in the barriers. So a real shame there for the Qatari driver Ahmad Al-Mehdi, off at turn 2, which brings out our 4th safety car in total, our 2nd of the week, of the day's racing here at Portimao. But, well, the person who's leading this overall, Rod Christie, has got, well, did have a lead of 23 seconds. So Marco Galassi has come into the pits. Massimo Froio, I'm not surprised, has also come to the pits. I mean, that wheel arch was literally moments away from shredding that left rear Michelin. So let's have a look at a replay coming up now. So this is between, and it was Kaiser. Oh, slightest glance, and Al-Mehdi's got nowhere to go. Off, bang, into the barriers, front end in, and that is the reason for the safety car. And then more dramas here for Froio, as Kaiser dives to the inside at turn 13. That was never going to work on a month of Sundays, let alone being a month of Saturdays, and that has brought out the Porsche Panamera safety car again. So Rod Christie could just go, well, if this brings us to the end of the race, I'm a happy man. It is an unfortunate thing where you see these slightest bit of contact between two drivers, and as I said, these cars are front-engined, rear-wheel drive. Front end can get very loose with the slightest touch between panels, and that's exactly what we have just seen. So the Porsche Panamera safety car picks up Rod Christie. Sebastian Schmidt now leads Class 21. Rod leads not only Class 24, the Dynamic Motorsport crew, but also Class 24. So Patrick Dinkeldine out. Obviously, other retirements. Alexander Walker didn't even get to the grid because the car got recovered after qualifying, and then ended up on the back of a low loader. And then Patrick Dinkeldine, unfortunately, collecting Philippe Menotti, and then ending up adding insult to injury with his car pirouetting at turn 3, and then again hitting the 231 inadvertently. It was just a knock-on effect from the first bit of contact, and so from that perspective, it's an unfortunate incident, but there will be a little bit of time for the teams to work their magic in the garages and get the cars back shipshape and Bristol fashion, ready to start racing a little bit later on. So even with, if we get safety cars, we will run the races to time as per the schedule. And next up we'll have GT4s. But it could be, maybe for the second time here today, that we'll finish under safety car conditions, which in some respects I'm probably pretty not that surprised about. I think it's, you know, you look at what we had with race 1, safety car was out after 5 minutes. We had about 11-12 minutes of safety car action. Then here we've had an incident early, and then we've had another late safety car. So what can you say? You can't really say any more than that. But the thing is that we've been enthralled with such great battling here over the past 2 races so far. We've still got another one of the final 30-minute plus an additional lap sprint race. GT4 will be up next, and I'll also be heading down to the grid. I've already got one driver that has agreed to speak to me. But yeah, this effectively, with 30 seconds on the clock, yeah, we're going to finish under safety car conditions again. But in that respect, it is very much the right call, so to speak. Just, you know, motorsport, yes, is dangerous, but we still have to mitigate that safety aspect. And that's very true here. The runoff areas, okay, there's extensive gravel runoff areas as they finally got Ahmed Al-Hamidi's car out of the gravel and away from the barriers, so timer has now expired. And effectively, I think probably next time around we'll end up getting the checkered flag, so they're going to put us to lap 4. They're going to put us to 16 laps. I haven't had notification via live timing as to whether we will let them race for one more lap, but I don't think that would be the case. It would just be better off getting all the cars back into their respective garages so that the mechanics and the teams can start working on them all over again and getting them prepped and ready, and change whatever parts are required for race 2 a little bit later on. Oh, safety car in this lap. This could be a nice little bit of a cliffhanger here, because that means it is a 1-lap sprint to the checkered. And look how close Sebastian Schmidt is to the rear diffuser of Rod Christie, who's leading the way. Philippe Vils is also there, Joel Monegro, Max Muchlechner, Marcus Greichen from the UK, Stefan Heim, Gualtiero Branco, Rödig Helmut, Nikolai Tincescu round out your top 10 with Rod Christie overall the race leader. But one more lap after this, we will go back to green flag racing, and it will be getting those throttles down to the floor. Right, let's wait and see, because the Porsche Panamera safety car has bolted off into the distance, and so does Rod Christie. So, one more lap of racing to get us to 16 completed laps. And look at Philippe Vils. He's got the jump on Sebastian Schmidt. Vils is in the slipstream. He pulls to the left-hand side of the circuit. A little bit further back, Heimer's got Branco to the inside. And then nearly 3 wide. Oh, careful, careful, careful. And round the outside, I think, well, it's Monegro's trying to get a bit feisty. He's got his elbows out round the outside at turn 3. And that's going to line him up nicely for 4. He passes Muchlechner, who keeps it pinned to the outside. They're going to be wheel to wheel, side by side, down in the run into Torrevit. Muchlechner has a half-car length advantage. But is the 224 going to dive up the inside? The Dominican Republic driver gets through. Brilliant move there from Joel Monegro. But Muchlechner straight away on the counter-offensive. The same with a battle up ahead for the Class 21 victory. Philippe Vils and Sebastian Schmidt battling tooth and nail. All run wide there by Muchlechner. And look at Sebastian Heim, he's not too far behind either. But Heim is not going to factor into this. He's got 15 seconds to his time being added post-race. But Philippe Vils trying to go up the inside of Sebastian Schmidt through turn number 9 at Craig Jones. Muchlechner still has got his elbows out alongside Joel Monegro, and they are battling tooth and nail. And Muchlechner still through at turn 13, trying to dive through on Monegro, who keeps it to the outside. It's going to give him the inside line for Sagres at turn number 14. But when the dust had settled in Open GT, race number 1, from pole position, Class 24 winner, and also overall race winner, take a bow, Rod Christie. And second, and winning Class 21, congratulations, Sebastian Schmidt. And it was by next to nothing, 3/10 between him and Philippe Vils. Oh, and dramas there for the 226 on the final lap. That is a real shame. Shame for the man from the United States, John Jastrzemski. But Rod Christie takes the win overall, but also, more importantly, is Class 24. However, the battle for Class 21 was taken by Sebastian Schmidt, pipping Belgium's Philippe Vils by just 0.3 of a second after 16 laps. with a one-lap sprint to conclude an exciting race. Stefan Heim gets demoted to 15th after 15 seconds worth of post-race penalties applied. 10 for causing a collision, 5 for exceeding track limits too many times. So Rod Christie takes the win overall. Sebastian Schmidt, Philippe Wils, Max Muschelek ran at your top 3 in Class 21. Rod winning Class 24. Joel Monegro, Marcus Gratian, Gualtiero Branco, Rudi Helmut, Nicolas Salsinelli. And then we had Nikolai Tincescu, Detlef Schmidt, Nicholas Kaiser, Dominique Bastien, Eric Santos, Stefan Heim, John Jastremski, Marco Galassi, Massimo Froio, Ahmad Alamedi and Philippe Menotti, the drivers that were involved in that very exciting race. Patrick Dinkeldine out on the opening lap, Alexander Walker not even taking the start. Now time to speak to some winners. Right. Okay, let's see if we can speak to... I've already spoken to Rod. So, Philippe, Proficiat, well done. Great race. Sebastian, Englisch oder Deutsch?
Deutsch, gerne bitte.
Okay, was war ein Kampf zwischen dir und der Philipp?
Ja.
Und das war hart, ne?
Es war wirklich hart und bis zur letzten Runde. Ich habe das nicht so gut im Safety Car hinbekommen, dass ich die Drücke gehalten habe. Und musste nur noch kämpfen, Sicht machen, zumachen. Aber nach dem Qualifying konnte es nur noch nach oben gehen. Und ja, ich bin selber überrascht, dass es dann doch so nach vorne ging.
Aber es gibt bei dem Kampf zwischen dir und der Mitschlechner Schlag zu Schlag zwischen ihr beide. Das war absolut brutal, ne?
Ja, es war aber auch sein erstes Rennen und ich habe ihn, glaube ich, schon gleich auf die Probe gestellt. Ich bin schon gerne an der Flasher dran gewesen. Das war eine gute Sache. Und ich weiß jetzt gar nicht, wo er geendet ist, aber hinten.
Er war Dritter in Klasse 21, so auf die Siegerehrung.
Ja.
Aber ja, wie auf Englisch, Max was always on the headlights. Aber du hast es schon verdient mit dem Sieg in Klasse 21. Gratulation.
Vielen Dank, vielen Dank. Danke.
So Sebastian Schmidt there, very, very happy. He said it was he said even up to the last lap, it was a difficult task, but he's really happy with the victory. And you know what, very shortly, we hear GT4s roaring away because they're going to be on track very, very soon. But yeah, what a race. GT4 Clubsport up next. Well, from Open GT, we go to 718 Clubsport. So the cars they're driving is the Porsche 718 Cayman GT4, producing around 500 brake horsepower from the 4-litre Boxer flat 6 engine, revving to around 9,000 RPM, using Porsche's well-known and world-renowned PDK gearbox. As our 8 drivers were out in time qualifying earlier on today, there is one person, good friend of mine, but also a man new to GT4, who is going to sit on pole position as Patrick Shetty in the 101. And then also alongside, you've also got Guillaume Chatelain in the 105. But the man I'm waiting to speak to is the number 107. Here's Thomas Bucher, who's going to start on the inside of row number 3. But the man who's going to be at the front of the grid, well, Switzerland by way of Italy. Elia Papacena, good friend of mine, known him through his karting days, and he knocks over the number 1 board on the grid. So they're going to have to push him back a little. He's going to have to reverse back. So we'll try and get a quick word with him. Probably maybe a multilingual interview on this one. But these cars absolutely sound glorious. Ah, you know what? Let's bring this man in. Richard Feller. Richard, finally, Sports Cup Suisse hits the internet live. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really great. It's lovely to see what you project, and it's happy to have you guys here with us. Thanks a lot.
Vielen lieben Dank. Viel Erfolg für heute, ne? So, he's one of the people behind the scenes. Gave up a full-time job to do this. Ah, right. There he is. He's even wearing. Now, if anyone might remember the Rotax Grand Finals at Sarno in Italy, Alpha Live broadcasted it. Elia Papacena, wie geht's dir?
Alles gut, und du?
Ja, starke Leistung bei freies Training. Am Spitze des Felds, Nummer 3, Nummer 4 und heute Pole beim Qualifying. Bist du zufrieden?
Ja, sehr zufrieden, auf der Pole zu starten bei meinem Debüt. Mal schauen, wie es wird. Ich glaube, es kann gut werden. Und ja, ich habe sehr viel Spaß.
Right, we'll switch to English now, because this man has not only just run under Swiss nationality, but you've represented Team Italia at the Grand Finals, 3-time champion. Mate, how does it feel to finally be in one of these beasts? I mean, I love the sound of that raucous engine, especially we were talking yesterday about going down the gears.
Well, of course it's different than karting, you know, you have way more gears, you have a faster speed and everything. It's also more fun though, because you can really push it on the brakes, shift down the gears, and it's also for me a nice sound, of course. So yeah, everything's fun.
Okay, buona fortuna, as they would say.
Grazie mille.
Elia Papacena, ladies and gentlemen, your pole sitter for AMAG. You know what? We've got 5 minutes. Now, you see the different colours of these cars. These are lighter than the 992 GT3 Cup cars and the GT3Rs that we've seen, but these are cars that are used globally. ADAC GT4 Germany, which underpins the DTM, which also has Porsche involvement through its factory outfits. So I think we've only got about a minute or so before the 3-minute board. But you know what? These drivers need to go and get racing. So 30 minutes plus an additional lap. It's time for 718 Clubsport here at Portimao. Okay, here's your starting grid for race 1 out of 2 for GT4 Clubsport here at Portimao. Elia Papacena will start on pole position, and then alongside on the front row will be Raymond Stebler in the 104. Patrick Shetty in the 101 will be joined by Guillaume Châtelain on the second row in the 105. Thomas Bücher in the 106 will be joined by Andreas Heiniger in the 109, Marc Lorbier and Jovazek in the 170 and the 175. So Marc Lorbier and Jovazek will round out the grid. So the leading car, the road-going equivalent of the cars that will be racing into the next 30 minutes plus an additional lap. Before we go to the lunch break here at Portimao, it's been a rapid-fire day and more action set on the cards. Here at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve, Elia Papacena on pole position on his GT4 debut is going to lead the field as the leading car will pull across into pit lane. So they cannot overtake until the red lights go to green. And now revs up, lights are red. And it's a long wait, and we go green, underway. Great start from Papacena. He's got to jump on the rest of the field as they head into turn number 1 at Primera. So Papacena using his good old karting savoir-faire to pull away from the field. And that's a big gap after the opening 2 to 3 corners. There's Guillaume Châtelain in 4th place, just behind Patrick Shetty. Raymond Stebler holding on to P2, but Papacena using his racecraft that he's developed over the last few years in karting. As he leads the field into turn number 5 at Torrebit for the first time. Battle at the back end of the field between Lorbier and Zek. Zek has got through. The driver from Germany gets through on his countryman. So up the hill through turn number 8 at Samson, Papacena has got a big old lead. It's nigh on a second over the opening sector. So we'll get an indication after the opening lap. So, well, Jovazek I don't think has actually managed to get out. So the driver backed by essentially Porsche Ticino, having sustained damage to the front and the right rear of the car. Papacena leads after the opening lap. His gap is nearly 1.7 seconds. Andiamo, earlier as they would say in Italy. Meantime, Thomas Bücher has lost out to Andreas Heiniger for 5th place. Papacena with the fastest lap of the race, 1:49.259. So Raymond Stebler, a big chunk of time behind. And there is the battle between Thomas Bücher and now the closing German in the form of Marc Lorbier, the 170. Lorbier on the headlights. A bit like when I was having that conversation with Sebastian Schmidt, our Class 21 winner from Open GT, saying that he's always on, about Max Mutschlechner. Max is always on the headlights. The same could be said maybe for Marc Lorbier at this early time, but he's, Lorbier trying to look for a move there. Through into turn 8, had to back out of it right at the last second. And he's going to try and carry that speed through at turn 9. And now it's going to be the run downhill from turn number 11. This could be the opportunity that Lorbier needs to get close and past Thomas Bücher in front. Now into turn number 13 before they go into Sagres, and then into Galp, and then it'll be another lap completed. But Elia Papacena, well, was not quickest in the opening sector, but he was quickest of anybody. He's going to cross the line once again. That'll be lap 2 in the books. Papacena 1:49.5, 1-0. Stebler 1:53.97. Gap now for the race lead is 2.6 seconds and climbing. Papacena is here to make an impact. And the 1:07. Mother and father Italian. Now, these days, well, he's got what I said to him last night was the, no offence, Eduardo Mortaja, who also has run both under Italian and Swiss nationalities. Runs under an Italian nationality in Formula E. I think at some point during his DTM career. I think he also had the Swiss flag, of course. There's many, many famous drivers that currently have competed or still do compete in top tier motorsport. Nico Müller being one of them. Marcel Fessler, one of a dynamite trio that stormed to prominence in the World Endurance Championship with Audi Sport alongside Benoit Trullier and André Losserer, amongst others. But Papacena is just showing a big old sign of intent. The man, just 17 years of age, just showcasing what he's done. And I mean, he was third in free practice, second in free practice 2, but then he just literally just went for it. Jovazek actually was I stand corrected by my information, Jovazek actually was the fastest driver in free practice 2. A real shame that the 175 is unable to join us on the circuit due to damage sustained in qualifying. But Papacena is giving this could be an absolute landslide, that the number 107 from Amag First Rennsport manages to do over the rest of the field. And what's more, the two behind are his teammates. But Stibler keeping it nice and calm and composed through turn 1 at Primera. And then through 2 and 3 manages to keep it all nice and composed. So air temperature at the moment around about 18 degrees Celsius. Could be hitting highs of 19 today, but the grey skies have a bit more blue. And what we do have is a track that's going to evolve, and that is a really, really nice thing to see, because everyone wants to have a dry race meeting. So just over 23 minutes remaining. And Papacena doing what he loves to do. Start from pole and carry that trend on. Now, the thing was that with regards to the Cayman Cup, as it's going to be called, Chatelain was the 2024 Class 11 718 Cayman GT4 Clubsport MR champion with Widmau Motorsport. Thomas Guedes, who I mentioned earlier on in the broadcast, not only was the Porsche Sports Cup Suisse Class 10 Cayman Cup champion, but also won the GT4 Italian Championship with the FX Series. And, well, we were due to have, I think it was Peter Lorbeck, who was actually 11th last year. Only raced with Plus Line Racing Team last year, and then moved to Amag First Rennsport. Only raced at the Misano World Circuit Marco Simoncelli. But Papacena just doing exactly what is being asked of him. Just go out there, do your thing, run your race, and he's doing exactly that at the moment. So there is still an opportunity for drivers to move forward, and also with the fact that with the air temperature and the sunlight now hitting the tarmac, the good thing is we'll also have that opportunity whereby the drivers can understand the cars a little bit more, see how the tyres are reacting to the conditions that they're having to deal with. And obviously they can change minute by minute, they can even change second by second. Papacena is just treating this like a qualifying session, a bit like his days in karting. 1:49.509, he's now got a 6.2 second advantage and is pretty much running away with things at the moment. Homo Stebler still holding on to second. There's Thomas Bücher in the number 106. Mark Lorbier trying to close down in on the 106 for that 6th place. But at the moment, doesn't see, well, I mean, the gap between them last time around was about 4.5 tenths. So there is still an opportunity for Lorbier to pass Bücher and Bücher to end up towards the back end of the field. But every single driver at the moment has kept the cars on circuit. We're 10 minutes, so 1/3 through the time. Elapsing on the time here at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve in Portimao. And hearing the exhaust note from where I am at the moment, I'm currently on, I'm in one of the TV commentary boxes, just like literally overlooking the grandstand on the opposite of the start-finish straight. It's one of the weirdest feelings, mainly because, you know, at a big race meeting, you'd see a lot of fans. Well, here, all you've got is cars, people, and a wonderful atmosphere. The racing is also community-driven in many respects. You know, people that I've been able to have a love for this sport, and it doesn't matter where you started, doesn't matter what part of the journey you're on. You know, you have to enjoy that journey every single second. Just like myself, you have to live through it in many ways vicariously. So there we see Guillaume Châtelain in the number 105, still running P4 at the moment, and is about a second down over the last lap in comparison with Patrick Shetty in the 101, who's just, so everyone, well, I'm just seeing here, Heineke is the only driver so far that has just done a personal best as we've completed 6 laps. We're now to lap number 7. For those wondering about where Porsche Sports Cup Suisse is going to be heading this year, well, the collective tests, or the pre-season tests, were done, funnily enough, at the Circuit Paul Ricard, which actually hosted the opening round of, well, the second round of last season. Red Bull Ring hosted the season opener last year. That is going to be the next stop on the calendar on the 24th of May, where the drivers will have 2 sprint races. Then on, well, pretty much 4 weeks later, Autodromo Enzo Guido Ferrari, Imola, for another double sprint race event. 17th to the 18th, well, the 19th of July, which will be round 4 out of 6. Autodromo Nazionale Monza at the Temple of Speed, the home of the Tifosi, and also one of the biggest brands in Italian automotive manufacturing. I won't mention that name here, but you'll know who I'm talking about. Then there's another double header with regards to sprint races and another 2-hour endurance race. Then Mugello will host the penultimate round, round 5, on the 20th of September. And the Misano World Circuit Marco Simoncelli will host the final 2 sprint races and the final endurance race of the 2025 calendar. And then on the 18th of October, prize giving for the season. But Papacena is just consistently running good, calm, comfortable laps. Meantime, we have had a change for 6th place. Marc Lorbier has passed and bolted away from Thomas Bouchard in the 170. So there is, as I said, you cannot at any stage during the race rest on your laurels, because the first thing, if that happens, you get too comfortable too quickly. The biggest thing that will happen for a lot of drivers is that they'll just go, yeah, I'm good, I'm fine, I'm absolutely good. And then all of a sudden, it's more a case of, well, where did it go wrong? Why was I too relaxed? I needed to be a bit more tense and a bit more upright. There's Papacena again, making his way through Galp. And that rumble as that car just literally went full throttle across the line. It's just one of the most glorious things. You know, you hear this wonderful 4-litre engine in the mid part of it. I'm going to actually ride on board now with Marc Lorbier in the 170. It's really, really good to see the different camera views. We've got multiple we've got multiple onboard cameras. Big thanks to Mike Yao for his assistance as one of the team members here. So we can get these wonderful onboard shots with the driver going around the circuit. Heiniger still currently at the moment is holding on to that 5th place. But in comparison with the two races that we've had earlier, which both had 2 safety car periods, and one ended under safety car, one nearly ended under safety car, but it's been, I think for me personally, it's been quite an eye-opening experience of how loud these cars are, how brachial it sounds from the exhaust. You know, that really, really loud, you know, noise that just like smacks your eardrums until they start ringing. But that's the appeal when you have cars like this from such an iconic brand. When you look at how long the 911 has been going for in terms of its different generations, you know, when they first showed the concept car, and to what Porsche has evolved it to now. It's quite a good thing to see that Porsche, you know, still very much heavily involved in motorsport, not just with the One Make series, but also with their efforts over in IMSA with the GTPs, and then also with the World Endurance Championship with the LMDHs. So the thing is that Porsche believes in its product so much that they, you know, they will they'll give this opportunity to people to do this. But there is the man who really is not hanging around. He's not waiting for anyone to try and challenge him. He's got so far ahead. It's like a Saturday afternoon cruise to the seaside here at Portimao for Elia Papacena. So 12.5 minutes to go, and the 107 for Amag First Henschwart doing a stellar job. Just look how poised that car was through turn number 9. Absolutely fantastic. Just watching this car dance through the corners, and then you hear it roar coming down the start-finish straight. It's, you know, if you ever want to see one of these cars in person and go to a race meeting, I would implore it. I would say, just go on, do it. You know, you and I have to say, Delano Trifoglio, Elia Papacena in his first race to dominate like this. Respect, the boy is talented. Yes, I have to say, Delano, I would agree with you on that fact. But everyone, yes, there are those that are talented. Then there are those that stand out. But the main thing was, as soon as he saw those lights go green, it was a case of horse racing blinkers on and just go for it. And he's one of the good things about a talented race driver is their ability to put in calm, controlled, and consistent laps. That's three. It's a little bit of alliteration for you there. 3 words beginning with C to describe Elia Papacena at a circuit. Oh, there's word number 4 with a C at the beginning of the front of it. I'm not going to start counting with fingers and thumbs, don't worry. But just to see how even Remo Stiebler, who is, you know, last year's runner-up, you know, you look at Stiebler and Guedes, they were battling right up until the end at Misano. And it was because of the fact that Guedes did, well, looks like he got maximum scores at, well, Red Bull Ring Sprint Race 1. Sprint Races 2 at Imola, 1 at Portimao, this time, well, not this time last year, but later in the year, so like August time. Then did 4 straight back-to-back wins. And that was Guedes. Stiebler, highest score was in Misano, race 2, the final race of the season. So sometimes the season can work out with the best will in the world, with a top score, pole position. But then you always see that there are drivers that come flying out of the blocks really, really quickly. But then something doesn't quite work out as they'd expect. So this is only the first round out of 6. There is still opportunities for the drivers behind Elia Papacena that have the opportunity to develop not just themselves, but also their racecraft and their understanding of how to relay what they feel the car needs to have for them to compete. And I'm sure that Stiebler, Shetty, Chatelain, Heiniger, Lorbeer, Bücher, and Zach, they'll all be thinking, what can we do to beat Elia Papacena? No one at this minute might know an answer, but they'll start to build towards it. So 8.5 minutes remaining, plus an additional lap. And this, at the moment, well, is about to have 12 laps completed. And there's Heiniger going through turn number 8, now into turn 9 again. Just looking at how calm these cars look when they're throwing them through a fast left hill, downhill, uphill, left corner. And here we are on board with the race leader, Elia Papacena. So through turn 2, let's stick on board with him for as long as we can. Through 3 at Lagos. Now it's up the slight incline into turn number 4. Clip the apex, run the car wide. Not too wide that you get 2 wheels out of the track limits. All 4. Now into Torrevip. Hard on the brakes, down a couple of gears. Maybe to second. Now rotate the car, get it a little bit wider on the exit. Keep 2 wheels on the black stuff. And accelerate here through turn number 7. Turn 6 and then into turn 7. Avoid the sausage curbs on the right hand side. Then nail the apex tightly through turn 8 here at Samsung as you climb the crest once again. Now into Craig Jones. Watch the rate of compression down the dip, up the hill, left-hander. You're modulating that throttle. Now it's going to be hard on the brakes into turn number 11. After turn 10. Mind the sausage curb on the right, down the hill, through the left-hander, up the crest once again, through at turn number 12, and Going hard on the brakes here into turn number 13, probably down to second, maybe third gear at the lowest. Then into Sagres, turn 14. Downhill, right hand, corner. And then up over a slight little crest before the roller coaster ride comes to an end. On turn 15 at Gout. Look at it. It's a bit like a Portuguese equivalent of Paddock Hill Bend, but you're going through at a big old rate of speed over the top of the hill, so to speak, on the start-finish straight. Levels out for the start-finish straight. And that was a 1:51.679 for Elia Papacena, bringing us nicely onto lap number 14 of this race, as we have just over 5 minutes and 30 seconds, plus an additional lap to go. As again, Andreas Heiniger going through Primera at T1, into turn 2, now into the right-hander at 3 at Lagos. And Lagos is actually not too far away from the location here. I think it's about a 20-25 minute drive or so by car. There has really been a wonderful display. Obviously, Amag first bench spot, really having pretty much the meritocracy on the GT4 Clubsport field, but to now be able to showcase someone as young, someone as hungry as the driver who put it on pole position and leads the way by nearly 7.5 seconds. Elia Papacena in the 107, Stäbler, Chatelin, and then we got Heiniger, Lorbia and Bücher. They still continue to run on the circuit. But with lap times, what was Papacena's last lap? 1:51.3. So I would say we've probably got 3 more, including the one that we just started. Maybe even 4 at a push, but so it could be 17, 18 laps by the checkered flag for race number 1 out of 2. All races this afternoon, folks, will be 25 minutes plus an additional lap. So Heiniger 3 and a bit tenths off of his personal best so far. So that was Thomas Bücher going down the start-finish straight across the line. 1:55.528, so about 1.6 seconds off of his best lap so far this race. Papacenis is about 1.8 seconds off of his best lap so far. Stäbler about a second. Shetty not that far off, about 26 thousandths off of his best effort so far. His best effort was a 1:51.234. He's just done a 1:51.260. Guillaume Chatelin, best lap 1:52.7. Last lap 1:53.4. So Papacena, that is going to be, I would think, we're going to hit 18 laps. So you cross the line with about 2 minutes and a quarter to go on the timer. As you can see there in the background, a little bit of blue sky up above, just towards the top of the screen. That's a welcome sight that any driver, not just driver, but also team as well, looks forward to seeing, which is blue skies, no cloud cover, no rain, and a nice bit of radiant vitamin D to warm yourselves up with, so to speak. So next time around, the 107 of AMAG First Rennsport, Elia Papacena. Next time around will bring us on to the penultimate lap of this race. So just about to complete lap number 16. So can't really say enough about this young individual. He's just 17, recently announced as one of the AMAG First Rennsport drivers. So 2 laps remaining as we go on to lap number 17. However, there is something that I've noticed in the last couple of laps. Emil Stiebler has been closing in on Papacena. The gap was at 1.7.5 seconds. It is now down to just under 6.3 and closing. Papacena he cannot put a foot wrong at this point. Goes down, diving into Torre Vip at turn 5. Neatly nails the racing line. Comes out of the corner. And as a good friend Daryl Smith once said, slow in, fast out. So like literally you take your time, even if it's like a couple of milliseconds later that you're braking. You've got to make sure that you line it in, turn it around the corner and get the power down. But don't do it to the point where the power... 31.5 minutes since we went green, so they are going to put in another lap apparently. So I think we are now, so we are on the last lap it looks like. Didn't see a checkered flag waving there. So Papacena has not put one single toe out of line in this performance. Place, right time. And it is the checkered flag. Elia Papacena, complimenti, gratulation. Well done, great opening win in his GT4 career. Finishes 9.28 seconds ahead of Emil Stiebler. And we have a little bit of a wait now until Patrick Shetty comes across the line. He's a little bit further back, and the 101 will take P3 at the end of that. And we've just got another 4 drivers to come across the line, and then they'll have their cool-down lap. So a little bit of a wait. We might have it that the race winner might be down in pit lane before our last driver comes across the line to take the checkered flag. So that is going to be 4th place for Guillaume Chatenat. And next up, Andreas Heiniger. And we've got just 2 more drivers to go, Mark Lorbier and Thomas Bücher. So here comes Lorbier across the line, taking 6th place. As they say, last but by certainly no means least, Thomas Bücher, as the checkered flag will wave on the start-finish straight once again. But there is your provisional race results. For race 1, the 718 Clubsport. Elia Papacena on debut wins by 9.3 seconds ahead of Emil Stiebler. Patrick Shetty, Guillaume Chatenat, Andreas Heiniger, Mark Lorbier and Thomas Bücher round out your 7 finishers. Jovazek, a non-finisher. But it's time to head down once again to get some interviews before we go to the lunch break here at Portimao. Okay. Allora, complimenti, yeah? Congratulations. That was lightning bolt, shot out of a rocket, and you win by 9.3 seconds. Elia Papacena, GT4 race winner on debut. Sounds pretty good, doesn't it?
Sounds really good, isn't it? I'm happy. Good result, and I think 1, 2, 3 for our team is perfect. Okay, of course we are a lot, but we couldn't do it better. The goal was to get away in the first laps and then make a gap so we could save the tires. We did that, and we managed it really good. So, really good.
I mean, we were talking. I mean, it's quite funny because that's the first time in a long time since I've done a dual language interview, and good that we were having that discussion, you and I, last night in German and in. So I thought, well, let's see if I can trip you up, and I didn't because I thought I knew you'd be prepared for it. But obviously now, we know about MKC Motorsport. Ciao tutti. We've got to say a shout out to them because they've helped you a lot. Of course, the likes of Bas Lammers, karting legend from the Netherlands. But what does it mean to now make that transition now that you've got that first win under your belt? Okay, yes, it wasn't the biggest field, but it was still very much about precision, very much like karting, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, the team MKC, they teach me a lot how to be all the time consistent on the base, also be humble, be strict, and focus on my job. I think that is the base you bring from karting to the car racing, apart from the speed and everything. So yeah, also thanks to them, I'm here right now, and they teach me a lot, Bas and all the other mechanics, coaches, and all the team. Yeah, that's the base you bring to the car racing. Apart from that, you have still the speed, intelligence, and the mindset you need to bring. So I think they teach you a lot in karting.
Now also, you guys might notice this. You're part of the junior program with Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse, along with Jeremy Siffert, the grandson of the legendary Swiss F1 racer Joe, a man who's still very much in everyone's hearts here in motorsport, and also Ethan Aisha, who did that fantastic round the outside overtake on lap 1. What does it mean to be a part of that program as well so early in your sports car career?
Well, of course, the program gives you help for young people to come in, as this sport is not really the goal you want to come when you come from karting. Normally all the drivers, they go to Formula 4, Formula 3, something like that. So if you have a junior program in Porsche, it's really good because it's more interesting for young drivers to come here. So I'm very proud to be part of this junior program of our 3 drivers, and I'm really happy for that.
What do you want to say to your mum and dad?
Well, my dad is here, but mom, hello. I hope you're good.
Elia Papacena, your race winner for 718 Clubsport here at Portimao, and it's going to be a bit of celebration very shortly, I'm sure, with the AMAG. There we go, AMAG First Rennsport, congratulating Elia Papacena. Folks, what a morning it's been here at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. Still 3 more races to go here on Alpha Live. Don't forget, join us after the lunch break. There's going to be some highlights over the action so far, over the qualifying and also 3 races. We'll see you a little bit later on, so don't forget to don't touch that dial. We'll see you at about 2:05 this afternoon.
GT3 Cup. Race 1, Dylan Yip takes the victory. takes the victory. GT3 Cup. Race 1, Dylan Yip takes the victory.
Well, welcome back after the lunch break. What a morning it's been here as the sun greets us here on the start-finish straight of the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. And welcome back because GT3 Cup is ready for race 2. Now, big ramifications after the incident between Matteo Franco Segra, who's going to start on pole position. Unfortunately, well, Karen Guillard got a 3-place penalty for the next race because of the incident, but the team, now I'm waiting to see if the number 45 is going to make it through, but there is one person I want to speak to first of all, and he's one of the drivers from Sportec Racing, Gregor Burkhardt, the number 88, who was in the thick of the action earlier on. Laura, if you want to grab what we can see here, Gregorius Jonas Bosses. Können wir noch mal ein Interview haben auf Englisch oder Deutsch? English? Okay, dann fangen wir an. Right, Gregor. Firstly, hell of a first race, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was crazy. It was nice. It was nice to be part of it.
Now, we've just seen the sellotaped renaming of yourself to Gregorius Jonas Bosses. What's the inspiration behind that one?
Well, that's an idea of my own team. So at the main time, I'm not only the driver, I'm even the boss of Sportec. Exactly. So that's their idea. My team is crazy.
Especially your driver in front of you, round the outside at turn 1. He threw it round the outside of Dylan Yip, which was, I don't think anyone saw coming, but how impressed are you by this young man?
Oh, very impressed, and I'm happy about it. It's actually our hope that we can fight for the championship this year. So he should keep doing these kind of things.
Maybe this sticker on your roof could actually give you also a bit of luck this season as well, I'm sure.
Sorry?
I'm sure that the sticker over your name will give you a little bit of luck. So drücken wir die Daumen, sozusagen. The sticker should be your good luck charm for this year.
Oh yeah, definitely. No, definitely. I have got here another one. Look at this one.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Bro, Laura is our mobile camera operator. If you could just zoom into that bromance. Now that is how LCD displays can be used for things other than telemetry and speed reading. So, Gregor.
That's my luck.
Exactly. Aber viel Glück für heute bei dem zweiten Rennen, ne?
Thanks. Thanks very much. Super.
So, great to speak to. You know what? Let's see if we can speak to the man who's starting on the outside of the front row. Can he do it 2 in a row? Ethan, möchtest du ein Interview machen? Englisch oder Deutsch?
In English.
Oh, okay, right. I've just spoken to your team boss and the man behind you. What was your thinking throwing it round the outside at turn 1, lap 1, round the outside of all people, Dylan?
So yeah, it was quite a nice feeling. I saw everyone going in the inside, so I knew it. I have the best place on the track to brake late, and I just brake quite late and go over the outside. So the feeling was quite nice because it's quite a nice move for our first race. So I was quite happy.
And still, to start off the season with a P2, so close for the win. Do you think you can go one better this race this time around for 25 minutes plus a lap?
Let's see, we will try. I say nothing, just we try to be the fastest as we can, and if our P1 is perfect, if our P2, at least we are still on the podium, so we are working on it.
Fantastic, Ethan. All the very best of luck for race 2. Well, they're just about to show the 3-minute board for our second race. This is how the drivers keep themselves cool. They've got the fans on standby. So, 3-minute board about to go out. Let's get ready for race 2. GT3 Cup here at Porsche Sports Cup Suisse 2025 at Portimao. Right, so here is your starting grid for race 2, GT3 Cup. Matteo Franco Segre is going to start from pole position. Ethan Aisha, who I just spoke to on the grid just a moment ago, he starts on the outside of the opening with the front row. Dylan Yip, race 1 winner. We'll have Gregor Burkhardt alongside Matteo Beretta, and Sebastian Pidou ran at row number 3. Karen Guillard and Thomas Winkler ran at the top 8, and completing the top 10, Christoph Lange from Germany and Jeremy Sievert from Switzerland. Peter Heglin, who got a 30-second time penalty, race 1, for overtaking under safety car conditions. He will start from 11th place. Ernst Albert Inderbitzin starts on the inside of row 6. All Italian, row number 7, with Ilario Introna and Ermanno Quintieri. Andreas Marti and Daniel Schmidt round out row number 8. Giuseppe Barbati from Prima Ghizzani Motorsport is not going to take to the grid, it looks like, because that car is in pit lane. Christian Caramusia and Daniel von Bolmos rounds out your grid. So 25 minutes plus an additional lap will conclude GT3 Cup action at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve in Portimao, Portugal, as we are getting set and ready for one final time. So, green lights set to go on the gantry, and the moment that happens, we'll be underway for the final time here today at Portimao. Revs up, lights go green, we're underway. Good start by Segre at the front row of the grid. And it's Isha going wheel to wheel. Clash of panels going into turn 1. And once again, Isha goes round the outside to take the race lead. Lap 1, turn 1, the Swiss youngster, part of the Porsche Sports Cup Suisse junior program, takes the race lead. But a moment there for the number 54, Jeremy Siffert. And, well, got a 360, held it very, very well indeed. Start is currently under investigation by race control, but Segre trying to get back through on Isha for the race lead. Gregor Burkhardt, not only a race driver, but the team boss. There's a car stricken in the middle of the track. Number 26, Ilario Introna, having a disaster there. And Dylan Yip now making it 4 cars for the race lead as we go through turn 8. Karen Gaillard kicks up the gravel coming out of turn number 8 at Samsun, going up the hill. There's a battle just behind between Winkler, Lange and Heglin, I believe, but Segre trying to put the feelers out and put the pressure on Isha. We saw this when the young Swiss driver, the Formula 4 Central European champion from last year, and he said, you know, it's a pretty good place. Well, he's proved it. I said to him, are you going to do it again? Well, he's gone and done it. And that's a way to signal your intent. And Gregor Burkhardt was completely right in what he said, but he's got a fast-charging Hong Kong driver in the form of Dylan Yip right on his rear bumper, out of the final corner. Yip pulls to the inside. They're going to be so close to the wall. Wheel to wheel for 3rd place. Yip's going to have the inside line for turn 1. Half a car length in front. What's Burkhardt going to do? He's going to keep it pinned to the outside. Through into turn 1, now into turn 2. Inside line for Yip. Beretta not too far behind, neither is Gaillard. Beretta up the inside of Burkhardt through 3, and they exchange a bit of... That's a weak rear wing end plate off the back of Gregor Burkhardt. Incredible close racing, as we would expect to see in GT3 Cup. And Beretta going for it again. This could open the door for Karen Gaillard. And Gaillard's probably going to get the pair of them. She's got the traction. And Burkhardt hung out to drive by Beretta. Gaillard's up the inside. Burkhardt's going to have the inside line for turn 7 on Gaillard, but Beretta is finally through. Incredible control from all drivers in that early stages. Unfortunately, Jeremy Siffert is all the way down in 17th place. Introna down in stone dead last, but what a set of scraps we've got at the moment. And the minute that Dylan Yip got away from the likes of Beretta, Burkhardt and Gaillard, he's away and clear. And now he's going to start chasing after Segre and Ischer, who are battling for the race lead. Fastest lap of the race so far. It's difficult to tell, but I think it's Ethan Ischer at the moment, as drivers really having to be very, very careful. But now Segre trying to close in on Ischer. Segre with the fastest lap of the race, 1:47.659. And, well, you know the right rear damage that was sustained by Matteo Franco Segre in race 1 after the contact with the number 85 in 6th position, Karen Gaillard. The Proton Huber competition, well, that's not stopping the Italian. He's really putting the frighteners. He's trying to muscle his way past Ethan Ischer as they come flying out of turn number 4. Now into the hard braking zone here at Torrevit for the left-hand hairpin at 5. And you can see a little bit of instability on the rear wing under braking for Matteo Franco Segre. The DCV by Umbra Racing pilots. One of the many young drivers we've now got on this GT3 Cup series. And the gap is like next to nothing. It's about a car length and a half between the pair of them. Incredible composure from both drivers. And now Segre's going to dive to the inside at turn 11. But Ischer just kept it on the racing line. Had the right of way, was able to do that. Job done. Now that is bringing Dylan Yip into the fray. Dylan Yip, 1:47.6. Fastest lap of the race so far from the number 99. So it is Sportec versus DCV by Umbra Racing versus Proton Huber competition. Try saying that 3 times fast and you get yourself in very much a bit of a tongue twist. But it's nothing really to pick between the 3 of them at the moment. And another fastest lap by the man in 3rd place, Dylan Yip, 1:46.736. Fastest in the first sector. No improvement sector 2. And then sector 3 did a personal best. So this is very, very close. This is going to be like literally, if anyone might remember the film Eddie Gibbons Sunday by Al Pacino, it's like clawing at those inches. You know, you've got to claw at those inches, and that's how winning is done. It's the same in motorsport, but it's tenths, hundreds, thousands of a second that can make all the difference between you winning and also maybe not even finishing on the rostrum at the end of the race. So far, with 18 minutes and 3/4 still remaining plus an additional lap, Ethan Ischer does the double, as in high, wide and handsome, round the outside at T1 from, well, it was 4th in race 1. He did it from the outside of the front row in race 2. So kudos to him. Jeremy Sifford has started his recovery drive. Car number 29 has just been given a 5-second time penalty for track limits at Galp at turn 15. So the drivers were instructed in the driver's briefing. First track limit, warning. Second track limit, final warning. Third track limit, 5-second penalty. And every subsequent breach of track limits, that driver gets an additional 5-second penalty per infringement. So we now complete lap 4. Ischer leads from Segre, from Yip. And Phil Spang said, let's go, Greg, send it. Well, Greg Burkhardt has got to really close in on Karen Gaillard, but there's about a second between them. A second between Greg and also Peter Heglin. Oh, a little bit of a bump between the pair, between the front 2. And Dylan Yip is like a tiger crouched, waiting in the reeds to pounce at any opportunity he's given. And he will not have any hesitation of taking it. But crisscross attempts here from Segre through into T5 at Torrevit. Ischer's going to get the run back through out of turn 5. Yip is just biding his time. Ischer slots in behind, so new race leader. Out of turn 5, Torrevit, lap 5. Matteo Franco Segre now leads from Ethan Isher. I think in some respects, sometimes the drivers will prefer to not be leading from the front of the field. So thereby, you can use less throttle, also less fuel, because you're not giving yourself a possible problem whereby if you overdrive that car, you wreck those tyres, that's it, you're at the mercy of everybody else. As there was a cheeky look up the inside from the nose of Ethan Isher going into turn number 13. Now the run down to Sagres. This is the opportunity where Isher can fire back and retake that race lead. So, as they say, one good turn deserves another, and that could be coming imminently, courtesy of Ethan Isher, but he needs to be a little bit closer than what Dylan Yip is to him right now. As Dylan Yip at the moment is right with Ethan Isher. Isher was on the flashers to Segre. Yip's now on the same for Isher in second position. At the moment, well, the fastest driver out of the top three is actually the race leader, which is, in some respects, not at all surprising, but it's always good to see that the drivers at the front end of the field, what's that, squabbling tooth and nail. But with halfway of this race to go, there's still a lot of the story yet to be written before our very eyes. Hearing glorious sound and vision. And more to the point, when you've got three drivers that last time around were covered by just over 0.6 of a second. The next driver behind, Matteo Beretta, is now, well, last time was nearly 2.4 seconds back, so that gap is going to further extend. However, Matteo Beretta is going to have to fight with Karen Gaillard for that position. As up the inside, through at 13, a bit of a hip check. Oh, and a clash between Dylan Yip and Ethan Isher. And Yip goes into the gravel at Sagres. Oh, as if the hits stopped hitting. And that left headlight of Dylan Yip's car once again has started having a little bit of intermittent issue. But that has allowed Matteo Franco Segre to pull away. And the lead now, after that incident at turn number 14, is nearly 2 seconds. You know, it's like the old adage, the unstoppable force versus the immovable object. And by trying to apply that theory of relativity, you sort of kind of have to say, well, let's find out and see what happens. And if you're the person that thinks that, well, you're going to be on the short end of the stick, so to speak. Meantime, well, Yip has got a little bit of battle scarring on the right front bumper of the car. And he's going to find it incredibly difficult if that damage starts to compromise the handling on the front end of that 992 GT3 Cup car. Beretta and Gaillard battling away with Burkhardt, that's 4th, 5th and 6th. Peter Heglin, a little bit further back, Thomas Winkler, Sebastian Pidou and Emmanuel Quintieri. They round out your top 10. Quintieri getting past Daniel Schmidt, Christoph Langer and in the Bitzin. And another penalty for Andreas Marti. 5-second time penalty for track limits, turn 1. The drivers, in some case, they'll try and do what they can. Good to also see with Sportec Racing, Marcel Fessler is actually here in person. So good to see him very much being part of this in some capacity. So riding on board with the number 8, Daniel Schmidt, in 11th place. moment. So we are just under 12 minutes away, plus an additional lap from concluding GT3 action here at Portimao for the opening round of the Porsche Sports Cup Suisse. It's a wonderful location, and definitely I could feel the heat on the grid walk just about 20 or so minutes ago. The heat has really intensified, and there's a little bit more cloud cover starting to work its way over the circuit, but it's not, how can I put it, not significant enough. So you'll see a little bit of blue hazing with the clouds just behind us as we have a look at that really wonderful shot going up the hill through turn 8 at Samsung. I think also there's a battle happening. Right, so last warning track limits, turn 4 to Hermano Quintieri, the Italian in the number 15 from Omnia Racing. Being technically supported by Prima Ghinzani Motorsports. Last warning also for car 26, Introna. But Dylan Yip has just put in the fastest lap of this race. Nearly 7/10 of a second. He's just put in a 1:46.288. Matteo Franco Segre 1:46.941. So still an opportunity for Dylan Yip to catch Segre and try and go for the win. He's already picked up one win. Last warning for car 88. The boss man at Sportec, Gregor Burkhardt. He has now got a last warning for track limits at turn 1. There is the number 88, who has been passed by Karen Gaillard, and the number 85. Gaillard at the moment is about the best part of nearly a second up the road. Right on with the boss man himself. Really cool what he said, that he can do anything with these LCD displays. I was getting a bit worried when he first of all said that, but then it said bromance on it, and I thought, well, it's actually quite a good little idea. So Dylan Yip puts in the fastest final sector of anybody, but he's just put in a 1:46.501. So Dylan Yip could be however, battle at the front end, really starting to heat up. Dylan Yip really close up to the rear bumper of Matteo Franco Segre. That just goes to show how rapid the number 99 from Proton Huber competition has been all weekend long, and has been in the sharp end of things. Reference the top 5 in free practice. Right, final warning for, it's one of the top 5. Matteo Beretta, if he gets another track limit, that is 5 seconds added to his race time. And if that was the case, that will put him 7th. So that would drop him out of 4th position. Sebastian Pidou trying to close in on Thomas Winkler. The gap between them 5.5 of a second. There's Gregor Burkhardt. As well, Matteo Beretta has now been caught by Karen Gaillard in the number 85. So the battle for P4 is on. There is still a possible window of opportunity that Gaillard can go after Ethan Isher for that final step on the rostrum. The gap between them last time round, well, Beretta and Isha was just over 1.1 seconds. It's now nearly 1.35. It's changed for the race lead. Dylan Yip gets through lap 11, turn 2 on Matteo Franco Segre. But there's still time for the Italian to make his way back through. So DCV by Ombra Racing. Porsche is going to try and close in. He does the little, look, I'm here, don't forget about me. I'm sure that Dylan Yip will be saying, yeah, I see you, buddy, I see you. And that's what's quite interesting with these one-make series, where the drivers will have their own way of driving around issues and driving around problems. And especially if you're new to a team and you haven't had that much running, this is really the first litmus test of whether you'll know whether it's absolutely good or whether there's something that needs changing on the car. At the moment, well, with Yip and Segre, doesn't look to be the case. Beretta and Gaillard still wrapped up in this battle for fourth place at the minute. So Beretta ahead of Gaillard, battle for second and first. So Segre and Yip now having changed the previous lap. But 4 minutes and 50 seconds plus an additional lap, the all-important additional lap, which could make the difference. Has died to the inside of Thomas Winkler. There's Quintieri for Omna Racing and the number 15. He's trying to close in and get that place. So Segre is trying to do his level best to get through. At the moment, Dylan Yip is just calmly getting on with the business. And oh, bit of a wobble there. Now, I did not quite catch who that was, but I definitely know it was it's the one of the Fach Auto Tech cars. That's Daniel Schmid. No, it's not. It could be Christoph Langer that's got through. So Christoph Langer now makes his way up the order a little bit more. So coming up to the last 3.5 minutes, plus an additional lap. Number 8, Daniel Schmidt, now gets a warning. This is the number 54, Jeremy Siffert, one of 3 drivers here on Porsche Sports Cup Suisse. The opportunity, so you never know, never say never. So we're down to the final 2 minutes and 40 seconds, plus an additional lap. Beretta is being closed in on inch by Karen Gaillard, the Iron Dames crew. The Iron Dames supported driver. So I'd probably say that this could be maybe one more. But no matter what they try, we'll So it's difficult when you've got two very young, very hungry, very passionate drivers on this group. You just want to see things go well. Then it's all right. I keep coming through, stumbled up and runs on back to our races. And we've had another car off, and oh, it's the 26 in Trona. That is going to bring out, I'm sure, a late safety car. That car is beached, that is going nowhere. So we're waiting for the confirmation from race control if that is the case, but that's too close to the racing line. I feel we could be stopping under yellow flags at this point. It's just dependent on the decisions made by race control. Time is fast expiring here. GT3 Cup, race 2, round 1, Portimao. The timer has fast run down to its inevitable conclusion, which is hitting 0. 10 seconds remaining, and it's going to be 2 for 2. Not just Proton competition very shortly. It's going to be another one for Dylan Yip. Now, Karen Gaillard is going to fight every single inch of every single mile of this 4.665 kilometre 15 turn circuit. We're at a turn of 4. Well, the two leaders are up the road by the best part of nearly 6. Nearly 6 seconds, 5.9 on that last tour. But Dylan Yip just calmly taking it in his stride, not having to worry about things until either you're at the airport or you're going home. But this has been really enthralling to watch, because that is the number 9. Thomas Winkler getting through Porsche GT3. So timer has struck 0. Qualifying, we'll see the checkered flag come out this time around. Oh, here we go. Checkered flag is out. Dylan Yip makes it 2 for 2. Yip does it again. Segra so close, 0.358, at the end of that race. Ethan Isher takes home 3rd position in front of Matteo Beretta. The boss man who loves his bromance, Gregor Burkhardt from Sportec, takes P5. And it's going to be... Oh, Karen Gaillard has gone off. There's damage to the front of the vehicle, and that car has over-rotated at least 5 times. Probably a 1040. Might have had impact from the back. And yellow flags are out at that corner. So there may be possible short delay with the Open GT. What a disappointing way Karen Gaillard's start of the season. So just waiting for the last few runners and riders. What a shame, right at the end, Karen Gaillard, incident lap 1, turn 1, and looks to be the final lap. She's gone for a spin, I'm afraid, ladies and gentlemen. The last few drivers will cross the line very shortly. So, Andreas Marti crosses the line. That's a brief bit of cloud cover coming across over the circuit. That really wraps up race 2, GT3 Cup here at Portimao, Porsche Sports Cup Challenge Suisse. So Dylan Yip takes the win ahead of Matteo Franco Segre, Ethan Ischer, Matteo Beretta, Gregor Burkhardt round out your top 5. Peter Heglin, Sebastian Pidou, Thomas Winkler, Daniel Schmidt, Christoph Langer, Jeremy Siffert, and at your top 11, Hans Albert Inderbitzin, Emmanuel Quintieri, Christian Caramusia, Daniel van Balmus, then Andreas Marti, Karen Gaillard, unfortunately out, along with Ilario Introna, Giuseppe Barbati, unfortunately retiring from the race. So, once again, well, Dylan Yip, we've already spoken to. I think we're going to have to speak to maybe one of our top 3 very, very shortly, as the drivers will now go into their top 3 formation here in pit lane.
After I did that in back for nothing.
Verso il passo, verso il passo. Eri un po' stanchino? Eri un po' stanchino? No,
Sorry, no challenge.
Mate, I don't know how I didn't spawn.
Yeah, me too. I was so, but you know, I go in and then you got the grip back. I lost the grip.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I wasn't ready. You go in the inside, so I let you a bit of room, go on throttle, and
you got the grip. I have no grip.
Yeah.
Because I was offline, you were online then. But I tried to push your head back.
Yeah. After, you were too fast. I just let you by.
Yeah, no, because I thought if I pass you, then we both can chase him.
I was thinking I would have the rhythm, but finish.
I was at my steering rack was bent. Did you bend?
I think so, yeah.
Sorry for you.
Oh yeah, sorry. Again, I'll send you the invoice, my friend.
Sorry, Gal.
Yeah, sorry, you have to re-wrap.
Weißt du, wenn er einmal
It's you. Yeah, change him and maybe like
Yes. Yeah, it's again him in the both sides.
And now both sides.
No, it's a love of touching.
Right, I'm gonna stand in the middle of you two. Great battling. So Dylan,
Yes.
once again, another victory.
Yes.
Double bubble. Gets the season off to a great start, doesn't it?
Yeah, this season, this championship got a great start. I'm really happy. Yeah, was a difficult start, but we managed in the end. Yes.
And you gave him a heck of a lot of pressure. Just to try. You knew you had to get the elbows out a little bit of robustness, let's say. But we do know that there's a little bit of rubbing constitutes a good racing, doesn't it?
Well, I think in the end we kept it fair. There was no I think all the move from me and then also from the opponents, they're all fair. So yeah, for sure, this I think is good racing, but we kept it fair.
Brilliant. Well, Dylan, well done. Double victory this weekend. And yeah, look forward to keeping an eye on what you're doing all the rest of the way through the season. What other Porsche Championships are you running in this year?
Next week I will be in Japan for Carrera Cup Asia, which yeah, it's more challenging, I'd say.
Yep.
And yeah, let's see what we can do there.
Brilliant, Dylan. Well done. Let's have a chat with our man that started on pole position, Matteo. Let's see. Matteo? So, pole position. Okay, firstly, let's have a I'm just going to say very difficult first race, but you came back fighting, started from the front row. What was your tactic just to sort of try and get yourself as far up the field as possible, just to stay there? Because you had Dylan, you had Ethan really pushing like crazy.
Yeah, first of all, I have to thank you, my team, for the amazing work during all the weekend, and in particular after race 1 for the incident. They did a mega job. We were fast all the weekend. I started on pole, but Ethan passed me on the outside. I tried to pass him back, but he was really close all the gaps. So at the right moment, I overtook him. I had a little bit of gap, but Dylan made a mega job to close the gap. I did a little bit mistake. He passed me, and then I was trying to come back. Unfortunately, I was close on the last lap, but it wasn't enough.
Now, I noticed on the back of your car, obviously, the guys have done a really good job here at DCV Biombra Racing. The rear wing was a little bit unstable under braking. It just like vibrated. Did you feel any of that in the back of the car at all?
No, I was just focused on my driving and adapting to all the differences.
Well, Matteo, congratulations on P2 and good luck, and hopefully we'll see you again soon sometime.
Thank you. See you soon.
Well, you know what? That is the end of GT3 Cup. Of course, Dylan Yip, twice a race winner. Matteo Segre taking P2. Ethan Isher taking P3. But you know what? If we got, I'm just wondering if Will, the producer, if you can hear me, we might. Do we have time for one more chat with somebody? Let me bring this man in, if you're okay. This man, Marcel Fessler, one of the, I still remember the days of you running around with André Lotter and Benoit Trullier back in the days with Audi Sport, but nice to see you here. How's it been this weekend for the guys at Sportec? Because you've got quite a big involvement with the team.
Yeah, if I'm looking now for the 2 races, I'm actually quite happy. We were leading with our young guy, with Ethan. He did a great job for his very first race. Yeah, I finished 2nd and 3rd with him, and I think it's a great achievement for the beginning of the season. For sure, we have bigger goals with him, but he showed the potential he had, and yeah, I think as we also could see, there was quite a lot of touching. So he is still not so used about this from the Formula 4. Yeah. So now I think, yeah, he understands a little bit how the racing is in close cars. But overall, really happy with my team. They did all of them a good job. Gregor was also in the points, and Sebastian Pido as well. So yeah, a good start for us.
I mean, obviously, back from your, I still remember the Truth in 24 series, obviously, with you, Andre, and Benoit being the sole Audi against the gaggle of Peugeots back in the day. But one makes series like Porsche's, it's so exciting, it's so captivating, isn't it, for the folks at home and also for us here at the racetrack?
Yeah, definitely it is. Yeah, it's let's say racing is racing, and as is a close competition. Yeah, everyone likes it. For sure, everyone would like and love to win, and that's why we're here. We would like, yeah, this kind of passion still in myself, and I enjoy it now. Being in the garage and see the guys doing it.
Marcel, it's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much for your time, and we look forward to seeing how Sportec gets on for the rest of the season.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, folks, GT3 Cup for round 1 is in the books. Next up, we go to race 2. Open GT up next. Back down to the grid. A little bit of a breather since the post-race interviews for the podium for GT3 Cup. Open GT now back as the main focus for the next 25 minutes plus an additional lap. We're just waiting for our drivers to make their way onto the grid. We've got Rod Christie. He's again going to start from pole position. One when we had the first safety car intervention, then the second safety car intervention that brought us on to a final lap sprint, and he just bolted away and got it done. Sebastian Schmidt took the win in Class 21, which is the main class for Open GT, but we're just waiting for a few other drivers as the mechanics and some of the support crew for each of the relevant teams come down here to the grid. Second safety car was due to a result of the 222 of Ahmed Al-Amedi from the state of Qatar, unfortunately having contact with the 225 of Germany's Nicholas Kaiser, putting the Qatari driver straight on into the barriers, and it brought out the final safety car, which literally just meant, okay, here we go. But the... right. No. Joel. So we're just waiting for Joel Monegro, aka on Instagram, Racing Papi. He had to change cars between qualifying and race one, so you can actually hear them. They're roaring down here at the moment, so a lot of horsepower. So this is something that I've always wanted to do in a way. Not the grid walk. The grid walk's one thing, but having the general atmosphere. So, interview a mechanic. Right, let's see. Well, one of the mechanics for Joel Monegro was not exactly wanting to speak to me, but you know what? I'm going to speak to Glenn again. Hang on. Sorry, Sebastian. Now, Philip had a pretty good race one, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. We struggled a little bit in the first part of the race, but after he had amazing pace, and I think one more lap and we could have gone for P1, but yeah, he did an amazing job.
It's a shame about the late safety car, Glenn, huh?
Yeah, it is what it is.
But how's he feeling ahead of this second race? Because obviously shorter time span, 25 minutes. You know, he's got to really go for it a little bit earlier, hasn't he?
Yeah, we got some fresh rubber, so...
fresh Michelins to add to the pot. I like it.
We do as well.
Yeah, so here he comes.
There he is.
Right, I'll leave you to it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. Glenn Van Parijs once again. So, let's see. We are going to have a little bit of a wait, possibly. I mean, we've already spoken to Philip anyway. So, who have we got here? Können wir vielleicht ein Interview machen? Or do you speak English?
Yes.
Brilliant. You're with Marcus. It's good to see him. He had a really good run in the first race. It was a bit topsy-turvy. How was it from your side?
Well, from my side, he did a fantastic first race. He's generally very constant in his pace, in his driving. It doesn't make many mistakes. I think it's looking good for race 2.
I've been hearing that some teams are putting fresh new Michelin rubber tyres on the car. Is that the same for you guys as well? Or do you not want to give that away?
This is confidential. I have to ask him.
Good. No, that's fine. It's confidential. We won't ask. So we'll have a chat with Marcus in just a second. But thank you for your time. Good luck for you and also for him as well. So Max Mutschleichner there, who was embroiled in that Class 21 battle for the race win. Eventually won by Germany's Sebastian Schmidt. So, and there is Sebastian, partnering with Sandro Kaibach, a German driver I know from a few years ago, used to run in touring cars. They're running in the endurance race, which concludes the on-track activities here at Portimao. But we are just covering the sprint races, the more important races, which is where championship points are very much involved. 25 points for a victory. Class 21 is where the points are scored. So if you're in Class 23, Class 24, like Rod Christie, who's again on pole, you're going to find it a bit difficult to score championship points. But it's not always about the points, it's about the thrill, the adrenaline rush that you get. So Joel Monegro from the Dominican Republic now lines up on P7, just keeping an eye on, haven't seen any board come out yet, but Marcus is on his way. We'll try and see if we can grab a word with him very shortly. You know what, I've got the perfect person. Another person from the karting world goes into the world of Porsche. Herr Köster, komm mal her. Right. I know this man, Luca Köster, part of the Porsche Motorsport team. It's like going in never-ending circles with you and I. It's either at a karting paddock or now here, finally on a Porsche grid. How are you, buddy?
Yeah, it's crazy that I think, coming back to the Rotax racing, Rotax Max in Germany, the Grand Finals and where we ever meet each other. And yeah, I always wanted to be in a motorsport game, also in a business life, in a professional way. And then I got the chance in 2023 to join Porsche Motorsport, and since then I'm more or less also responsible for taking over the technical customer support for this season here.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why we meet.
Exactly. I remember this man at Motorsport Arena in Mulsanne 2020, CD road tax. He comes out of the final corner, slams both tyres into the barrier, and then you start sharing me. We start following each other and everything. But in terms of technical support, there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes. Obviously, not just the powertrain, the electrics, and everything else. Also, like say with the gearboxes, especially when you look at the fact that some of these cars are running with Porsche's fantastic PDK system, the double clutch gearbox. I can't even remember how to say the German equivalent because my brain is just absolutely filled with adrenaline at the moment. But what is your day-to-day role involved, Luca?
So basically our principle is that we have now 35 one-make series worldwide that all the customers of our teams are running. And our job basically is to have the connection between the series themselves, like where the customers are running, and Porsche Motorsport in Weissach, like Flacht. And we do the connection between the teams and the workshops so that we can try to improve the product as best as possible, so that we get, for example, like the impression what the customers do like about our products, what do not like about the product, and that we make the car like the best as possible.
I would imagine that probably involves a lot of traveling here, there and everywhere with 35 global series worldwide.
Of course, I'm not doing that all of my own because we are four people in our group like supporting the cup races, and I'm more or less responsible for the 13 ones that are in Europe. So at least just 13 travels, but that's enough, I think, yeah.
Luca Köster, thank you so much for your time, buddy. Good to see you as always. 3 minutes, time to go back upstairs for me. Time for these guys to go racing. It's Open GT Race 2, 25 minutes plus a lap, and the sun is starting to really shine here in Portugal. So we are coming towards the end of the formation lap here for Open GT. Race number 2, Rod Christie and Stefan Heim will be on the front row of the grid. Row 2 is going to be Max Schlechner and Philip Villers. Ahmad Alamedi and Sebastian Schmidt round out row 3. Joel Monegro and Marcus Gratian round out row 4. Hudig Helmut, Nicola Sarcinelli, Massimo Froio, Marco Galassi, Nicolas Kaiser, Dominique Bastien, Alexander Walker, Eric Santos from the USA, John Jastrzemski and Detlef Schmidt from Switzerland round out your grid. As the leading car, the Porsche 718 Cayman, leaves the field. And the red lights will be on the gantry. Christian Heim on the front row. Revs up, they accelerate very, very shortly as we go from red and we're on to green. Here we go. Christie is going to cover off the inside line. Heim going to the outside here of the 299. Schlechner looking up the inside. Nearly caught the right rear of Heim, but has got Philippe Vils round the outside at turn number 3. That was brave from the man from Belgium. Incredible stuff there from Philippe Vils. He managed to get the move done very, very quickly and expedited it. Schlechner trying to look to the outside for the crisscross. Through into turn 5, nearly gets tagged by Sebastian Schmidt in the process. Joel Monegro and Marcus Gratian rounding out what is your top 8. Hudig Helmut and Nicola Sassinelli rounding out your top 10. Through at turn 8 at Samsung for the first time. As Christie, no surprise here, has bolted into the tumbleweeds. He's leaving them in his dust at the moment. The Portuguese dust here in Portimao. And more to the point, well, not exactly a difficult thing to do when you've got that pole position and you're trying to pull away from everybody else behind you. As Alamedi, I think, getting embroiled in a battle in one of the silver Porsche Racing Experience cars. So there is Alamedi being followed by Joel Monegro from the Dominican Republic. Marcus Gratian, whose engineer I spoke to a little bit earlier on, said that, you know, he's doing really, really well, kept the pace consistent, and he looks to do exactly the same there. So, all right, Alexander Walker and John Jastrzemski are still going, but Dominique Bastien in the number 280, I'm not too sure what's happened to him. Of course, we did have 20 plus cars. Rod Christie, no surprise, purple in sector 1. Stefan Heim trying to hold on to that second place at the moment, 2.3 seconds adrift of the race leader. Oh, but this is really getting a bit tasty. Helmut Hordig from Austria closing in on Ahmed Al-Mehdi and Joel Monegro from the state of Qatar and also the Dominican Republic, respectively. So riding on board one of our other drivers. I think that might be Marcus Gratian, possibly, because he was right behind. Well, I think it's Helmut Hordig. So drivers now really starting to get a bit up close and personal here in Open GT. And that is a change for 9th position. So Marco Galassi in the 260 gets through on Marcus Gratian, and there is a slowing car at the minute. Oh, that's the 205 of Massimo Froio, the Italian. And, oh, right, there's a bit of, oh, now, is that the I'm wondering if someone's had a Michelin tyre that might have just gone. There was some remnants of a couple of long shards of rubber on the start-finish straight. So, right, let's have a look at this replay that's just coming up now. So this is Alex, I think this is Marcus Gratian possibly, and there's a move up the inside. That was from Galassi. Oh, and it's turned around the 202. Well, what can I say about that one? That was a bit of a dive up the inside, unfortunately, and that is exactly not what he needed. And thank you very much, Adam Weller. The chassis that Stefan Heim is running with is the very same that Engelhardt and Guven did win with ADAC GT Masters in 2022. Thank you very much. And he said it's actually been confirmed by the team boss, Michael Hughes. So thank you, Adam, for making that investigation for me. It's been a bit of a busy time running up and down and, well, not running up and down, but power walking, I think, is probably the term I can say here for today. I've definitely got some good old steps in, but we are a third of the way through this second and final. Well, we're more than a third of the way through. We're 10 minutes through the 25-minute plus an additional lap race. And, well, Rod Christie is away like a scalded cat off a hot tin roof, and no one in their best efforts possible can close on in. There's Philippe Vils. And, well, Stefan Heim is still in front, but for some reason, it seems to be a slight temporary transponder glitch on the transponder glitch or live timing glitch. It could be one or the other. But yeah, we're really having a good old fight. Oh, right, dramas for 292. Detlev Schmidt. Now, where is that on the circuit? So he has ended up. Oh, he's pointing the wrong way. Now, kind of thinking, looking that's up. That's possibly through 6, 7, and 8 up towards Samsung. Running on board with the 299, Rod Christie, who well, more than convincingly, but literally had a 23-second advantage before we had the second safety car intervention. He's manhandling this 911 GT3R. It's I mean, it's one of the, like, as soon as I had a chat with him, I just had to, well, before I walked back up to the commentary box, it was just wonderful to see how aggressively styled the car is. You know, it's very low, it hunkers down to the ground. You know, you could probably put it upside down and you'd be able to drive down a tunnel in it. And there it is, across the line. Stefan Heim not too far behind. Well, the gap is now 5.5 seconds. But Felipe Vils now coming in. Oh, it's ding-ding, seconds out, round 2 between Felipe Vils and Max Mutschlechner. And Philip's driver coach, Glenn Van Parijs, said to me, yeah, we got some new Michelin rubber on it. So that is going to help him getting away. But Mutschlechner, once again, is really getting, I wouldn't say the word impatient, but just wants to get on with the business at hand. And what I mean by that is, he wants to get past him. Sometimes that is easier said than done, if I'm completely truthful. The good thing is, from Philip's side, it's going to help him out. So Detlev Schmidt has once again, well, he's got the car back running, so he lost probably the best spot of over 45 seconds in that opening sector due to the issue. Don't know if we do have a replay coming up, but if we do, we'll show you what happened at that particular part of the circuit. But the battle for Class 21 victory still is being contested by Philippe Vils and Max Mutschlechner. Sebastian Schmidt that took the win in the opening race partnering with Sandor Kaibach in the endurance race later on tonight. Running a pretty solid P3, so that'll be a good points haul. And Philip Vils will really be, I think might be, I wouldn't like to say it, but I think would possibly be level on points if that was the case. But then Philip did actually take pole position, so that would have netted him an additional couple of championship points towards his tally. So it might be the case that Philip Vils might be leaving Portimao as the Open GT Class 21 championship leader. Few drivers really are pushing the limit and beyond the occasion a little bit more. One driver that's under the eye at the moment is Niklas Kaiser. See, I think that is Marco Galassi just in front. And Marcus Gratian just behind. Marcus really trying to hustle that car through turn 8 at Samsung. Over the crest they go. Down into Craig Jones at turn 9. We ride on board with a number 223. And look at the commitment from the Brit. Now, how is he going to line it up going through into turns 10 and 11 down the hill? Through the left-hander here at 12. And then through into 13. And a slight move up the crest. Back once again into the right-hander. Oh, Gratian's got the run going round towards the outside of Sagres, I believe, at turn number 14. And I think Gratian's just made... Oh, is that Philippe Vils? I think Philippe Vils has spotted at Sagres. I saw a flash of orange going through at turn number 14. So let's see. It is Philippe Vils. Vils has spun it. Now, I'm not too sure if that was on his own or whether there was possibly an incident that set that off. And Philippe Vils has just crossed the line in 12th place. Disaster for the Belgian. Now, the key thing that, what it has done is, I think that might have done, Mutschlechner's in pit lane. That says to me damage. So the number 216, I think, has just cost himself the victory. Mutschlechner, the team are speaking with the driver. Well, big thank you to Laura, who's down there with the mobile camera. That's just towards the end of pit lane. They're looking under the left front, it looks like. And if that is front to rear damage and that has damaged the cooling system, that car is not going any further. I'll see if I can spot any damage on Philippe Vils. It might have been the slices of touches on that car, but it could have been a significant one. Right, car 226. John Jastrzemski has just had a 5-second time penalty given because of track limit, turn 1. So I want to see what Philippe Vils' lap time is going to be next time around. But, and that was a bit of a scare there for Marco Galassi. That was out of turn number 13, and he's just brought gravel onto the circuit. So drivers have got to be very, very careful now. So, Sebastian Schmidt now has the lead. There's Philippe Vils. I can't really see any damage on that car, but that the black part of the rear of the car could be disguising something. So let's have a look. No, I can't see any. I honestly, hands up, I can't see anything untoward. I can't see any panels that have got any scraped paint or wrap off them. So this could give the opportunity. I mean, the other thing is that because he spun at Sagres at turn number 14, the big €64,000 question is how bad has that affected his tyres? If he spun and it's flat spotted one of them, he is going to have a significant vibration either through the front axle, through the steering, or the rear axle through the drivetrain. So that begs the question. I want to see what his lap times are. Actually, he's pretty on... Well, no, he's not on pace. He's actually pretty quick. He's just done his last lap was a 46.6. And that was only 1.6 seconds off of race leader, Rod Christie. He's just gone in and just done a 144.8. Just for good measure. He's just like, yeah, well, I'm having fun out front. Brian Adams, dark clouds, rain incoming. Well, there's a lot of sun in the part of the circuit that I'm at the moment, which is just overlooking the main start-finish straight. Rain in Portugal, probably. Well, there has been Storm Oliver, mainly hitting Iberia and parts of Portugal earlier on this week. But at the moment, well, we have a track that is, for the moment, touch wood, bone dry. Brian said, when you were there for the classic festival, for the monsoon when I was there in October for the classic festival. Brian, I can relate to that. 2020 December at the Cartodromo, just across the way. Rotax International Trophy. Monsoon, yes. Biblical, yes. Were we wishing for Moses to part the seas? All of the above. So effectively, yes, when it rains, it hits really, really hard. So Philip Vils from Belgium trying to do the comeback. At the moment, he's currently running P10 at the moment, behind Massimo Froio, who's having a better turnout this time around. Had drama in the previous race and ended up with a wheel arch that was fouling on one of the Michelin tyres on that car. As we now complete lap number 9, we've got just 9 minutes plus an additional lap remaining. I love that livery on Stefan Heim's car. It's... I don't know how to describe it, but it kind of reminds me of Banksy and graffiti. You know, you've got that black template of the background on that 911 GT3R, and then you've got big splodges of colour, especially on the front of that car, especially on the main sort of like A and C pillars. Then the rear bumper makes it all sort of like look very... It all works so well sometimes when you get a livery that's just a bit out there, a bit different. Oh, dramas once again for Massimo Froio. Mamma mia. Shame for the Italian. He was running P9 at that point in time, and I think that car is not going anywhere. The thing is, we can't see the other side of the car, so whether there's any damage. If that car is where it's going to be staying, that is possibly more than likely a safety car, but he's got it going again. He's got it fired back up. So the only other thing is that whether we spot if there is any damage on that vehicle. And that is quite crucial. If there's damage on the other side, then that could be a big problem why Massimo Froio has just lost 9th place in the race to Philip Vils. And Philip Vils is absolutely motoring. Okay. So, look at Schmidt, 47.0, Monegro, 47.2, Almedi, 47.0, Gratian, 46.8, Kaiser, 47.8, Sarcinelli, 47, high 47.9, Froio, 48.0. His first sector that he's just gone through has just cost him 40. That is going to plummet him down the order. So, Philippe Vils, last time around, did a 1 minute 46.6. So is absolutely racing away towards trying to get up the order. And well, unfortunately, Max Muchler's race has come to an abrupt halt, and he's going to have to wait for the Red Bull ring, I'm afraid. And that will be in about 5 to 6 weeks' time, 24th of May, when we head to Styria and Spielberg. Place was previously known as the A1 ring, the Österreichs ring. So Also a very, very elevation-derived circuit. And one of the good things, it is going to be a power circuit. So these 4-litre flat six engines will be screaming all the way up to 8,400 RPM up the hill, pushing that 510 horsepower through that back axle and helping adhere the Michelin tyres to the tarmac. And well, Massimo Froya has dropped all the way down to 15th. Philippe Vils now finds himself effectively 9th. That would put him, I think, 7th in the class. As a little bit further up the road, as in not that far in front of Philippe Vils, he's got Sarcinelli and Kaiser. Looks like the 202s has been given a 5-second time penalty. Track limits turn 15. With just 5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. This battle here is really starting to heat up. Motorsport Magpie. The rain in Spain stays mainly on the plane, except for when it switches to Portugal. Oh dear, that's really, really bad. I had to laugh at it because it was just so bad there. So coming down to the final 4¼ minutes of this race, plus an additional lap. Well, Rod Christie has really started to motor on and currently running in the low, well, a 1:45.0, high 1:45.0. And well, at least after his moment of a few laps ago, Marco Galassi still running out there. Still, as the sunshine beats down here in Portugal, it really is being quite conducive to the racing that we've got here in the Algarve. And it looks like we're hitting about 19-20 degrees, so sun's out, shades on maybe. Just depends on how far away you need to get away from those very, very dark and foreboding clouds. Ah, I see a couple over there. So it is going to come down to the last few moments, but at the minute, Rod Christie on course to take his second overall win in GT Open in as many races. But Sebastian Schmidt could be the man that's going to leave here as the class leader, the Class 21 leader. Already had a chat with him. And it's what could have been for this man here from Belgium. Philippe Vils also competed in the Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, which provides fantastic racing. Also, if you want to watch any of that action after this stream has concluded, well, you can like, share and subscribe to the Alpha Live YouTube channel. And more to the point, you can watch all of the races today, also for Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, absolutely 100% free at your leisure. And Philippe Vils is really closing in on Sarcinelli and Kaiser. Oh, this could be a really, really good opportunity for the Belgian to strike whilst the iron's hot. 1:50 plus an additional lap still remaining. Oh, and Sarcinelli looking for a dive on the inside of Gratian. That's not going to quite work there, I'm afraid. The Brit sternly defends. And the Italian, Sarcinelli, trying to do his level best as they go through turn number 15 here at Galp. So across the line they go once again. this band was covered by around about 0.7 of a second. So there's still an opportunity, I think, for Philipp Wils to throw the Hail Mary and try and see what he can do. But it's also dependent on what's happening with the two in front, with Kaiser and Sarcinelli. That's how Wils is just going to have to see what occurs as they come out of turn 4 on the run down to Torre Vip. Sarcinelli sticks his nose out to say peekaboo to Kaiser. Kaiser runs a little bit deeper into the corner. He's going to get the outs. Oh, that was very, very close between Sarcinelli and Kaiser. That time going through turn 6, and Wils is now waiting for the opportunity to pounce. Through turn 8 at Samsung. Over the crest once again. Downhill they go through the fast. Up, down, left-hand sweeper at Craig Jones before the double right at Portimao, turns 10 and 11. Well, hang on a second. Well, Rod Christie, he was leading, but he's had a disastrous second sector. What on earth has happened to the man that pretty much ran away with race 1 despite 2 safety car interventions? He lost 18 seconds in the middle sector. Well, the timer has expired, and Stefan Heim is there. So there is a yellow flag situation on the circuit somewhere, or blue flag situation there. Probably more than likely for Detlef Schmidt, the driver from Switzerland. Not to be confused with Audi's Detlef Schmidt, who I've had the opportunity of meeting in person. Very much part of the technical support team for the Audi TCR project. So Detlef Schmidt having to get out of the way. Let's both drivers through. So the thing is, Stefan Heim, he thinks it might be the case. I can keep Rod Christie at bay, but we're going to come out of the final corner. I think we are going to go on to our penultimate lap. Yes, penultimate lap underway. And now that gap, it was 2.7 seconds. It's now 6.5 tenths. So Stefan Heim and Rod Christie battling it out for the race victory here in Open GT, race number 2 of the season here for Porsche Sports Cup Suisse at the fantastic facility here at Portimao at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. It's been absolutely fantastic witnessing these cars in action, and Rod Christie, he's getting closer. Here we go through Torre Vip. And Stefan Heim running in class 23. Rod Christie running in class 24. Well, this could be down to the wire. They are going to go through turn 8, up the hill, and Christie has gone he's gone early. He's trying to see if he can put the pressure on Stefan Heim to get through for the overall race lead as they go through Craig Jones. Now into Portimao. Turns 10 and 11. And so big thanks to Will, the producer in my ear, saying that Rod Christie actually had a spin at turn 13, which was why he had the had lost all that time. But it's going to be down to the wire. Oh, here we go, turn 14 out of the exit of Sagres. Stefan Heim and Rod Christie are going to go possibly photo finish here for Open GT race 2. No, it's not. Stefan Heim wins by 0.19 of a second. Well, commiserations, but great effort nonetheless. Rod Christie. Hello to our friends at Motorsport Television Deutschland. Herzlich willkommen meine Freunde. Und nochmal Sieg, Doppelsieg für Sebastian Schmidt von Deutschland in der Porsche Nummer 203. Gratulation, Doppelsieg hier in Portugal bei der Deutsche. And congratulations to Joel Monegro from the Dominican Republic, taking second, and well done, congratulations to Ahmad Alamedi, as he will make it a Qatari on the podium. The state of Qatar gets a podium here at Porsche Sports Cup Suisse at the season opener. Marcus Gratian taking 6th, Nicholas Kaiser, Nicolas Sarcinelli, Philip Vils. It was the what could have been situation. Eric Santos from Brazil rounds out your top 10. Helmut Rodich, Alexander Walker, John Jastrzębski, Massimo Froyo, Detlef Schmidt, and Marco Galassi will round out your top, well, your 16 finishers. Unfortunately, possibly left, I suspect, left front damage to Max Muchlechner's number 216. Had to pit with 10 laps still to go. So let's have a look at the spin. Rod Christie. Okay, so, that was out of turn 9, and he, now is there a glancing blow? Yes, slight little kiss on the barriers by the right rear, but well held, Rod Christie. But there you go. And so effectively, folks, here I think we're still waiting for, well, Marco Galassi is pitted in. So let's have a look at the results for Open GT race number 2. Stefan Heim wins ahead of Rod Christie by just under 0.2 of a second. Sebastian Schmidt, Joel Monegro, Ahmad Alamedi rounds out your top 3 in class 21. Ahead of Marcus Gratian, Nicholas Kaiser, Nicolas Sarcinelli, Philippe Vils, Eric Santos round out your top 10 overall. Helmut Rodich, Alexander Walker, John Jastrzębski, Massimo Froyo, and Detlef Schmidt. So, time to head down to the pit lane once again before our final grid walk of today.
You know the gravel, you know the dip? The gravel. And I caught the gravel, I full jack and I spun. That's supposed to be up. But you're driving very good. It was fun after that. Huh? You're driving very good. Yeah. That was good. No, that was good. I enjoyed it. It made a lot more fun. Huh? The dip, it was gravel, and I caught the gravel, I just spun. Managed to miss the wall, so it was like braking, turning, braking, and just went down the wall, and then another lap and I got back again.
Okay. Right then, Laura, if you wouldn't mind, this is the this is actually being confirmed. Thank you, Adam Weller, the man, the voice, one of the voices of the Winter Series, powered by GT3 Racing. This is the 2022 chassis with Christian Engelhardt and Aishan Guvin, that won the 2022 ADAC GT Masters title. Stefan, komm mal hier bitte. Nee, danke. Aber Gratulation.
Ja, war nicht einfach.
Knapp 2 Zehntel zwischen dir und der Hort am Start und Ziel bei letzter Runde.
Ja.
Wie war es heute bei dem zweiten Rennen?
Ach gut, wesentlich besser wie im ersten, ohne Dreher, weil ich habe es nicht festgestellt, dass mich gedreht hat.
Ja, aber schon.
Er ist natürlich gut weggekommen mit dem 992.
Ja.
Ich habe am Anfang etwas in den Rückspiegel geschaut, zum die Meute fernhalten, aber wo ich die ein bisschen abgeschüttelt habe, lief es mir dann ganz gut und Ja, zum Schluss habe ich es einfach noch gemanagt, dass er halt vorbeikommt. Ein bisschen Kampflinie und nun stehen wir da, wunderbar.
Und ein bisschen Pech, das ist das Rennen bei zweiter Kurve, ne?
Ja, genau. Das war aber nur, dass es spannender wird für die Zuschauer. Habe ich gedacht, drehe ich mich in der Pfeife von hinten wieder vor.
Ein bisschen Emotion, Leistung, so. Aber dieses Auto ist ganz spezielles von 2022 bei ADAC GT Masters. Aber das Lackierung, das finde ich geil. Das sieht ein bisschen bei den Artist bei Banksy sozusagen, ne?
Ja, mein Sohn hat das entwickelt, das Graffiti.
Ja.
Und dann der Profi, wo GT Masters Autos auch noch beklebt, hat es vollendet und sieht cool aus, ja.
Aber so, Stefan, Gratulation bei dem Sieg, ein zweites Rennen bei Klasse 23. So, it's actually his son that has done this. And you know what I need to do? Rod, let's see if I can grab with... We've got the man now without the helmet on. You had a Code Brown moment through turn 9, didn't you?
Yeah,
What happened?
A car had obviously gone through before, and it had kicked up dirt from the inside of the corner right on the bottom of the apex, so I was flat out in fourth, just pulling into fifth, and it just snapped straight away. And then I was like, just missed the wall, just missed the wall. So it was brake on, brake off, brake on, brake off, lock everything up. And
then pray to the man upstairs.
Yeah, thankfully we missed the wall, and then it's like reset, get yourself going again, and just try and clean up the tyres as quick as possible. So it took me a lap to clean the tyres, and then I was back behind him. Thankfully, it was a really good, fun fight for a lap.
That's what I like with Open GT, where you've got, like say the really, really hard chargers, like you've got Sebastian, you've got Joel, you've got Philip having that unfortunate spin at turn 14 at Sagres. But to see the 991, the 991.2, 911 GT3Rs, they are an absolute treat, and especially with the heritage that car has as well, with Christian Engelhard and Ayachan Guven. It's just absolutely mega, but it's been an absolute pleasure watching you behind the wheel. You'd make a good wheelman on a burglary, that's for damn sure as well. But Rod, good to see you this weekend. Well done.
Loved the coverage. It's been superb. It's been so much fun watching it in the pits.
We've had a lot of people. I mean, we're just a couple of likes away from 200 at the moment. We've had, but it's really, really good. It's been an absolute pleasure, and we've had the sun on our side pretty much all day. Like literally, it's been absolute blessing. Now, you are running in the 2-hour endurance race later on. You're a bit of a glutton. A lot of people, they say, oh, these drivers are gluttons for punishment. But it's not just about the competitive aspects. It's also about the community aspects as well, isn't it?
It is. And in fact, the guys, Patrick, as you mentioned, had the really unfortunate incident. He's got the same car. And I dropped in past and said, look, I'd rather have you in the race than not in the race. So if there's any parts I've got that you need, come down and see us. So hopefully he'll have the car back in for the 2-hour endurance race. I'm keeping my fingers crossed because it'll make it more fun.
Definitely, Rod. Good to see you, buddy. Well done this weekend. Well, folks, we're going to have a look at the highlights for Open GT Race 2. And then we go to our final race of the event. It's 718 Clubsport Race 2, coming very, very shortly. Well, it's about time we go riding into the sunset here at Porsche Sports Cup Suisse and Sprint Challenge Suisse. A big thank you to everyone that's liked the video, and thank you for joining us. But we have one more race to go. It's the 718 Clubsport division, or the Cayman Cup. Now, the Cayman has been a part of Porsche's genesis in terms of small sports cars. Back in the days when it was originally called the Boxster. And now we have the Cayman. And as you can hear, they're doing the podium for Open GT. One of the interesting things we're seeing on the Centri Post-Ticino car of Jovazek from Germany, they're actually talking up the wheel nuts on the car, just making sure they're up to spec so those don't fall off the minute the driver puts the accelerator down or brakes hard and the nose dives into a corner. And really, really good work by the Centri Post-Ticino crew to get that car back after damage sustained. But the person that is the man of the moment in this class, who once again will start pole position, the number 107 of Amag First Rennsports, Elia Papacena. And you know what? The weekend, can't sum it up any better than this. Spectacular. Porsche Motorsport competition, 35 global championships, and this is just one of them. It's great to see so many people that love this type of racing. One make, everyone's in the same bottle. You're in the same boat, you've got to react, and we've had the weather on our side. The cloud cover is coming in, the wind has picked up. These drivers have 25 minutes plus an additional lap, and that will curtail our racing action here on Alpha Live for this round of the season. Of course, in about 5 weeks, this series heads to Styria, to Austria and the Red Bull Ring for round 2. But they'll just have the 2 sprint races per class. And as you can hear, they're playing the national anthem of the respective winners on the podium up there. But we need to let these guys race one more time. Up next, 718 Clubsport, race 2 to conclude round 1 of the championship. So the leading vehicle moves away from the starting grid. And here is your final starting grid of today's activities. Elia Papacena winning by over 9 seconds in the opening race this weekend. Starts once again from pole position. Raymond Stäbler will join him alongside on the front row with Patrick Shetty and Guillaume Châtelain rounding out your top 4. Andreas Heiniger and Thomas Bücher with Jovazek, run by the Sensi Porsche Ticino, rounds out your 7-strong grid. What a day it's been, filled with drama, hijinks, and what's more, altogether fantastic racing, especially with GT3 Cup and Open GT. It's given me a new appreciation for this make of competition. One make series, I think, are one of the best that you can find in the world. Everyone's in the same boat. There's no place to hide. If you get it wrong, you get it wrong, and you learn from your mistakes. But if you profit when everybody else does, then you'll come up smelling of roses. A big thank you to the 200 likes we now have on this official stream of Porsche Sports Cup Suisse here at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve in Portimao. What a weekend it's been for the drivers. What a weekend it's been for us here at Alpha Live. And we just can't say thank you enough to Porsche Sports Cup Suisse for getting in touch and asking for a team to come over here to the heart of the Algarve, just not too far away from the beach. And we've had dry conditions for every one of the 5 races so far. So the Porsche Panamera safety car is ready to respond if required. The leading car now will pull into pit lane very shortly as Papacena and Stäbler are on your front row. 25 minutes plus an additional lap to conclude the sprint race part of Porsche Sports Cup and Sprint Challenge Suisse for the first round out of 6 this year. So the leading car pulls into pit lane. 25 minutes on the timer here in good old Portugal as we wait with bated breath. The driver's running at a consistent speed. Red lights on the gantry. So revs up, lights go red, and now we go green. We're underway for the final sprint race of the meeting. And Elia Papacena straight away. Now, there's a little bit of debris coming up from one of the cars. I didn't quite catch which it was, or it might have been a little bit of tire, marble debris, possibly. Green flag has been given. And Papacena this time around didn't get as big as a start as he did in race number 1. But it's more the case of seeing how things go. Raymond Stäbler has got the headlights ablaze on the 104. So Patrick Shetty, and then we got Guillaume Châtelain rounding out your top 4. Andreas Heiniger completing the top 5. Trying to go after. I think also, well, I haven't seen Thomas Bücher come through yet. So, more to the point, is there an issue that might have halted Thomas Bücher for actually trying to get going in the race? So that's quite a big thing when you think about it. If that is the case, then that is a real shame. So Papacena goes purple in the opening sector, nearly 4.5 tenths quicker than Stiebler. Patrick Shetty in the number 101 getting closer and closer. He's a tenth quicker in sector 2. Manages to half the differential he lost in the opening sector to Stiebler as they come across the line to complete the opening lap. Elia Papacena 1.564 seconds ahead of Stiebler, Shetty, Chettelin, Heiniger. Looks like Thomas Bucher was a non-starter in that case. That's Jovazek on the 175, the guy from Germany. It's within 7.7 seconds of our race leader. Papacena doing what he loves doing, like he did in the first race. Start from pole and lead way into the distance. As we ride on board with the 104, Primo Stiebler, who is losing, nearly lost 2 tenths in that opening sector. Stiebler, one of the drivers in contention for Class 10 top honours last season. Papacena 34.989 in sector 1. That was nearly 4 tenths to his benefit as Stiebler has lost out. He's got a battle with the 101 of Patrick Shetty now, trying to close on in. Shetty last time was slower in both the first and second sectors. And good to see that a lot of shout out Julian Thomas from Race Logic. Great to see that technology still being used to this day, which can be used for a variety of different measurements such as lap time. That's what the one that it normally does, measuring it through GPS acquisition. Papacena on lap 2 just puts in the fastest lap of the race, 150.432. Stiebler 51.8. Shetty 52.0. Chettelin 54.2. And then 55.3 for Heiniger, 55.9 for Zek. So a big, well, I wouldn't say the word disparity, I would just say that some drivers like Papacena do have the talent to pretty quickly get things going, and they won't hang about. So now it's a case of who is going to pick up second position, who is going to pick up third, and who is going to have to wait until the Red Bull ring to try and put their best foot forward, so to speak. And that's not an easy thing for these drivers to have to deal with, but it's part and parcel of racing that you get knocked down more times than you get knocked, that you stand back up. So, it's difficult, but it's about having that real sort of calm, composed mind, especially when you're behind the wheel, because sometimes adrenaline and emotion can get on top of drivers and make, like say if there's a bereavement in the family or something like that, just as a hypothetical situation, that it can really be in the back of somebody's mind, and they'll go like, they'll have that lingering. And it might put them off their stride in how they want to communicate with their engineers, with the mechanics, how he feels, what the comfort level is like in the car in terms of setup. So, yeah, who knows? But Papacena is just going to literally, I think he's going to do exactly what he did. It looks like it's going to be a repeat of race 1. But Papacena is just going to bolt, get away, and then it's job done. So there is the 105, currently running in 4th position. Still, possible opportunity here for Jovazek maybe to try and challenge Andreas Heiniger for that 5th position as we ride on board with the 109 from Amag First Rennsport. It's just going to be a case of, you can see the amount of vibration when the driver goes over the curbs, going through the left-hander at Craig Jones at turn 9. It's never easy. You've got to be. I mean, when I spoke with Rod Christie, he said I was in 4th gear, flat out, and yeah, I was just so glad I didn't really hit the barrier. Well, he gave it a little kiss from my perspective. That's what I saw. It was like right rear fender, little touch, no harm, no foul, and that cost him 14 seconds in the middle sector. But Papacina again goes quickest of anybody. He's running in the 150s consistently as well. Stiebler can't even get close. He's losing time. He just lost another 1.1 seconds to him. So Stiebler has to be very, very careful because Patrick Shetty is keeping within 1.2 seconds of him as we go on to lap number 5 of this race. So there is the distance between Guillaume Chatelain and Andreas Heiniger. Jovazek running out. The 6 drivers still running at this 4.665 kilometre 15 turn circuits established back in October of 2008. So there is a potential of a battle in the offing for some of these drivers, but more than likely not going to be the driver leading the way. But it just goes to show that these drivers will be persistent in the pursuit of lap time, also the pursuit of self-improvement. And that's one of the things, as you go out every time at a race weekend, you know, sometimes the race might become, I wouldn't say the word stale, I would say the word stable, as in the fact that you're in your position, you can't do anything about it, but you can learn. And also that just helps develop a little bit of character for these drivers. But Eli Papacena, part of the Porsche Sports Cup Suisse junior program, along with Jeremy Siffert and also Ethan Aisha. They're 3 young talents that have been identified. And when you have a lot of junior programs, I think in many respects, when you see who's gone through the ranks of Porsche in years past, I mean, you look at the likes of Nick Tandy, you look at the likes of Earl Bamber, that have been absolute stalwarts. You know, there's so many drivers. I mean, I still remember when Alan McNish won his first 24 Hours of Le Mans, and it was in a Porsche. It wasn't in an Audi, no, it was in a Porsche. And then you see, you know, all these drivers that have been part and parcel. And obviously Patrick Dempsey with Patrick Long actually deciding to go back to racing, and Patrick Long had retired. Dempsey had been out of the seat for a couple of years. Michael Fassbender also in that wonderful documentary on the road to Le Mans with Proton Competition at that time, now Proton Huber Competition. But it's great to see that the Porsche community, and I'm not talking just about Sports Cup Suisse in general, but I'm talking about Porsche. This is the feeling that I got by knowing people who have competed in Porsche, people who work in Porsche, for Porsche. It's great to see that there's this real like joie de vivre, that flavour for life and enjoying atmosphere. And the good thing is like Rod Christie and Stefan Heim were having a really, you know, they were. It's great because you see these guys, and I have to say, Stefan Heim, impressive handlebar tash. I think you put Hulk Hogan to shame on that one. it's great to see that even some of these drivers here, like Elia Papacino, just 17 years of age, comes in to a team that wants him for his caliber and what possibly could the future bring for him and for the team if they decide that they are going to go a little bit further than Sports Cup Suisse in the future. Who knows? You know, that chapter, or those chapters, certainly have not been written. And it's more the case of these younger drivers who are coming out of karting and going into sports cars. Now we ride on board with the 109. This is Andreas Heiniger, one of the drivers that are not as youthful in years, but still have that youthful exuberance about getting behind the wheel and having the adrenaline kicking around your bloodstream when you go through a corner like this, probably third gear, 80% throttle at least, or maybe fourth gear, depending on how confident you are with the back end. And if that back end is getting a little bit loose, you want to make sure that you mitigate any possible problems as the race proceeds onwards. And the main thing is, with 11.5 minutes still to go, there is going to be that that air of, you know, thinking, oh, the race weekend really came along quickly. And then you get to that point where you think, oh, that was excuse me. Box in this lap MotoGP race here. Yes, World Endurance Championship has been here when Antonio Felix Acosta actually won in LMP2, if I remember correctly. But yeah, I think with these one make series, you've got to look at it not just from the brand, but you look at what is, you know, the ethos, the values, and how things get transferred in terms of word of mouth between individual to individual. You know, forget social media. Yes, social media is a great tool, but when it's people talking about it, you can see the glint in their eye and they're giddy with excitement. That's what really, really makes something like a Porsche Sports Cup or Carrera Cup, you know, or even the Mobil 1 Super Cup that follows Formula 1 for the majority of the year. They all have their own unique characteristics. And yes, there is that competitive nature to motorsport. There always will be there. That will never change. Never change. But for my first experience in the commentary box as a commentator talking about Porsche Motorsport, I've absolutely, really, really enjoyed it. It's been thoroughly, thoroughly wonderful just to be here in the Algarve, first of all. I mean, it's the first time I've been actually at this circuit as in the role that I do now, and you kind of, I had that kind of pinch me moment when we got to the circuit and I was filming cars. Funny enough, these cars going through into turn 5 at Torre Vip, and I was just like, wow, like, the noise is the first thing that bombards your senses, and you just think, it's indescribable sometimes. It can be quite visceral, and what I mean by that is it bombards you. Every single sense you can think of, it bombards you. A bit like what we're seeing with the drivers here, Remo Stäbler, who we're on board with at the moment, and you can just see the amounts of commitment. You know, yes, it's not a Porsche 911, 992 GT3 Cup car. No, it's a different animal. It has to be treated a different way in terms of driving style. Yes, you can grab it by the scruff of the neck, but it's mid-engine rather than rear-engine with the 911s that you people have seen here on this live stream today, and also from what you see possibly on the domestic roads not too far from where you are. There's a little bit of a run there from Remo Stäbler. Papacena now will cross the line. 1:50.156, new fastest lap of the race. Well, how far behind is Stäbler? We're about to find out. 1/1000 shy of 9 seconds. Oh, now, all I'm going to say is there was blue sky, the wind has carried it over, and has gone, right, hello everybody, clouds. Really? At least we got this far in the day, and I've got my fingers crossed, my legs crossed, my arms crossed, possibly my elbows as well, but I'm not double jointed. But it's just, you can't put a price on enjoyment. Ice Mooney, how long are the races? Well, it was 30 minutes plus an additional lap for the first set of races, and 25 minutes for plus an additional lap for the second set of races. So we've only got 7¼ minutes plus an additional lap of the 6 total sprint races we've had here at Portimao, at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. So, still the gap is about 3 seconds between Remo Stäbler and Patrick Shetty in the numbers 104 and 101. So we are getting Motorsport Magpie. You might want to refresh your stream because we've got over 200, buddy. Was 203, still 203. Right, okay. Oh, Jovazek has just been given a 5-second time penalty for track limits, turn 15. So we've had a bit too many excursions with 4 wheels out of the white lines on the tarmac. And here we go again. I think this is Elia Papacena, possibly. No, it's not. It's 101. It was quite funny because the 101 was at a little bit of an angle, so I thought what was the end number 1 was actually a 7. Kind of confused me there. Well, Papacena, he's surpassed already what he did in the first race, which was win by nearly 9.3 seconds. Gap now is nearly 9.8. It's another further force, just under 4.1 seconds to this driver here, Patrick Shetty in the 101. But once again, with Ahmad first Henschwart, they pretty much have the majority of the cars on the grid. And Papacena is just calmly getting on with business, just like we saw in race 1. So the drivers are getting ever closer towards the final checkered flag in terms of the sprint side of this first of 6 rounds of the Porsche Sports Cup and Sprint Challenge Suisse for 2025. Calendar was confirmed back in January of this year. So literally within the first week of the new calendar year, calendar was out. And so it's going to go all the way to the penultimate weekend of October at the Misano World Circuit Marco Simoncelli, named after the late MotoGP rider, and unfortunately passed away about a decade ago. Super sick for number 58. So very much in the hearts and minds of MotoGP fans to this day, but, well, Papacena is going to be smiling like the Cheshire Cat from Alice in Wonderland, because he has got a lead now of just over 10 seconds as we hit 3 minutes and 40 left to go, plus an additional lap. So the time ticks down. Papaceno now will come out of turn number 15 down the roller coaster part of the circuit and start accelerating, going down the crest, and he's going to be at full throttle right now. So make that 3 more laps to go. So lap number 13 underway for the Swiss-Italian driver, family originally from Italy. He was born and raised in Switzerland, of course, on the starting grid for race 1. Made sure that you heard from him both in English and in German, and then, or German and then in English, and then obviously wishing him good luck in Italian. And then we had 3 languages in one conversation. Not a bad thing. But also, really great to see Elia getting a chance like that to run with a pretty good team. And for them to give him the car. You know, he was absolutely rapid in free practice 3 and 4 yesterday. And that has brought dividends today, because he put it on pole for both races today, and he has taken everybody to the cleaners. No word of a lie, he has taken everybody to the cleaners, and no one has been able to answer him. Not even Remo Stibler, the 104, who was in the fight last season, the series crown for Class 10. But nevertheless, we're going to have all drivers making it back to pit lane and Parc Fermé nice and safely. Shortly, Elia Papacena is going to go on to our penultimate lap. Lap 13 out of 15 completed. So I would say the next time around we'll get the last lap board of not just this race, but the sprint component. As I said, the endurance race that is going to start. Well, the pit box, well, the pit lane will be open at 10 past 5. I think I might stay. Simply Lovely by Elia Papacena. Oh, moment for Jovazek. Oh, he got away with that one. He didn't have the, well, he had a code brown, but he did not have the tete-a-tete with the barriers. But we come down to 0. Thanks for that, Delano Trifoglio. Mille grazie. But timer hit 0 for the final time for GT4 Clubsport. Here's the, that is a flat spot and a half on those rear tyres for that 175. But luckily enough, Jovazek pumped that brake pedal, put it down right to the floor and stopped the car right in its tracks before it went any further. So we are going to go to 15 laps. Next time around it will be the last 4.665 kilometers of GT4 Clubsport. Elia Papacena, the man who represented Team Italy at last year's Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals in Sarno in Italy. A 3-time Italian karting champion, has had multiple successes in Switzerland where he does live to this very day. One more lap to go for the 107. And, well, if this, people might say, well, it was a hollow debut. I don't think it is. I don't think it is at all. It just goes to show that some drivers will come in and absolutely obliterate the opposition. And that is a point proven by that man there. As much, yes, you might say I might be a bit biased on that. But it's recognisable talent. Recognisable talent. There's that little spark, there's that little je ne sais quoi, as the French would say. It's something, it's like that X factor. When you put someone in a car and they go, yep, I'm going to go for it. And this man has. This 17-year-old who only started karting a few years ago now is part of the junior program of this series. One of 3 drivers, along with Ethan Eichel and also Jeremy Siffert, the grandson of Joe Siffert, who unfortunately we lost in the Formula 1 race at Brands Hatch back in 1971. But it's recognising the talent. And it doesn't necessarily, it's not necessarily by name, it's by how they conduct themselves on the track, how they conduct themselves off the track. And this man is a consummate professional, both on and off the black stuff. Because when I told him I was going to be here this weekend, he said, I'm looking forward to catching up with you, mate. I have been absolutely impressed. From karting to a double victory on his GT4 debut in Porsche Sports Cup Suisse. Elia Papacena comes out of the final corner. This man, just 17 years of age, takes the checkered flag and makes a fantastic indent. Makes an impression. Remo Stäbler takes P2, finishes 11.7 seconds behind. Patrick Shetty rounds out the top 3, a further 6.1 seconds adrift. Then after that, we're going to have Guillaume Chatelain and Andreas Heiniger with Jova Zek, who's probably got some flat-spotted Michelins, I'm afraid. They will be the last 3 drivers to cross the line. But still, they get the cars back safely to the garages, and that is the most important thing. And don't worry, Delano, I will make sure I pass on your message. Chatelain comes across the line, finishes P4, a further 36 seconds adrift. That's the best part of nearly, well, just over a quarter of a lap, actually. Andreas Heiniger comes across the line in 5th. And, well, last but by certainly no means least, I mean, of course, Thomas Bücher not able, well, did not take the start, but Jova Zeg for Centri Porsche Tricino is going to come across the line and be the last driver in the sprint component of Porsche Sports Cup Suisse. Round 1 is going to be the last driver to take the checkered flag here on Saturday, the 12th of April 2025. And Jova Zeg takes P6. Let's wrap up with the provisional results for race 2 for GT4 Clubsport. Elia Papacena 2 for 2, winning by nearly 11.7 seconds after 15 laps with Remo Stäbler. Patrick Shetty, then we've got Guillaume Chatelain, Andreas Heiniger and Jova Zeg rounding out your 6 finishers. Well, that's it for being in the commentary box, but now back downstairs before we say goodbye here from Portugal as Papacena pulls into the winner's spot here just underneath the podium.
Ein bisschen mehr Rückspiegel hätte ich schon gesehen. Ein bisschen. Da bist jetzt. Genau. Ich habe wieder im Turn 5 reingeschaut. Ja, oder ist immer noch dran? Oder ist immer noch dran? Oder kommt noch mal ein bisschen näher kommen? Das ist gut. Hey.
Okay.
Ein bisschen.
Elia, komm mal hier. One of your good friends, Danilo Trefoglu, says hi. Who's been watching, mate? You've made a significant impression. I think not just with me, but I think there's probably a lot of other GT4 drivers saying, this 17-year-old, wonder what he's capable of. You just won that race by nearly 11 seconds. So 9.3 in race 1, 11 in race 2. I think you're speechless right now, aren't you?
I'm not speechless, but I'm really, really happy.
You're more talkative than me at times.
No, but I'm really, really happy. We did an amazing job, all the team, to give me this car. We worked so good on it, and we made a really good setup, a really good speed in quali and also in the race. So we worked really good, and I'm really happy to make my debut like this.
I think also the fact that when we see, you know, when I was speaking to Luca Costa, a guy that we both know very well through our road tax days, like 34 global series, you know, this is just the first stepping stone, I think, for you on a pathway that could really see you. You said you want to become a professional works driver. Who's not to say in a few years' time, I'm at the track on the commentary and you're a Porsche works driver? How does that sound if that was ever possible?
Sounds really good to me.
Well, Elia, well done this weekend, mate. 2 wins for 2. Good luck at the Red Bull Ring in 5 weeks.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Right, let's see. Herr Stäbler? Erste Frage. Können wir ein Interview auf Englisch oder Deutsch machen?
Also Deutsch wäre mir lieber, Englisch geht aber auch einfach nicht.
Okay, dann werden wir auf Deutsch machen. Okay, zweiter Platz bei dem zweiten Rennen. Ein bisschen hart sozusagen, weil der Elia so schnell war, ne?
Ja, das ist so. Also er fährt in einer Klasse für sich, muss man ehrlicherweise sagen. 7-facher Kart-Champion. Das ist natürlich schon, der hat ein ganz anderes Gefühl und muss neidlos anerkennen, er hat den Sieg mehr als verdient. Also das war super.
Ja, ich denke, das ist ein richtiges, geiles Kompliment für Elia. Er hat das schon verdient, aber das ist gut, wenn ein Neuling kommt in diese Serie und da sagt, Halle, okay, dann los geht's, dann fahren wir noch.
Ja, genau, das ist also, ich meine, wir schenken ihm trotzdem nichts, wir versuchen so lange wie möglich dran zu bleiben und je nachdem spielt dann auch noch Glück oder Pech ein wenig mit und wir hatten das oft schon erlebt, dass dann trotzdem noch, selbst für jemanden wie mich über 50, ich immer noch mithalten kann.
Aber Glückwunsch mit dem zweiten Platz bei dieses zweiten Rennen und viel Erfolg in Spielberg in ungefähr 5 Wochen.
Besten Dank, freue mich.
Okay. Ja, vielen Dank. So, there we go. Und nochmal Patrick, Englisch oder Deutsch?
Deutsch gerne.
Ne?
Deutsch gerne.
Deutsch, okay.
Deutsch.
Dritter Platz, wie war das von deiner Seite?
Nur, es hat sich bestätigt, was aus dem Training rausgekommen ist. Wir haben natürlich gehofft, dass im Rennen dann wieder mal was anderes läuft. Das wäre ja schön gewesen. Aber es hat sich so abgezeichnet, dass ich eigentlich so auf dem 3. Platz stehe. Wollte natürlich alles geben. Beim ersten Rennen war ich sehr enttäuscht, weil es war so ein richtig langer Abstand. Ja. Aber wahrscheinlich habe ich mein Fahrwerk anders eingestellt, weil jetzt im zweiten Rennen war es jetzt Gott sei Dank auf Remo ein bisschen weniger. Von Elia wollen wir gar nicht sprechen, weil Elia ist jetzt der Benchmark. Also jede Serie braucht ja mal einen Benchmark, damit sich die anderen weiterentwickeln. Und das ist jetzt Elia. Wenn man jetzt nachkommen will, dann muss man arbeiten.
Richtige lange und gute Erklärung, mein Freund. Aber Gratulation mit dem 3. Platz heute bei dem zweiten Rennen und viel Erfolg. Nächstes Mal beim Österreich in Red Bull Ring, ne?
Gib mir das Beste.
Okay, vielen Dank.
Danke dir.
Well, from both drivers, Remo basically saying that Elia's on another level. That man there, Patrick, he just basically said, well, I was a bit disappointed because we saw that Elia was so far ahead. But that's your top 3 for 718 GT4. It's the end of our live coverage. But before we close things off, time for some highlights of the 3 qualifying sessions and the 6 races from GT3 Cup, Open GT and 718 GT4. So, jetzt bei dem Saisonauftakt hier bei Porsche Sports Cup Suisse hier im wunderschönen Portugal sind alle Sprintrennen vorbei. Jetzt die letzte Siegerehrung, the last podium, sind alle Sprintrennen gemacht. Und was für 6 spannende Rennen hier bei dem Autodromo International do Algarve. 6 exciting sprint races. The last sprint race podium for 718 GT4 concludes everything here. What an event it's been. A few thank yous, first of all. Big thank you to Florian and Patrick from Richard from Porsche Sports Cup Suisse for allowing us to be able to cover this event. A big thank you to the team at Alpha Live behind the scenes. Producer Will, Luke, Steve, Mike, Laura holding the mobile camera. Kieran, I know you've been absolutely kicking down my door saying give me a shout out. Slavek, and also the 2 guys with us from the local area. A big thank you to everyone that's made this stream happen. A big thank you to you all watching at home. A big thank you to the circuit as well. 4.665 kilometres as the Swiss national anthem plays on cue. I think it's the Italian one. They're putting for Elia Papacena as well. I recognise that straight off. But in summary, don't be sad that it's done. Be glad that it's happened. And what's more, Porsche Motorsport, with 35 global championships, is alive and kicking to the sound of revolutions, nearly 9,000 RPM at times. But on that note, it's goodbye from Portugal, goodbye from the Algarve. Thanks very much for tuning into the stream here on Alpha Live. And don't forget to like, share and subscribe. My name's Alex Goldschmidt. See you next time. Thanks for watching. Goodbye for now.